man.
If you're gonna take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They go
together.
need
Some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Going out the holy tab.
Oh man. It's on.
The A.M.P.M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it,
not
man.
the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole war. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
man.
you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on
That's the very funniest shit.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and
changed
Tehuti shook
his
our heads
mind.
the same time. This is
Tehuti
crazy.
believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given whereby we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and
changed
Tehuti shook
his
our heads the
mind.
same time. This is
Tehuti
crazy.
believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Hold on. Okay.
Hey, what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. It's those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what, it's like, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both say at the same time?
Yeah, yeah. Can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? You to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Greetings, peace. Anybody hear me? The mic check here. Put this camera. A little blurry and trying to fix this. All right, how is that? That looks much better. I'm going to do a mic check, make sure everyone is in here and can hear me clearly. Let's see. Check the audience and see. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press a 1. Doing a little mic check. If everybody is in here. Peace, everyone. If you all hear me, press a 1. There we go. I see some familiar faces. Wonderful. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. It is the 1-year anniversary of the Tehuti Podclass. We are here. I see a lot of familiar faces. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Rob, but I'm sure all of you know that already. Let me see if there's any new faces in. I see some new people. Shout out to the new people. Welcome to the room. It's going to be great. I already see some of the questions that are in. Woo! It's gonna give you butterflies in your stomach. Some of these questions and answers. Let me go ahead and check the room and see who's all in here. Let me scroll back up to the top and see who's in here. So right off the bat, I see Arcad Infinite. Shout out to Arcad Infinite. I see the King. Many blessings, everyone. I see Angela Gates. I see Unki Ma'at. I see Boaz Abel. I see R.P.M. Shout out to R.P.M. in the room. Shout out to Jody. Shout out to my old brother from long time ago, whose name is Boris Muhammad from a while ago. Shout out to you, Mr. Boris Muhammad, who's been down since 93. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. It says, peace to Houthi. Oh, he said, Uncle Josh Celeb. It's my first time hearing Brother Boris speak Metanetta. I think it sleeves up to this guy. All right, wonderful. Shout out to you. We got Brown Buffalo. That must be Selena's Brown Buffalo. The Houthi's intro is always on point. Peace to the gods, all knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. And we got this name here. I'm going to see if I can say it. Is this AJ Magul and another name? We got Media Mogul. We got AJ Super Magul over here. And then we got Media Magul. So Media Magul says Hotep, loved ones. And AJ Super Magul says, what a special occasion tonight will be. Hotep, loved ones. Is this both you? Is there two people here it must be both them. Is there two people here that are both saying loved ones with the same name? Must be the same person. Shout out to Robert Williams, Ma'at Hotep, peace to the gods. Peace to the gods. We got Kyrie in here. Kyrie Willie Johnson, am I saying that right? Kyrie Willie Johnson. Shout out to you, Kyrie. Who else we got here? We got James. Kyrie's, I haven't seen that name before, so peace to Kyrie. James Dalbeck. I think I've seen that name once or twice. Shout out to James Dalbeck. Peace to you, James Dalbeck. What do I have on my hand? Some water. Shout out to James Dalbeck. Shout out to you. And who else do we have here? We got Hika Kepara, one of the heavy hitters. Shout out to Hika Kepara, one of the heavy hitters. We got Black Pearl. I love that name, Black Pearl. I had named somebody that years ago. Black Pearl. Peace. The Stranger, the name of the moderators. Peace. Okay, good. We got Scribe the Technician. So I'm going to put as a controller up on the board. Sometime before we get into their introduction, we got Master K. Shout out Master K. Squano. That's such an interesting name. Squano. Somebody got to tell me what that name means. Squano. Peace, everyone. Peace to Squano. And we got Nanny Aset Mur, one of the moderators. And we have, there's no picture there. Oh, Daughter of Ra. There's a picture. That's interesting. It doesn't show up on my side. Let me do that again. Okay, the picture shows up there, but not on the screen, on my screen. We got, congrats to Tehuti. I think they misspelled it. Tehuti. There's an H in there. Look right up at the top of the screen, you'll see how to spell my name. All right, shout out to everybody in the room. Peace and love. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Today is the 1 year anniversary since the beginning of the Podclass. All right, I think everybody here is familiar with what's going on. I think everybody's, I don't see any brand new. Oh, it is you. Okay, it is Super Magul. Okay. Wonderful. All right, my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. And there's a Hati Ma'at. I was waiting for him to show up. Okay, here we go. Great celebration. I was waiting to see his energy here. Wonderful. It's going to be a great one. And before we start, I have to start with the affirmation, because I do live a particular way of life, and it is sorry little guy. It is very structured. It is very organized and disciplined. Those who live around me and live with me know what that is. And so before I begin anything that is serious, I always start with the affirmation. For those who don't know what the affirmation is, not a problem whatsoever. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on the screen. We can read it together. I will say it if you want to say it with me, if you want to say it in your mind. If you don't want to say it and just read it and ask questions about it later, all of which are acceptable, no problem. And here we're going to start off right now. Here we go. We're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki Ma'at, Un MS, Nin Tet Aset Emat, Min Hebapet Emat, Her and Hu Kiwi, Her Ikut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That is the affirmation. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. On my hat is the one and only who's been here since before there was a Podclass. Been with me for years and years. And she was with me, so she was so small, she fit in the little crease of my hand. Her name is Neith, and she represents string theory and Kemet, the goddess of string theory, or the goddess of weaving together forces, invisible forces, was Neith. And this is Neith on my hat that represents that. She is a spider that is a unicorn all the way from Zimbabwe, South Africa. And of course, with me today, which many of them probably never seen in their life, giving me my energy. This is Bastet Sekhmet, named so. It took me over a year to name her. And her name represents the energy that she was carrying and the energy that she switched over to. Because I had to calm her down, just like the story of Sekhmet. I had to calm down. And I had to train her, take care of her, calm her down. And when she was calm enough, she received her full name. And she is an anaconda all the way from South America. All the way from South America, around the Brazil area. And she is an anaconda. You've probably never seen one in your life, but when you're watching the Tehuti Podclass, not only are you going to get information that you've never heard in your life, but you're going to see animals that I keep around me that you've probably never seen in your life. These two being a good example. No, you cannot go to PetSmart or Petco and purchase any of these. Okay, are you ready, Bastet? My name is Tehuti. I'm in A.M P.M. I've been a teacher for over 30 years. Some of the people in this room right now, there's literally 2 people in this room right now that I believe I've taught over 30 years ago. I think Boris Muhammad and Mahat, daughter of Ra. I think they've known me both over 30 years. I was a teacher in the public. I was teaching anywhere from small rooms of 8 people all the way to 600 people live, in person, on stage. And I was put in scenarios where I had to answer questions, not knowing what was going to be presented to me. It built and created my mind to evolve into what you see today. And I was set up in front of large masses of hundreds of people, and I was just told, answer whatever they ask. And that was a part of what created the Tehuti Amenhotep Ra you see today. That's when I was a public teacher for a long period of time. I joined an organization, thinking that organization was that which I should dedicate myself to, bringing my skills and my knowledge there while extracting and getting knowledge from the teacher that was there. Well, anyways, I ended up advancing past the levels of the average teacher, and the teacher that was the head of the organization started telling all the other students that they should teach like me. If you want to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep. And this created a jealousy and strangeness. And I was teaching from books that were not written by the teacher, books that verify what the teacher was saying, but the other students didn't seem to like that. And yes, way before there was a Matrix movie, way before there was a Sophia Stewart, I was teaching from a book called The Matrix as far back as 1994 or 1995, teaching from a book called The Matrix. The people were very offended that I was teaching from that book, even though it completely collaborated and corroborated that which the teacher at the time was teaching about. They brought torches to my room and said that I should burn that book and other books that are not written by the teacher. Well, needless to say, I said, no, I'm not going to do such. And the teacher said it was not safe for me. Obviously, people are coming with fire lit torches to my address. The teacher said it's not safe for me, and I ended up stepping away from that organization. I ended up taking my energy and putting it towards finance and business. Ended up creating a business online and taking the money and going back to the organization and helping them with business and finance, taking people homeless off of the streets, taking people that were living in cars and housing them in my house and teaching them economics, teaching them how to open up LLCs, trust companies, and real estate investment programs that I had created. I took them and started educating them. Cut that off. Turn that all the way down. Thank you. And I started educating them, and a lot of people were very appreciative of that, changed their life. And of course, the negativity came back around, and some of the people ended up robbing me. funds these are people that I took homeless, but I guess when you have that type of mentality, you're not used to that much finance and success. You end up still having the negativity within you, and they ended up robbing me. Anyways, I ended up leaving all of them alone because I couldn't be with them as a teacher. They were jealous, and I couldn't be with them as teaching finance. They're robbing me, so I was like, okay, I'm going to completely remove myself, and I did. I removed myself. I lived in Brooklyn, New York, and I moved from spot to spot, experimenting with different things. I actually moved to Atlanta, and then I moved to Canada, set up a family at the time, and supported my family strictly by going out on the streets and performing until about 11 o'clock at night with no financial backing, no form of financial program, no job, no taxes, and I was just out on the street performing until about 11 o'clock at night. One of the nights I performed until about -8 degrees was my last night performing on October 8th on a day called Louis Blanche. It was October 8th, it was -8 degrees, and I performed and made enough money for my family so that I could come to California and set up shop here. Ended up coming to California and just teaching my family that was over here. I created a family over here, and then I met Ahati Ma'at after some years of being here. Met Ahati Ma'at and brought him into my family, taught him, and he was the only brother that I could trust, that I would teach. And so, after a long period of time, Ahati Ma'at saw some of the people that were online, and actually I started going on a thing called Pal Talk. Started teaching there on Pal Talk, where you couldn't see my face. And then I ended up just moving totally away from that and just sticking with my inner family and just teaching Ahati, and that's it. We can move that all the way if you want. And Ahati one day said, you know what? He's seen some of the teachers online, and he feels that I should be out there because some of these teachers are teaching just utter nonsense. They're not teaching with the coherency, the solid information, without the emotion, without the craziness and name calling. And I should get out there and put myself back known to the public because there's many people that need to know who I am. I was not interested whatsoever. Oh, let me go ahead and fix this camera. I was not interested whatsoever in doing such. I just wanted to be by myself with my family, and that was it, dropping information on my inner family and Ahati. So eventually what happened is I eventually took Ahati up on his request, and he said, there is a group out there that wants to interview you. They may be interested in hearing about what you're about. They said they're Hebrew Israelites. I said, okay, I'll do an interview. Ended up going there to do an interview, did the interview, and it ended up being a debate league. I didn't know that it was a debate league. I thought there were Hebrews who wanted to interview me to find out about Kemet. So as I'm being interviewed, the debate league champion ended up challenging me. And I said, okay, not a problem. You can set up the rules. You can set up the judges. I knew nothing about this life, setting up judges. They set up judges for Bible belief. One second, everybody. Hold on 1 second. They set up the judges for Bible believers, one non-Bible believer by the name of Mudawa. Everybody else was a Bible believer, and the debate was called Ma'at versus the Torah, which is basically the Bible, the Old Testament of the Bible. So it was set up, of course, for me to lose if you have 4 Bible believers and one person that believes in Kemetic teaching. So I ended up going in there, beat the champion, and kept on debating, kept on winning the debates, and then ended up the owner of the league said, hey, I can get you on Sonnetter. And I was like, I don't know anything about, I know Sonnetter from the streets. I know Sonnetter from Brooklyn, Harlem, from seeing guys out there with the boots and the combat uniform, yelling at people, debating. That's the Sonnetter I knew. I don't know much about the internet version and debating. So he said he can get me on there, and I said, sure, no problem. He said, who do you want? I said, I don't know because I'm not into that. I'm not challenging anybody. I don't have that type of energy. But He said, I can get you Jabari. I said, I don't know who that is. I can get you. I don't know who that is. So anyways, he got me on there. I ended up doing an interview on Sonetter. It started off as an interview. And once again, in the interview, the brother Jabari came on the interview and challenged me to a debate. I was like, okay, I don't know who you are. I don't know what this is. But he said, I'll challenge you to debate. And literally 3 hours later, I was in a debate. From an interview to 3 hours later, I was literally in a debate with who I came to find out was the top guy on that station. I don't know nothing about it because I'm not into the internet. Ended up going to that debate. We had a crowd judgment, and according to the crowd, I won. I won the debate. Sonetter announced me as the winner, and then I went on to debate Zion Lex and others, and so on and so forth. But anyways, what happened is I ended up going to the Killer Priest Podclass. And I ended up teaching there. Killer Priest was very happy to meet me, talk to me. The second day I went to the show, he actually put me as the host while he went away somewhere, and I ended up interviewing a brother named Mighty Hebrew. That went on good for almost about a year, and I was on there teaching, and then people were sending in big super chats to ask me questions, and some of my old people realized that I was back on the internet in public, and they wanted to have one-on-one. Some of the people from Killer Priest wanted to have one-on-one. Some of the people that just see me online, and I ended up trying to do the one-on-ones, and it was way too much time. They were paying me very well because this is what I do for a living. You shall see when I get into, especially tonight. I see the questions tonight. Oh my goodness! I see a question about this. What's the secondary brain? You'll see all the new people. You will see on the level of which quality that I teach on. And when you see that, you'll understand why people support what it is that I do. So the one-on-ones were taking too much time for my family. So I went on Killer Priest and I announced that I'm going to have a Tehuti Podclass. Not cast, not craft, but Podclass, where you can come on there and ask questions. But the way you're going to ask questions, you're going to send in super chats. YouTube demonetized me, couldn't get super chats. So I created a new system, and it is a system of reciprocity because of the respect that I've gained over 30 years of teaching. And the system is, I'll put the AI moderator on the screen. The system is, I'm the first person, I believe, to invent a system on YouTube where you can actually send in questions and support through PayPal and Cash App. And you can actually write the questions on the PayPal and Cash App. That is the Cash App there at the bottom. And I'm going to go ahead and put the PayPal and Cash App there at the bottom. And that is how you're able to interact, support what I do, and ask me questions, especially at a time like this. I made an announcement last week, and I'll probably cover more today, but something extremely drastic has happened recently. But we'll get into that later. But as far as questions and support, PayPal is at Rocky SV, and Cash App is TT Amoon. When you send that in, I created a system where you can send that in. When you send it in, actually what happens, this is from the good brother Nito Campbell. Let me move this from the screen. So when you send in your Cash App, you can actually write your question right there at the bottom. So this one wasn't even a question, it was just support for Superior Teacher Tehuti. So some people just send in support, Superior Teacher Tehuti, no problem. You'll see the vast variety of questions that you can actually send in to me. I'm not just a comedic teacher. You can actually send in questions of all varieties of anything you've learned or heard about in consciousness. For example, the good brother E Manifesto sent in this question here, and with support of $20. He said the importance of totems and how to find yours. That was an awesome class. Wonderful. And then we got the brother Black Alucard, who just sent in $45. Said thanks for the knowledge. And then we got brother Azim Counts. And he said, bro, can you elaborate what happens when you die? So you see the variety of questions. You are not limited here, nor will you be laughed at, nor will you be mocked. And you will get answers of the top, highest quality that you have ever seen, according to the people. Those are Cash Apps. When you send in PayPal, it comes in like this. This is Christopher, who sent in $48. Thank you for the teaching. So a lot of people just send in donations thanking for the teachings because they're so appreciative of what I do compared to all the other teachers. Here goes one. So Steve Esclar says, explain the relation between the Natiru and the Anunnaki. I want everybody to know that questions like that, you cannot go on these other channels maybe Billy Carson, but you can't go on these other channels, pro-black conscious channels, and actually ask anything of the sort. They would laugh at you. They would do anything to avoid the question. Can you describe the relationship between the Natiru and the Anunnaki? And that ended up being like a 2-part class. That was an awesome class. Wonderful. So you send in your good Freddie Cali. He just sent in support. So when you send in your PayPal, Rodrigo send in $27.77. Peace to Tehuti into the Podclass. Could you get into ITI? That was amazing. That was an amazing class, the ITI. Ooh, interdimensional entities that are spying on us, that are seen through the particular telescope. Well, that was a whole nother, that was a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful class. We have people like Bev all the way from the UK that says, because you are my master teacher, she just sends in $20. A lot of people, what they do is they'll send in a donation and ask a question, and then after I ask the question, some will even send in another. Some people will hear the answer and say, amazing breakdown, this from VIB Clothing, we appreciate you. So sometimes people hear the answer, they're not even the one that asked the question, and because they appreciate the answer, and you will see new people, you'll see when I start to answer these questions, they appreciate the answer, and because of that, they sent in support. Some people have no question. Lamonte Wilson, he has a great question. He had a great class. Oh my goodness, great class. Just recently on the age of the Sphinx, and he had one on Inanna and Allah, the moon god. That was great. So he said, no question today. I just want to show support. Thank you, brother. I will definitely tune into the next show. We even have Muslims, Tamir al-Mullah. To me, sounds like a Muslim Islamic name. It says, for support, thank you for all that you do. So we have people from all walks of life sending in support. And the support, again, is Cash App TT Amoon. You can write a question or just send in support. And there is the PayPal at Rocky SV. And I will say right now that ever since I was a young child, and I'm sure most people here have witnessed this, I don't know any family that went without a Christmas, unless they were Muslims or somebody who gave up that religion. All through my life, I don't know any family that did not give their children gifts for Christmas. I didn't know any, unless they were like Buddhists or somebody who didn't believe in it. But literally every black family had the money to spend on an artificial, fictitious Jesus, to spend money on craziness, on lies, lack of information, and fantasy and fable, such as, and I want everybody to think about this, I said this 2 weeks ago, imagine I came up to you and I said, I want you to spend hundreds of dollars. What I want you to do is I want you to buy a large doll that's going to go outside your house. He's going to look like a snowman. Even if you don't live in a place that snows, you're going to put a carrot in his nose and 3 buttons on his chest, or you're going to get a blow-up one. You're going to put that on your lawn, and you're going to get an image of a big fat man with a red suit with reindeers. You're going to put that on your lawn too. And what you're going to do is you're going to go buy a tree. You're going to have it killed, or it'll be killed, pre-killed for you. A pine tree, you'll put that in your house. And then what I want you to do is you're going to put gifts underneath the tree, and you're going to give those gifts to your family member. I'm not going to tell you why you're doing this, but you're going to do this on December 25th. And I'm not going to tell you why you're doing this on December 25th, but you are just going to do it. You're going to get canes. They have to be red and white. No other color cane. You're going to put that on the tree as well. And every time you see somebody, you're not going to say happy. You're going to say the word merry. So you're not going to say happy Thanksgiving, happy New Year, happy birthday, have a happy day, happy holidays. For this one, you're only going to say merry, and you will never put the word happy in front of it. You'll never say happy Christmas. You will do this because you are my mental slave, and you are under hypnosis, and you will spend thousands of dollars every year without question. And I calculated it, and children between the ages of 8 and 12, black children, spend and receive over $4.1 billion a year for reasons they don't know. So what we are doing is we're changing the paradigm. I'm going to tell you, put all that foolishness away. Stop spending money on Halloween. Stop spending money on the Netflix and all the and tipping the waiter for just bringing you food. You can tip the waiter, but if you tip the waiter, I hope you appreciate what I do a little more than what a waiter does, a little more than the foolish Christmases that everybody's been celebrating. I'm going to bring you profound information on questions, and you will control this class. I will have nothing to do with this. I will not choose what the topics are. I am a Saba, which means it's a Meta word for doorway. You will unlock the door, and I will open the door and give you information that you've never heard of before. And if you've heard the information that I've taught, I ask everyone to just put the link in the room of the other teachers that are teaching of this caliber. If not, I just ask for support for what it is that I do, because this is what I do and all I do for a living. My other forms of income, due to the COVID pandemic, scamdemic, due to all of that, has been hindered. So this is what I do for a living, and I've actually been doing this for years and years, and I believe I'm the only Kemetic or knowledgeable teacher that actually does this for a living, meaning getting donations for questions that are asked. So that being said, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to give a shout out to the people that are in the room that are helping this room run very smoothly. You'll see them with wrenches in their hand, and these people are called the Ma'aterators. And these are Nani Asep Mur, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the technician, the scribe. They're the Ma'aterators. This was named so by a young man named Stranger, one of the biggest donators ever. These are the Ma'aterators. They keep the room intact. They keep the room calm, meaning that we have no ad hominem, no disrespect, no name calling, no making fun of people. None of that will happen at the Tehuti Podclass. It is only respect, and I will be teaching for 5 hours straight. 5 hours, 4.5 hours or so, without any insults, raising my voice, or any kind of chaos. It'll be the first time most people have ever seen anything like that. And these moderators help keep the room intact. If you want to know about the website, the moderators will tell you. If you want to know about my next showing, the moderators will tell you. If you want to know about the books, the moderators will tell you. And they'll also control any chaos that happens. These are the people that keep things in check while I don't have time to. Okay? And again, I'll name them again. These are Nani Asep Mur, the beautiful, Ankia Ma'at, the lovely, Ahati Ma'at, the warrior, and Scribe, the technician. They keep things intact. Wonderful. We have 57 people in the room, and we're about to get started. Today is an anniversary day. So, two brothers made a request to me. One brother said, can they get started with a presentation before I teach? And one brother asked me, what do I want to do? Actually, to keep the momentum going, so all of you will understand the quality of what it is that I do, I'm going to go ahead and answer one question below some minds, and then the brothers will come up, because I love, especially Arcade Infinite, I love it when they come up after I teach. I think this is some type of presentation they pre-made, but I want to go ahead and get into the first question, because I also have an eating schedule. I have to eat every couple hours, and I put that inside the schedule of the Podclass. Okay, so let me go ahead and check the room again and see everybody that's in the room. Sullen Rock Rashu, shout out to you. Bean Frank, Rick Roll Truth, shout out to you. Vinny Black Lodge, Robert Rays, welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome to the 1 year anniversary of the Tehuti Podclass. It's about to be crazy. Lamonte, shout out to you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and now check my Gmail, check and see who has been sending in supports. And I'm going to go ahead and answer questions. And Merry Anniversary. Thank you. Merry as a squanner. Merry Anniversary. A whole year already. Can you believe that? And almost 2 years if you include my time on Killer Priest. Interesting, huh? A M P.M says, now the Drain Supreme. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Happy anniversary. Thank you, Ma'at, daughter of Ray. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me go ahead and check and see my donations and see who's been supporting. I also want to give a shout out to, there's so many though. There's so many, but I put out a list of those who I asked for support from for the situation. and they came pouring in. I want to give respect. Unfortunately, my hard drive is out, so I don't have the list of, let me see something here. I have the list of those who I requested, but I don't have the list because my hard drive plugged out. No, I don't have it here either. Okay, I don't have it here either. So just off of memory, and I'm going to get the list afterwards when my hard drive reboots, but just off of memory, Ika Kepara, shout out to you. Owen Hythe, shout out to you. A.M Magul, shout out to you. Big Ed Leisure, these are the big supporters that supported Big Edge Leisure. Scribe, Cash Peden, I think, and some people are doing it now. I'm just talking about last week. I have the list. I don't have it here in front of me, but several people donated big time and helped support it with the situation that I am in. Yes, Cash Peden, E Manifesto, Arcade Infinite, Bev. There was a lot of people right off the bat. Once I reboot, I'm going to name everybody. Plus, there's people today that are doing it again. Shout out to all of you who supported in a situation that I announced, where the government is unfortunately trying to do something that could end up hindering me doing this Podclass. So shout out to those. The government had a program out. The government messed me up in the program. Some new owners bought this whole area, this property area, and it causes confusion, which caused to show me now owing thousands of dollars, which I actually don't. And so it's going to be a lot of money to repay, and it's going to hinder situations. And when I try to fix the situation, the government program said we cannot render you any information. You have expired and you cannot be helped. And it's their fault. It's their fault with why this is happening. Nothing to do with anything on my part, but this happens every once in a while. So I asked a request for people to donate big time, and people came through immediately. I think A.J. Magul in Arcade did it while I was talking about it. Like within 3 minutes of me talking about it, AJ supported. So thank you all for that. And I know that I'm going to check my Gmail now and see some other big support, because there's some people that didn't make it to the last class, or maybe they saw my saw the Podclass aired and just realized it afterwards. I think I saw Nito Campbell and somebody else. There's some people here. Shout out to everybody. Okay. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday Podcast. First is Kamit 101 in the room. Is Kamit 101 in the room? Is he in the room? If he's in the room, press 1. I believe I see him as the first question here for the Tehuti Podclass. All newcomers, watch this. If he's here, I'm going to go ahead and get right into it. Zep Tepi Slim, who's also... Anthony Drain gave a big support donation. I'm going to shout him out. I saw him roll up. Thank you, Anthony Drain. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Is Kamit 101 in the room? Is Kamit 101 in the room? He sent an awesome question. And I'm not sure if he's in the room. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations to all of us, because without you, there wouldn't be a Tehuti Podclass. Yeah, there would just be me teaching myself. Because remember, my class is based on your questions, so without anybody sending me questions, I would just be in the woods somewhere with my snakes, or just away from everybody. So without you all here sending in the questions, there is no Tehuti Podclass. Okay, everybody's Kamit 101 here. Is Kamit 101 here in the building? This is going to be a good one. Kamit 101, are you here in the buildings? He has the first question in. I think my screen is frozen. Anybody type something so I can see the screen moving? I don't see the chat moving for some reason. Stuck on Robert Williams. Congratulations. 90% Merle, get ready for mind-blowing answers. And it's stuck there. Okay. Are you all ready? Commute 101, are you here? Okay, there's RPM. Let me go ahead and pull up the question that was sent in. What I'll do is I'll give a, okay, Hati Ma'ad is here. Boom, boom, boom. AJ Magul. Wonderful. Mania Setmer, wonderful. Da-da, da-da, da-da. Okay, so let me do this. Oh wow, we got raw minerals donating. Okay, all right, Bastard, we're gonna put you away just for a minute so I can have my hands free so I can type and get into these answers. Okay, you go over here for just a minute. You want to come back to me? I'll put you that way and you're coming back to me. Okay, let me put you back this way. We got to get into some answers, Bastard. We're going to get into some answers. Okay, Bassett is going back in there. There you go. Nice. Awesome. Go under your little blanket. Doing great. Okay. Stay there for a minute while I get into the questions here. Shout out to everybody. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I see Squano here. Rebel Minded. I like that name, Rebel Minded. Let me get some water. We're about to get into the first question of, actually the first question is Beget Leisure here. Beget Leisure has the first question that's actually going to lead into the next question. Beget Leisure, are you here, Micha? Is Micha here? Beget Leisure, are you here? These are the two brothers who sent in this question. Are you here, Beget Leisure? Beget Leisure and Kamit 101, also known as DZM, they sent in the first question. Let me go ahead and get into it. Are you here? Are you here? Are you here? And they're not even here. They're not here. Okay, no problem. No problemo. Let me get a check to see if all my team is here. Is Arcad Infinite here? Is Arcad Infinite here? Is Scribe here? Hati Ma'at? Is AJ Magul here? And who are we missing? Oh, Tehuti Mosa. Oh, where's that Shannon? Shannon here? Okay. I'm not seeing all the names. Okay, everybody. We're about to get into it. There they are. I'm going to get into the first question to break it down. I wish Misha was here to get Leisure. And Kamit, the two guys that have the question. Oh my goodness. Bijan Pharaoh, you here? There you are. Bijan Pharaoh says, peace, King Tehuti, and peace, goddesses. Okay. I don't know which one is yours, King Lemur. I don't know, because the Cash App names, I don't know if you have a question under King Lemur. What was the Cash App name? I don't know. Peace, Saba, are you going to get to mine tonight? I'm not sure because I don't know which one is you, my good brother. Type the question and I'll see, because I have different names here, Cash App names that aren't matching a King Lemur production. So, are you the one that asked about time? About 12 o'clock? You asked about why it turns into PM at 12 o'clock. Is that you? Oh, okay, that's you. You're in here too. I see you on the list. You're here. You're here too. You sent a little bit of something, and I'm gonna go ahead and get into that. Yeah, that's you, King Lemur. Okay. Lemur Hampton. That is, yes. Okay. You are here on the list. You are third up. You are third up. Peace, Saba. I sent a question on November 20th, 12:03. I don't know what the question is. So I don't know. Illy. I get to all the questions in order. So if you sent in November 20th, not sure. I don't have anybody here under that name, so I get to all of them. Oh yes, I was calling you out to see. I didn't know who you were talking about. 2 classes. I read the question off, and I didn't know which. It was a question on who is Elijah, but I go ahead and if you can retype that into my email. I didn't understand the question, and I was looking out for you to see what did that question mean. So go ahead and I'm gonna put my email here. I do remember that question, and I was asking, who are you talking about? I think it was who is Elijah, but I didn't know there's so many Elijahs. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this in, and I will get to it. I'll put it back on the list. I did call out twice. There's my email, so go ahead. Don't put in the chat. Like I have a list of questions. I already tried to address that one twice. So go ahead and send the email and retype that question more specifically, and I'll be able to get to it. But yes, I do remember that, and I did call you out twice to get clarification on that question, and I did not couldn't find you in the class, so I went on. So go ahead and do that, and I'll be happy to get to it. Which Elijah? There's Elijah Muhammad. There's so many. So go ahead and email that. All right. He says, so bless. He says, okay, cool. I see some new people pop up in the room. Silent K says, peace, God. Oh, no problem. Abel, no problem. Just clarify. I love to get to it. No matter which Elijah it is. I like teaching about all Elijahs. Okay. I would love to come on live and show gratitude. I just got back on my feet, so I'll be donating. No problem. When the crew comes on, you can definitely jump on. Okay, everybody, are you ready? We got Silent K. Oh, Shannon's here. Shout out to Silent K. Shout out to Shannon. Shout out to Leo Fire. I saw some of these names just pop up. Shout out to all of you. Wonderful, everybody. We're about to get right into it. Let me do this for a moment. I'm going to put the link in the room because I have to step off for just a second for Scribe to come in. And Scribe, go ahead and quickly walk me through how to do the... you can tell the people what you're going to do a little bit for the anniversary. I can step off for just a couple of minutes. And I'm going to put you on as the channel, the StreamYard moderator. And I'm going to get right into these questions. So go ahead and jump in, Scribe. Shout out to Brandon Creamer. Shout out to you, who says favor to all here. First time here. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. You will definitely enjoy it. And you will see this like no other room. You will see. Subscribe. Go ahead and jump on if you can. Just for a second, I got to step off for just 2 minutes. And I'm going to come in and blaze these questions. The secondary brain, and one is on the sons of Apep. So go ahead and jump in here, Scribe. I just got to step off for just a second. I don't want to leave him just hanging. Saw the email on the 14th. Squano says he saw an email on the 14th. An email of Squano? Saw the email on the 14th. Okay. Okay, I guess that's for me, about me. Shout out to Squano, who saw an email on the 14th. Peace, Squano. All right, Scribe is here. I'm going to step off for just a second and come back refresh and get into the first question. I'll be right back, everybody.
Hotel Ma'at, everyone. Peace and love. Mic check. If you can hear me, please put a 1 in the chat. Let me make sure that y'all can hear me nice and clear. Let's see. Shout out to everyone in the chat. All right. Perfect. Peace. So, yes, this is the official 1-year anniversary for the amazing Tehuti Podclass. We are in for a great show. So we have some things that, we will be bringing forth and having to produce for y'all throughout the show. We got some great things coming up for y'all. We're going to have an opportunity for someone to win a Teachings of My T-shirt. So we're going to have some fun during this podcast. So, make sure you all are, taking your notes and paying attention in the class, because, there may be some questions asked, Yeah, so shout out to everyone, Shannon A.M.P.M, Squano Trending, peace and love to you, Ben Frank. So yeah, we it's been an amazing year. It's been so much elevation since the beginning, since the very first Podclass, when Saba Tehuti had his conversation with the mighty Hebrew, which that debate, for whatever reason, didn't manifest, which is normal when it comes to Saba. So, it's definitely been such an amazing year. I know I'm personally grateful to be a part of the Podclass, to be able to share the room with everyone here in the chat, for all the viewers who watches and who don't comment in the chat, because there's only a small percentage who actually comments during these shows, so just peace and love to everyone, who shows up week in and week out and studies with us and take your notes, and most importantly, implements these teachings. That's the thing that's going to take us to the next level as a people, as a community, as a consciousness, is actually implementing the teachings that the great Saba Tehuti has given to us. So I definitely want to make sure that we are showing our love and our reciprocity to the great Saba, being able to give what you can to balance out what he gives us, and it's difficult to be able to do that, because he gives us something that you can't necessarily put a price on. This is soul work, ba work. This is work of elevating the consciousness, and that right there is priceless. So, the least that we can do is show our love by making sure that we show our reciprocity through what today keeps us being able to feed ourselves and feed our families, which is that paper. So, it is what it is. So, just make sure that you're showing your love and your reciprocity. This is the 1 year anniversary. If you haven't donated to the Tehuti Podclass yet, this is the podcast to do it in. This is beautiful here. So, peace and love, peace and light to everyone here, and peace and love to you, Saba Tehuti Hotep.
Hotep. Okay, we got brother real quick. A brother jumped on. I was not showing him. Bijan Pharaoh. I was not showing the brother. Bijan Pharaoh, you can say something real quick, and then we're going to get right into the questions. Nice to see you, my brother. We're going to get right into it. You can hear me.
Peace, bro.
Peace.
Peace. Yeah, I just want to say, man, you're doing a good job teaching the people. And I've been in the class ever since you was on Killer Priest, man, and I find you amazing, man, amazing. But I'm actually on the train right now, heading to work right now, so I will be definitely donating, man, definitely.
Thank you, my brother Bijan Pharaoh. Appreciate it. Like the smile, man. Looks like the knowledge is making you happy. You have a bright smile on your face.
Everybody says that. Everybody says that about me.
Yeah, you have a Shen on?
Yes, I do. It's actually King Tut Shen.
Oh, nice. Hold it up a little bit to the screen. Let me see. Okay, yeah, it looks like it says Kepler. It's hard to see, but I see the Kepler symbol. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, Bijan, nice to see you, my brother. We're going to get right into it.
Yes,
This class is going to be crazy. Peace and love, everybody. Let's get into it. See you all in the chat room. Okay, Scrabble, see you there. He looks like conceited. Okay, Scrabble, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Okay, all right. I'm going to put you back in the chat for a minute. I'm going to answer this question and get right, and then bring you guys up for your presentation, okay?
All right. To us, Saba.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into the first question here. Let me pull this up a little bit. Get into the first question here. You're about to see. You're about to see some. I wish the brothers were here, but if not, no problem. We're still going to get right into it. Let's go into it right here. Let me see if we can pull them up. And the first question in is from B. Get Leisure. Let's see. I'll go ahead and see where it is. I gotta go. Here it is. Shout out to B. Get Leisure. B. Get Leisure and Commit 101 both asked a question that I'm gonna link in to each other. So let me go ahead and put this up in the room for you all to see the questions that were sent in by both of them. And you all new people that are here will see the way that I answer questions. I work at night, so my break is at 2 a.m. I'll be listening still. Wonderful. Okay, everybody, here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. The first question in is from, boom, B. Get Leisure. Look at these questions, everybody. Look at these questions. You will see these are not questions that you can readily ask. Look at the question. I'm going to go ahead and read it out and see if we can bring some clarity to this. And then you will see how I handle this question. So first of all, shout out to B. Get Leisure. He's also one of the ones that gave he gave some support. Shout out to B. Get Leisure. Appreciate you, my good brother. Appreciate you. And the question is, let me go ahead and read the question. I blow it up on the screen. The question is, friend Saba Tehuti, Friday Medu class, another who created, I gotta translate. Who created the Mesu demons? Is it Apep? Made it with who? Okay, shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you. Peace and love, respect to the question that was sent in. Appreciate that. So that is the first question in. And then the next one, which is going to link right into it. I'm going to go ahead and put that on the screen because they're both going to link into the same. You will see how I do this. Oh, I sound muffled. Can everybody hear me okay? Can everybody hear me okay? How do I sound? How do I sound? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, good. I got the mic right up to me. All right, next question that came in is coming from Commit 101. I don't have his donation here. I just have his question because he sent a donation and then wrote the question in the email. So this is a Commit 101. And here is his question right here. If you can see it on the screen, everybody. And what does it say? It says, Tehuti, please break down the second brain for the class and its primary function. Wow. Do you all see the diversity of questions that are asked here? So one is on the sons of Apep or the Mesu, and then the other one is on a secondary brain. Can I break down the secondary brain? Well, let's see if I can tackle these questions. Here we go. Get this off the screen. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to go ahead and get all of this off the screen, off the screen. Clear it up, and let's get into the answer to the questions, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here is how I answer questions. So we're going to go in and let's do a screen share. And we're going to get into what people are considering the sons of Apep or the Mesu, the sons of the impotent revolt that I broke down in the Metanetter class. Okay, here we go. Can everybody see the screen? Everybody hear me? Wonderful. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here is the first question that I'm going to begin, and then it's going to actually end into the next question because they're both going to link into each other. Let's get into it, everybody. So, the term mess is child of, as we see in the birthing stone image. Okay, so the question was about the sons of the impotent revolt, or the children of Apep, who created them, who are their parents, something to that effect. We're going to get into it like this. Let me break it down. So here we are with the birthing stool, and this is the word Mesu or Mesiu. Mesiu, those who are born, Meset, are children. I'm going to get into the where the question came from, and it came from this part right here, which I broke down in the Metanetter class, and this is from the Per M Haru, chapter 15, Papyrus of Ani, page 2 and 3, and it says, "Write for Tehuti and Ma'at every day. Thine enemy is given to the fire, the evil one." Here's the Sabayu, the evil one. You can see the evil serpent image there, the Sabayu, with the serpent symbol. The evil one has fallen. His arms are bound and removed. You can see where the Genesis story was copied from, where the serpent's arms are removed, stolen stories, and his legs also. His arms and his legs are removed. And here's where the question comes from. Mesu bitches, sons of the impotent revolt. And we can see the serpent there. And then we see the Apep symbol there with the knives in his back. So the question was, who created them, or who are their parents? And they're called the Mesu bitch, which is the sons of the impotent revolt. So we're going to get into it. Here we go. So we see that same word for Mesu that we see down here. Mesu, that we see right here, which they have for sons. Right here, Mesu. Everybody remember that word? We're going to break it down right there. There's the mess symbol, the foxtail symbol. There's the seneb. There's the bird, the chick. And it's speaking about these particular energy forces right here, which is the serpent. Mesu, sons of the impotent revolt. Okay, here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it, everybody. Now, we're going to break it down. So here's the word Mesu, and it comes from the birthing stool. And that's why when you look closely at the word Mesu, for children, you see a woman sitting up in her original stance of birth, which was sitting up where the child was coming from below. And that is the word Mesu. There's the same foxtail symbol, and there's the SS, or the Seneb symbol. Okay? And Mesit, children, race, family. Okay, here we go. Ready? Let's go. All right. But this term Mesu, oh, I left it in there. With the phone for light. This term mess does not just mean physical child of, as we see in the name, Tehuti mess, meaning born of Tehuti. And we know he was not the physical, we know he was not the physical son of Tehuti. Okay? So over here we see Tehuti mess, the same word over here, mess. And we see his name over here in the Shen, the same symbol that was on Bijan Pharaoh's neck. This is called the Shen. Only rulers' names go in here. It represents immortality, immortal life, Shen. And we see Tehutimos. So there is the Tehuti bird, and there is the same mess. And we know that Thutmose, the third, was not the physical. Thank you, Mayor. We know that Thutmose the third was not the physical child of Tehuti, even though he's called Tehutimos. Okay? Tehutimos. Born of the god Thoth, born named Menkaperah, Last thing is manifestation of Ra. Ruled from 1504 to 1450 BC, fifth king of the 18th dynasty, new kingdom. And then we blow this up, and there you can see the original right there. Tehuti, there's the Tehuti bird, and there is the mess. Tehuti mess. We know he was not the physical son, but he calls himself Tehuti mess. We also see it in Rames, which we see here means fashioned. Fashioned of Ra. Over here in Rames, Mariamun, that was his name. Mariamun, Ra Mariamun. So we see over here Ra Mariamun, Septepen Ra. And over here we see the Ra mess. There's the Ra. And there's the same mess, Ra Mesu. Right? And we see the Mary. And then the Amun. There's the reed symbol right there. The reed, which is the A. There is the M. The M, which is a stabilization symbol, and there is the N, which is waves right over here. And there is the Mary, the canal symbol. So it's Ra right there. Ra Mesu, Mary Amun. And Septepen Ra right here. Okay? So Usur Ma'at Ra, Septepen Ra. There's the Usur, Ma'at, Ra. The Usur right there, the Usur, which is the staff of Set. There's the Usur Ma'at. There's the Ra, Usur Ma'at Ra. And there's the Septepen Ra. Septep in Ra. So Usur Ma'at Ra. Septepen Ra. So there's his name. Usur Ma'at Ra, Septepen Ra, Mary Amun, Ra Mesu. And there is his name in the original stone right there. So we know that this is fashioned of Ra. Okay? So, people may see sons of the impotent revolt, and their mind understands it as sons, mess of Apep, because we can clearly see what looks like the Apep serpent with the knives in his back, which is right over here. So thus starts the question, who created them? Who are their parents? And there it is right there, Mesu. But we just gone over that Mesu is that which fashions something, that which you're fashioned after also, not the physical son. Here I will shift your perspective. Look close. It does not say sons of a pep. It actually says sons of a bitch. Sons of a bitch. That's actually what it says, everybody. So here is the word right here, bitch, which is B-E-T-S-H, bitch, which means powerless, impotent, exhausted, to be angry. And it's Mesu bitch, which is sons of a bitch. Mesu bitch, which is the powerless ones are those who are fashioned, powerless, those who are angry, not necessarily physical sons. Here I will shift your perspective. Look close. It does not say sons of a pep. It actually says sons of a bitch. Boom. Fashioned, weak, impotent, which can be anyone who is fashioned by Isfet, which we are about to get into when I explain the second brain. Oh, also, I know across your mind, that sounds like the expression sons of a bitch. Actually, that term ties in through another secret coded individual. Guess who was the first to use that term? Shakespeare. Shakespeare, and I quote, while he was talking to King Lear, one that art nothing but the composition of a knave, beggar, coward, pander, and the son and heir of a mongrel bitch. When I break down Shakespeare's involvement, you will feel butterflies in your stomach. That's coming up soon. I know, the suspense. So, to answer the first part of the question, and we're going to get into more answer as I get into the next part with the secondary brain, the Mesu bitch, or the sons of the bitch, is anyone who is fashioned after negativity. Those are the ones that followed Set. Those are the ones that followed Apep. Those are the ones who had the revolt when Ra had to send out Sekhmet. They were all called the impotent are weak, angry revolters. And it deals with that serpent, and it's going to deal with something that's inside of your body. Let's get into it, everybody. Now we're getting into the next section of the answer to this question, because the next section is going to go right into this question right here, which is, Peace Tehuti, please break down the second brain for the class and its primary function. All right, here we go, everybody. You ready? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Now it's going to get crazy. Are you ready? Here we go. To all the new people in the room, this is how I answer questions. So remember, the sons of the Besh, which is the sons of the weak ones, the impotent revolt of the serpent, negative energy that can be inside of anyone, not a particular son or one who was birthed from a particular parent, but anyone who was fashioned after that negative energy, which we are about to get into here. I'm going to do another mic check. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. We are about to break it down. Silent K said, wow. People are saying, wow. Wait till we get into it, everybody. Here we go. I hope that Hika Kepara is here. I hope E-Manifesto says connects the dots. Tehuti connects the dots. I hope that E-Manifesto, not E-Manifesto, that's E-Manifesto talking. I hope that Kamid is here and I hope that Misha is here. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Imhotep 360, peace to you. Are you ready, everybody? Let's get into the secondary brain, which is going to link right into the sons of the beach, which are the sons of the impotent revolt, those who are fashioned negatively. Here we go. Press a 1 if you can hear me. I want to make sure that I'm heard because this is going to blow people away. Let me stretch out and get ready. Send these same questions to your favorite teachers. Send the same questions out. I want to see how they answer it. If not, appreciate what you have right here because here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. The brain, the area in the body which stores our consciousness. All right, this is something that everybody knows. Something that is obvious. Let me go. That was 7-minute answer. Okay, let me stop, reset, boom. Okay, the brain. Everybody knows what the brain is. The brain, the area. This is gonna be crazy. The brain, the area in the body which stores our consciousness, information, memory, fear, etc. Does all of this happen in one brain? Could there be a second brain aspect of the brain according to our ancestors and now even modern scientists today? Let me walk you through. I hope you appreciate it. This was information I've held for years for this specific day. Enjoy. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it. I broke down a little bit of this in the Med-Netter class. We're going to put it all together. So we're going to deal with conditioning, programming part of the brain. So here we are. We're looking at the brain. We see different structures of the brain. Okay, so here we are. Let's go ahead and read it. So memories aren't stored in just one part of the brain. Different types are stored across different interconnected brain regions. For example, memories which are about events that happen to you, episodic, as well as general facts and information, semantic, right? Semantic is general facts and information. So when people always use that term, don't play semantics. They don't even know what they're talking about. Okay, so there's an area in the brain that stores what's called semantic, and that is general facts and information. There are 3 important areas of the brain: the hippocampus, the neurocortex, and the amygdala. Implicit memories, such as motor memories, rely on basal ganglia and cerebellum. Short-term working memory relies most heavily on the prefrontal cortex. Attaches emotions significant to memories. This is important because strong emotional memories, those associated with shame, joy, love, grief, are difficult to forget. The preeminence of these memories suggests that interactions between the amygdala, hippocampus, and neurocortex are crucial in determining stability of memory. That is, how effectively it is retained over time. So here are the different sections of the brain. Okay, so we have episodic areas, right? We have the cortex. This is the different regions of the cortex here. We have the semantic episodic area right over here. Okay, we have the stratum area right over here. This is the procedural memory, cerebellum, procedural memory. We have the hippocampus, which is long-term semantic and episodic memory. The amygdala, which is emotional memory, emotional responses, classical conditioning. Okay, this is how they condition you, by attacking these particular areas of the brain. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here is how I break down answers. Boom. Now, during emotional experiences, your brain forms two types of memories: conscious memories of the experience, all the facts of the event. Two, non-conscious memories connect the pain of the event with a stimulant neural connectivity. When you see the area of trauma or happiness, your brain reactivates the conscious and the amygdala. During that memory, the amygdala re-releases the hormones and chemicals and arouse compounds the memory. Each time it compounds and gets stronger and stronger. Okay, that's a whole other class in itself. So here it is right here. Let's keep going. So we see the brain stores episodic memory, which compounds trauma, fear, etc. But interestingly enough, did you know that in English there is no definition etymologically for this most important aspect of our conscious sentient aspect? So for our conscious sentient being, the brain, there's actually no etymological definition for that word brain. This aspect there's no definition. Aspect of the word brain and none that deals with there's none that deals with the interaction with the fear, our nervousness, our conscience. Let me show you. Here we go. Let's go ahead and look at the word brain. Boom. We're going to look it up in the etymological dictionary, and let's look it up. Soft grayish mass filling cranial cavity, vertebrae, the broadest sense, organ, consciousness, and the mind. From Reagan, brain, source, as we keep going, origin, perhaps PIE, skull, brain, front part of the skull. So there's nothing in the definition of the word brain that actually describes any of its function, which is very, very interesting. So we find a definition that ties into these. So to find a definition that ties into these attributes, we will go to the ancient people, because it seems like the modern day people, the modern day scientists and those who created the English language have no definition of the word brain that actually defines what it actually does. It just means it's from Blackamoors, front part of the skull. That's not describing any of these interactions between the amygdala, hippocampus, the storing of trauma, nothing to do with consciousness. It just means the front part of your skull. So if you knock on the front part of your skull with your fist, knock, 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 according to this, that's your brain. We know the brain is much more than just the front part of your skull. The brain actually is not a part of your skull. The brain is the skull, is the bone. But anyway, let's get into it. So to find the definition that ties into these attributes, we will go to the ancient people, because the modern day people don't have one. Let's look at the Medu Netter word for brain and consciousness. Does anybody in the room know what it is? Because we're going to see a totally different definition than this one here. Does anybody know the Medu word for brain consciousness? Let's go. Anybody at all? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I feel good tonight. We are about to break it down. Let's go. So here we are, everybody. It is hand. Can anybody know that? That's on page 448 of the Egyptian dictionary. It is the word hen, which is brain, which is also, interestingly enough, the same word for wife. The same word for wife. Okay? So it is hen, skull, brain. We see the H, the house symbol. We see the noon, the waves, and there's the head. So hen, and what is another word for it? Oh, anet, or aneath, the same spider that's on my hat. Is the word where the word neath derives, anet, which is to know, to perceive, anet. And there's the neath symbol, the same symbol for string theory, which is this symbol right here, the neath symbol, and there is anit. Anit and neath is the same word. So here we go, everybody. So we got know, perceive, skull, brain, okay? But what about that fear, guilt, nervousness that weighs you down? Said nowadays, as he or she is carrying a lot of baggage. You've heard of these terms before, right? He or she is carrying a lot of baggage. So it represents something weighing you down. What is baggage associated with in real life? What's it associated with? Traveling. Like as in baggage claim, okay? Traveling at an airport. What was the smoothest and fastest way of traveling in ancient times that used water and air? What was that, everybody? What's the fastest way of traveling in ancient times to use water and air? What is it? Let's take a look. It is none other than, of course, the royal ship, the boat, the sailboat. This is Tutankhamun's royal ship, the fastest way to travel in ancient Kemet. The sail was, see this part of the sail, this white part? The sail is called shu, which means air, navigating a smooth trip of the boat. So, of course, having too much luggage, aka baggage, would weigh this down, thus causing loss of control, lack of focus, and possible sinking. Thus, the people of Kemet compared this to the weight of consciousness, which derived us saying today, too much baggage, because it dealt with traveling on the boat, and too much baggage could sink the boat. That's where that concept came from. Holding too much negative consciousness is too much baggage. As we go to A.M.P.M, one of the first writers of the laws of Ma'at, we're going to go to A.M.P to line 5. He gives an answer worthy of a beating. For his weight is harm. He hauls freight like all the world, but his load is falsehood. He is the ferryman of snarling words. He goes and comes with quarrels. So in the laws of Ma'at, we see that negative energy that's weighing down on the part of the brain, the subconscious, is associated with hauling a freight, a load, a ferryman that's on a boat. But he's the ferryman of negative words. He goes and comes always arguing. So he has negative consciousness that's keeping him very heavy. In other words, he's carrying too much baggage. That feather on Ma'at's head is also called shu. Okay, which represents weight is lifted. You are now light-hearted, relieved of subconscious burdens. That's the feather of Ma'at. So that's light. That is why the heart has to balance out with a feather. Why? Because feathers on a bird is what makes it gives it the ability to fly. And what is your soul called? It's called a ba, and also it's associated with the word bak, which is the golden falcon, the bird that flies out of the body. Well, you can't fly if your subconscious is weighed down with negative energy. So thus the relieving of negative energy, which would be associated with a bird's feather. Let's keep on going. Guess what else shu means, everybody? So remember, it deals with unloading negative energy off of a ship, negative baggage off of a ship. It is the word shu, which is the sailboat of the ship, which is controlled by wind on water. And then you have the feathers of Ma'at, which is also called shu. And guess what else shu means? Look at this, shu. Here it is right here. We see shu. There's the feather of Ma'at right there. That is the word shu or shui. The feather of Ma'at, it means to rise up, to lift up, because now your burdens are lifted and now you're light. You're able to have an out-of-body experience, or you're able to have everlasting life, or you're able to just clear yourself of the baggage of the weight of your subconscious, that part of the brain that's holding that negative energy, and now you can rise up as shu. Guess what else it means? It means to unload a ship. Uh-oh. You see how intelligent the Kemetians were? They took a word shu, which is the sail of the ship, that gives it the ability to navigate, that deals with one of the lightest substances, which is air, blowing, controlling the ship, unweighing your baggage out of your anet, which is the same word for boat, the subconscious or the conscious boat. And the word shu also means to unload a ship, because it means to take the negative energy off, where you can become as light as the feather of Ma'at, because you've unloaded your baggage off of your ship, which is you. Boom! Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tutti Podclass. So boom, to unload a ship, referring to the guilt, fear aspect of the conscious brain. Oh, let's get back to the Kemetic Medu words for brain, consciousness, to know, perceive. Remember those two? Well, one was hen and one was anat. Remember those two? Those are the two words for brain. Let's get back to those two words, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to the podcast. Let me show you how ingenious the ancient people of the Nile Valley were, which was us. Here we go. Here's the word hen. So remember, it meant skull or brain, but does it just mean that? Let's keep going. So see, let me shrink it down. Here is hen, and here is anet. Anet, right, which is to know, to perceive, and hen, which is skull, brain. Well, let's see if it gets even deeper than that. Let me show you what else they mean. Look how the Cometians connect things. Here we go. Henny, to sail. See that? To sail. So the same word for brain, hen, the same word henny, which is to sail, because you've unloaded your ship and now you can move. Now you can move lighter. You can sail just like a sailboat because you're not carrying the subconscious baggage. So the same word for brain over here, hen, skull, is the same word henny, which means to sail, because you want to be like the sailboat that flows smoothly across the Nile, and that is also called the Anet. Let's go over here. Look at this. Anet. And look at this. Anet, the boat which Ra sailed from dawn to midday. So the same word for conscious, perception, brain are the same words for a sail and the same words for the boat which Ra sails on. And there's the boat right there. You see that, everybody? And there's the light coming down, which represents consciousness. Unloading your subconscious and your consciousness, which is your light mind. You see how deep the Cometians were? The light mind, the Anet, which is perception, henny, which is brain, but they both mean a sailboat, and they both mean to sail smoothly from dawn to midday, and it deals with your conscious mind. Henny, brain, and Anet, conscious perception. Boom, to sail, and the boat, raw light of consciousness of the afterlife. What does it look like? This right here, and here it is. And there's the boat with a netter inside of it, representing a smooth sail in the afterlife, because you've unloaded your baggage. Okay, so here we go. Here is the Anet, and that's literally, there's the word for Anet. We look at it, there's the Anet, and it's a boat. The same boat as this over here. So the same word for consciousness, perceiving, brain is the same word for a boat that you can use to flow smoothly through the afterlife, because you are now as light as a feather, so therefore you can come out of body. You don't have any subconscious baggage weighing down in that part of the brain. Here we go. Welcome to the Podclass. Another aspect of quote-unquote brain, which deals with the release of fear, guilt, nervousness, and sensitivity to it. When you feel guilt, nervousness, or have an inner feeling about something, where do you sense it or feel it? In the brain? In your head? Where do you feel it, everybody? So when you have a form of nervousness, or you have a form of maybe guilt or fear, or you have an anxiousness, where do you feel it in your body? Let me go into the room. Do you feel it in your brain? Because this is your consciousness, right? So let me get in the room and see. Do you feel it in your brain? So when you feel nervousness, like you're about to step on stage and sing a song in front of a bunch of people, or you're about to confront somebody, or you step in a room and you have a feeling something is not right, where in your body do you feel that, everybody? Where do you know that? Do you feel it tingling in your cerebrum? Everybody type in the room. Where do you feel that? The stomach. There we go, everybody. The guts. Okay, look at this, everybody. Ben Frank put the guts. Squano put the guts. Ben Frank put the stomach. Tracy Joe Hill put the stomach. Big Vase put the gut. Hikepara put the gut. Shannon put the heart. So the answer is, boom, you feel it in your gut. It's a conscious awareness, but you don't feel it in this brain. Feel it somewhere else. Black soul put the soul. The stomach, where in your body? Okay, good. Where do you feel it, everybody? What do we call this feeling? It's called a blank feeling. Everybody put it right. A gut feeling. So there must be a higher sense, second aspect, or second brain that deals with more than just information, quote unquote, knowledge, that is not the brain, quote unquote, that we are familiar with, yet it is our higher sense brain that feels right from wrong. Fear, nervousness, mood shifts. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, coming to you by your Saba, Tehuti. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's get into it. We're going to go right into it because you know how I do. I'm going to get into scientific journals, scientific information. Here is Scientific American. And what does the article say? It says, think twice how the gut second brain influences mood and well-being. Emerging and surprising view of how the enteric nervous system in our bellies goes far beyond just processing food that we eat. And here we go. We're going to blow this up. What are we looking at over here? So this is light microscopy of nerve cells or neuron clusters to form ganglion. Now, those are the same words we were using when I was describing the brain. Neurons, ganglion. These nerves are part of the vast interconnected network found in the muscle walls of our guts. Here we go, everybody. You can look this up in Scientific American. I'm not going to read the whole article, but just sections of it. Here we go. So yes, the quote-unquote gut is the second brain. Now, when we hear words like neurotransmitters, what part of the body do you think of? So when you hear the word neuro, I'm going to go into the room again. Everybody type in the room. When you hear the word neurotransmitter, what part of the body do you think of? Neurotransmitter. When you hear those terms or that word, those two words, neurotransmitter, what part of the body do you automatically think of when you think of neurotransmitter? Everybody type it in the room. You think of your finger. What do you think of? Neurotransmitter. If somebody said they're going to do a test on you to see what affects your neurons and neurotransmitters, what's the part of the body that they're going to test on? Here we go. Perfect. We got Higa Kepra said the brain. Adrian Magul said the brain. Ben Frank put a picture of the brain. Okay, good. Brain, nervous system, brain. Okay, brain. There we go, everybody. Boom. All right, the brain. Neurotransmitters. Of course, that's what everybody thinks of. You don't have to think about it much. It automatically just comes into your subconscious. Neurotransmitter. The brain. Here we go. So Olympians go for the gold in Vancouver. Even the steeliest are likely to experience that familiar feeling called butterflies in the stomach. Like it's going to go back into a movie called Butterfly Effect, and the butterfly class, a whole other class. All right, why Peluska was wearing a butterfly mask, that's a whole other thing. So you're going to feel butterflies in the stomach. Underlying this sensation is an underlining this sensation is an often overlooked network of neurons lining our guts that is so extensive, some scientists have nicknamed it our second brain. A deeper understanding of this mass neural tissue filled with important neural transmitters is revealing that it does much more than merely handling digestion or inflict the occasional nervous pang. The little brain in our innards, those are your guts, your intestines, and your innards, in connection with the big one in our skulls, partly determines our mental state and plays key roles in certain diseases throughout the body. Let me read that again. The little brain in your innards, in connection with the big one in your skull, partly determines your mental state, everybody, and plays key roles in certain diseases throughout the body. Technically known as the enteric nervous system, the second brain consists of sheaths of neurons embedded in the walls of the long tube of our gut, our alimentary canal, which measures about 9 meters end to end, from esophagus to anus. The second brain contains some 100 million neurons, more than in either the spinal cord or the peripheral nervous system. All right, everybody, here's a secondary brain. We're breaking it down. Welcome to the Podclass. Is your quote-unquote gut really your second brain? Tell me. What is serotonin, everybody? Everybody ever heard of serotonin? What part of the body is it associated with? So when you hear of serotonin, again, what part of the body in your life have you associated the word serotonin with? Let me go in the room. Serotonin. Anybody ever heard that? Some people take serotonin to regulate things in their, I'm not going to say the body part, but what part of the body is always associated with serotonin? Go ahead and type it in the room. Ben Frank puts, wow. Starfeather put, this all makes sense. The brain looks like intestines. Big Blunt, you're gonna love it. The brain, that's right. Big Blunt put the brain. What part of the body? The brain. Pigga kept raw, put the brain. Chemical release in the brain. So the brain, basically brain. Intuition, brain. It's all back to the brain. Serotonin has always in your lifetime before this class been associated with the brain in your head. Let's go to WebMD and see something. This is a great website for medical information. So serotonin, 9 questions and answers. This is WebMD under serotonin. What is serotonin? Serotonin acts as a neurotransmitter, a type of chemical that helps relay signals from one area of the brain to another. So ding, 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 everybody got it right. Serotonin acts as a neurotransmitter, which everybody got right. You associate that with your brain. We found it in the stomach. It's a type of chemical that helps relay signals from one area in the brain to another in the brain. So serotonin, according to WebMD, is a neurotransmitter type of chemical that works back and forth from one part of the brain to the other. Okay? Whew. Is your gut really your second brain? Tell me what serotonin, what part of the body is associated with. And now we're going to WebMD. And now, neurotransmitter from one part of the brain to the other. But guess where 95% of serotonin is found in the body, everybody? Uh-oh. Here we go. Let's shrink it down. Read more now. Given the two brains' commonality, other depression treatments that target the mind can unintentionally impact the gut. The enteric nervous system uses more than 30 neurotransmitters just like the brain. And in fact, 95% of the body's serotonin is found in the bowels. For all the years of your life, every time you've heard of serotonin and neurotransmitters, the brain, serotonin, the brain, serotonin, the brain. Nobody taught you in a class that 95% of serotonin is in your guts, because the antidepressant medication called selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, increase serotonin levels. It is little wonder that meds meant to cause chemical changes in the mind often provoke GI issues as a side effect. Irritable bowel syndrome, which affects more than 2 million Americans, also arises in part from too much serotonin in our entrails and could perhaps be regarded as a mental illness of the second brain. Welcome to the podcast, everybody. Like I said, if anybody's getting this information and asking these questions anywhere else and getting answers, please put the link in the room as to where, and I will be the first one there. If not, please appreciate what you're getting here, because we are here to break the matrix, open up doors that you've never heard of before, giving you scientific and ancient information, meshing them together and breaking it down for you. So boom, in the bowels, quote unquote, gut. Notice I keep putting quote unquote gut in quotes. We will get to that later. All this will be quote unquote mind blowing in the end when given the comedic understanding. We're going to go to Cleveland Clinic under serotonin. Blow this up and read what Cleveland Clinic. Find a doctor. Location, directions, patient, visitors, health, library, institutes, department. Here it is, serotonin. Serotonin, a chemical that carries messages between nerve cells in the brain and throughout your body. Serotonin plays a key role in such body functions such as mood, sleep, digestion, nausea, wound healing, bone health, blood clotting, and guess what, everybody? Sexual desire. Sexual desire. as in the opposite of impotency. Here we go, everybody. As a neurotransmitter, serotonin carries messages between nerve cells in your brain, your central nervous system, and throughout your body, your peripheral nervous system. These chemical messages tell your body how to work. So without serotonin, let's look at how important this is. Without serotonin, which is 95% in your guts, your bowels, your entrail, your gut area, without serotonin, your body would not know how to work. You'd be sexually impotent. You'd have lack of bone health. You wouldn't be able to heal your wounds. Imagine getting damaged and you can't heal your wounds. You'd have mood problems and sleep problems. Understand that, everybody? This is what serotonin does. So the lack of serotonin will be the opposite of all this. Here we go. Healing, sexual health, all biological imperative functions. Now let's understand this all. What/who in Kemet is the enemy of health and biological imperative? Yes, Apep and the negative aspect of anti-sexual health equals anti-spiritual health. Physical reproduction, anti-physical reproduction were called the impotent revolts. What does the secondary brain do? It carries messages. It carries messages of health, sexual desire, thus negative burden or weight would be the opposite, thus impotency. Welcome to the podcast, everybody. Hope everybody's getting this. By the way, what do the bowels and the intestines look like? There they are. Looks like the brain, right? Looks like the brain, doesn't it? What else does it look like? What does that look like? Look like that? That's an albino ball python. The bowels and the brain both look like serpents and snakes. The bowels look like a snake. Look at that. It looks like a snake hanging from a tree with its head down. Those are the bowels. Your secondary brain looks like a serpent. Boom. Because this area holds baggage, which represents too much negativity, but also carries transmitters of health. A serpent in Kemet, representing both life and impotency, would be a perfect symbol of the second brain's ability to do both. The serpent representing eternal life and wisdom. You may ask, where is a serpent representing impotency? Oh, do you remember the sons of the impotent revolt and Apep that we started off with Beged Leisure? Here it is, everybody. There's your serpent, the sons of the impotency. And there's the serpent symbol right there. Welcome to the podcast, everybody. We're breaking it down. So the sons of the impotent revolt are represented by these serpents right here. The Mesu bitch, the sons of a bitch, right? Here we go. Welcome to the podcast, everybody. Yes. Apep and the evil energy is represented by that which affects the second brain, intestines, bowels, which is imbalance. Remember what I said about too much serotonin? That's an imbalancement, anti-mat, right? Which is imbalance. Too much or too little of it will affect health. This is the serotonin, right? Which is 95% inside of those winding serpents. Health, sexual potency, and of course, your higher senses and inner intuition. Yes, this is deep. Here we go, everybody. Back to serotonin, right? Serotonin, too much or an imbalancement. What does it affect? Mood, sleep, digestion, nausea, wound healing. What's wound healing? Watch it. The green eye. It affects the wound healing, the health, bone health, blood clotting. Imagine that. Imagine you get cut and your blood won't clot. You bleed out. Sexual desire, you're impotent. You see that? This is caused by too much. So it helps these things. But when you have chemical exchanges in the mind that provokes GI issues as a side effect, irritable bowel syndrome, which affects more than 2 million Americans and arises in part from too much serotonin in the entrails. That's an imbalancement. That's an imbalancement, right? You want your heart to be as light as the feather, right? The feather is Shu. The heart has to balance out with the feather. That means you've relieved all the baggage, all the mental health issues, all the negativity. There's no imbalancement. You see, there's no imbalancement. If there's an imbalancement, then what happens? 2 million Americans arise from too much serotonin in the entrails, could perhaps be regarded as mental illness of the second brain because of the mind. What's happening in your mind that provokes GI issues, which will result in lack of wound healing, bone health, blood clotting, and of course sexual desire, which results in impotency. Thus you are fashioned after the impotent weak ones, and you are the sons and daughters now of the impotent revolt, because your bowels and your insides are all in balance. The inner serpent that is inside of you. Woo! Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Apep, the negative aspect of the secondary consciousness, the second brain imbalance, leading to self-destruction, crushing. That self-destruction, something that crushes you. It's overwhelming. It's called kabu in the metanetter. Kabu. So it's something, when you have too much of something, it's called overwhelming, right? It's over the top. It's overwhelming. It's not balanced. It's too much. Because the lack of the balance of this serotonin, too much of it causes lack of blood clotting, lack of bone health, and impotency. This in Kemet was called kabu. Kabu means, look, crushed, overwhelming, doubled over oneself. It's too much. So it's called the kabu. When you're crushing yourself, you're destroying yourself because it's overwhelming to you. Okay? So when a PEP, negative aspect of the secondary consciousness, the secondary brain imbalances, leading to self-destruction, crushing nature, it's overwhelming, and it's called the kabu. Okay? So everybody get that the word for overwhelming is called kabu. Let's continue. Welcome to the podcast. Keep that in mind. Oh, did I tell you what the root word of kabu, to be imbalanced, overwhelmed, is? Did I tell everybody? So to be overwhelmed and imbalanced is kabu. But did I tell you the word? The root word of kabu? Uh-oh. It's kab, which means intestines. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, everybody. Oh boy, here it is, everybody. The kabu, overwhelming the serotonin imbalancement, is the root word kab, which means intestines. That is the secondary brain. And there is your serpent. There's the sons of the impotent revolt, which it can also be positive if the serotonin is balanced. But when it's imbalanced, you become weak. Your bone marrow you're not reproducing. You're sexually impotent. You're not healing. Your wounds aren't healing. And you're just folding over on yourself, overwhelming yourself. So thus, the same word for destruction and overwhelming over here, kabu, which is overwhelmed, doubling over on yourself, right, is the same word, root word of intestines, the secondary brain, the folds of a serpent. You see that? So the serpent in Kemet was the secondary brain, the intestines, the kab. Boom! Intestines. I'm not done. I can end right there, right? Should I end? I can end right there. But I'm not done. Let's keep going, everybody. Let's keep going. Did you all know that? The word for overwhelming is the same word for the intestines, because that's what's overwhelming. The imbalancement of that. That's your gut feeling. That's that negative energy or anticipation or anxiousness. And it's too much of it. It's on the negative side. Of course, there's good inner gut feelings, but when it's imbalanced on the negative side in the gut, then you become the kabu. You're holding too much baggage. Who is the anti-impotency goddess? The fertility goddess that fights negative consciousness. Yes, Sekhmet. While she's fighting and destroying Apep, guess how it's described? When she's fighting, there she is, Sekhmet. When Sekhmet is fighting the Apep, or the sons of the impotent revolt, the negative energy, guess how it's described, everybody? Let's go and read the book of overthrowing of Apep. Let's read it. The book of overthrowing of Apep, XXVI, which is 27, line 15. The eye of Heru falls upon him, cutting and hacking his head from his neck. The goddess Sekhmet, tears out his intestines. Oh, man. Oh, boy, what else do you want, man? But here we go. The goddess Sekhmet tears out his intestines, kicks the intestines, puts them on fire with her left leg. She places them on fire and burns it into him in the name of Set Ursert Ii. She burns into him and drives out his soul from his body. She obtains mastery over him in her name of Seket, she who overpowers him in the name of Kut Nabat. Oh my goodness. So the battle of Sekhmet and Apep, the only thing that's described in complete gross detail is hacking out the intestines, kicking the intestines, setting fire on the intestines, burning up the intestines, and she burns them out and drives out that soul energy, that negative energy out. She's fighting the intestines. That's the Apep. That is the sons of an impotent revolt. Not anyone's particular being, but anyone who is in balance, who has negative energy, because their inner gut feeling, their inner gut energy, their intestines are in balance. They are now negative. Thus, they're going to cause themselves impotency, lack of healing. And Sekhmet is there to take that out and fight that negative part of the intestines. Right in front of you, see the duality of the serpent, one on the head with the raw light, consciousness, and the other being utterly destroyed by the same goddess, burning negative aspects out of the intestines. There's the positive serpent right there on her head. That's the positive one, as she destroys the negative one. Two serpents, two brains. They both look alike. They both have neurotransmitters. They both work off of serotonin. One looks pink like coiled snakes in the head, and one looks pink like coiled snakes in the stomach. Two serpents. One can be positive, one can be negative, or they can both be positive, or they can both be negative. There it is right there, everybody. And that's why the word for serpent, or nemes, is the word for enlightenment, to enlighten. That's on page 89 of Egyptian reading, Budge, and there's the serpent right there expanding the head. And there's the inner serpent, the intestines. There it is right there. There's all your serpents. Because the serpent, cobra, and Kemet was expansion of consciousness associated with eye seeing, judgment of good and evil. What do you think that became? Let me show you. It became Genesis 3:5. For God does know in the day that ye eat thereof, that your eyes shall be open, and you shall be as gods, knowing what? Good and evil. Becoming a wise judge is to know both sides of good from evil. You are enlightened when you can see mental expansion as the cobra, and you can decipher good and evil, because everything has a duality. The gut feeling has a duality. It can be a good gut feeling, a bad gut feeling. Same with your brain. Both are coiled serpents. This is what made you a netter God, being able to decipher with both brains to examine and have a higher sense of intuition. Oh, remember earlier in this class, I kept putting gut in quotes, and I said I would get back to it. Are you ready? That gut feeling, when you're truly healthy, in a truly healthy state, was what made you a God. The ability to have a higher sense, the secondary brain. Why gut is in quotes? Let me show you the word, everybody. Here's the word gut. Here's the word gut in the etymological dictionary. They keep calling it the gut feeling. It is from gu, to pour, the bowels, a channel, entrails, from gu, gut. There it is right there. There's gut. Gut. The anchor word in gut, always used for intuition. They always use gut feeling. They never say intestine feeling. They never say bowel. I have a bowel feeling. That means you want to poop. They never say I have an intestine feeling. I have a stomach feeling. It's always gut. Why do they always say that? It's an anchor word. It's from the root word gu. Here's another word that is the exact same word. It's from the root word gu. Ready? Here it is right here. Let me blow it up. So see this word right here, gu, G-H-E-U, to pour. It creates the word gut, as in your gut feeling. There it is right there, gut feeling. Right? Your intestines as a seat of emotions. And here's another word right here, that which is invoked to call, Sanskrit huta, invoked, an epithet root word. There it is, G-H-E-U, to call, invoke. So there's another word here that has the same root word, that is the same word as gut. Let's check it out, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. I wonder what that word is. It is God. God and gut, God feeling and gut feeling is the exact same word. Your secondary brain, your inner God self, that which makes you a netter to decipher good from evil, using that principle to get away from negative, overwhelming cob energy, which is the word for intestines, overwhelming energy inside your intestines, so that you can have intuition to feel that which is right or wrong. That is your secondary brain. Boom, now I'm done. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. That is how I answer questions. I'm going to check the chat. If you all have other classes that you go to and other chats or YouTube channels that you go to where you get answers like that, please, somebody please put the link in the room so I can go check out their answers. Until then, I hope that you appreciate what it is that I do. 44 minutes. Appreciate what it is that I do, because that is how I break down information from scientific journals to meta words to the intestines to the secondary. Just ask a question. That is, oh, it's locked now. Am I offline? Oh, God, man, I always something has to happen. I'm locked up. Does it show me move? Am I moving here? Press 1 if you see me moving. That is how I answer questions, everybody, at the Tehuti Podclass. Come here if you like that type of answer. For those who appreciate what it is that I do, now for the newcomers that are here for the first time, or those who are watching to see what it is that I do that's different from the others, please send your support, send in questions to Cash App T.O.M, PayPal at Rocky SV. Send in your questions. When you send in your questions, that you get answers like that. Those questions eventually do pop up. I put them in the room, and when they pop up in the room, they pop up like this. Boom! You can write at the bottom. $25 from Higa Kepara. Questions pop up in the room. Kamish was asking about Pangea. Beged Leisure. That's how it pops up if you put in PayPal. If you put in Cash App, it pops up like this. Genetic Memories. That was an awesome class. I think that was by Higa Kepara. And that is how you support what it is that I do. If you like this as much as you appreciated your waiter for bringing you your food and you tipped him $20 for just walking up to you, here, sir, your shirt looks nice. Walk away, and then you throw a tip. You leave a 20 for him to do that. What he did took nothing more than 4 to 10 seconds, and he gets $20 for that. What you just saw was 45-minute breakdown of answers that you've never heard of before. If you appreciate that quality, please send your support in with questions or just support to Cash App T.O.M and PayPal Rocky SV. I'm going to check the room to see who heard the answers that I gave, to see who appreciated it, and then I'm going to hand it over to the brothers. Let's go and check the room and see if anybody liked it. I hope Kamit 101 and Beged Leisure were in the room. I hope they're in the room. This is how I answer questions, man. I don't know. Here we go, everybody. Let me check the room and see if anybody heard the answer. Okay, we got brain, let's go all the way back to the top. Cannabis spas here, put stomach. Oh, okay, that's way up. Watch it. Okay. That's way up. Okay, here we go. First is A.M.P.M says, wow, my daughter Ross says a lot of people are suffering from IBS. Awesome breakdown, Saba. Thank you. Peace, creative native. Peace to you. Okay, let me see. Big Vapes put his mind is blowing. Tehuti with another snake style. Thank you. Tehuti with another snake style. Rebel Minded says, another fire breakdown, Saba. Thank you very much. Ooh, thank you very much. There's also the term when someone's full of ish. That's funny. That's true. Okay, we got Hega kept Ross saying, wow. This is the most wows I think I've got from any question this month. Wow. Stranger says, looks like intestines, exactly. Nania said Moor put too much stuff. I don't know what feathers. Is that poop? Feathers, brain, hat. Is that bow? Oh, a bow. Yeah, feathers, brain, hat, fire, some other stuff, fire trucks and gas. I don't know. All kind of fire hydrants. Okay, we got. Let's see who else is here. Who else heard the answer? Wait, where'd it go? Wait. It jumps. Everybody, hold on. I gotta go all the way. I gotta look for. What's that? Yeah, I'm trying to find. Okay, here we go. Nania Setmer. Hika Kepra says, "Wow." Tracy says she's badass. We're talking about Sekhmet. Hail Sekhmet. Okay, good. So you guys like the answer? Very, very good. Seket, that's right. That's her name, Seket. And Ankia Ma'at put congratulations to Tehuti and to the Podclass for a great first year. May we all strive in Ma'at. And she puts what are those symbols there? Oh, celebration symbols, heart celebration symbol. Thank you, Ankia Ma'at. Appreciate that. Okay, I lost it again. Let me go back. Did Kamit and Misha hear that answer? Jody said something. I lost Jody's comment. I think Jody said great answer. I forgot. I lost her though. I lost her somewhere in here. Okay, here we go. Ahati Ma'at says, Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, hail. Stranger says, boom. RPM says, amazing. Big Vape says, fire breakdown. I can hear him too in that deep, calm voice he has. Fire breakdown. Ben Frank put, I think their hands going like this. Hika Kepra says, stupendous breakdown. I haven't heard that word in a long time. Since like the cartoons where they went, bam. I've heard that. Stupendous. I haven't heard that since like the Brady Bunch. Stupendous breakdown. Awesome. Lamonte put fire. AJ Magul put, I don't know what those are. Alumni hats, I think. Tracy says, that was beautiful. She put that. Okay, good. You gotta like the answer. Wonderful. Thank you for Star Feather. What's up, Star Feather? Star Feather put nice. Oh, there he is. Misha, did you get all that? Were you there for all that? That's the Sons of the Impotent Revolt, the intestines. I hope you go. You have to go back. Yeah. Glorious feeling in gut. LOL. Anki Ma'at says, wow, so awesome. Okay, good. The man with two brains. That's right. Rigo says, whoa. I like it when Rigo starts getting hyped. Donations start flowing in. Big Rigo. What up, Rigo? Thank you, my brother. Nania Setmers put fire, amazing, mind-blowing. What? Fire. Let me move this. Fire, amazing, mind-blowing. Mind-blowing answers again and again. Okay, good. Thank you, Nania Setmer. Oh, there it is. Jody said, great breakdown. Cannabis Boss says, worth waking up at 4 a.m. Cannabis Spot put brilliant. AJ Super Magul says, wow, this is the most I've gotten ever. To a Saba for your intuition, energizing our inner light. Keep inspecting and examining. 1 second. Zep Tepi Slim, also known as Anthony Drain. Is this Anthony Drain? I gotta get these names. Yeah, that's Drain. Zep Tepi Slim is Drain. Powerful build. Anybody that rolls with Komet needs to check in with powerful build. Anybody that rolls with Komet needs to check in with Saba Tehuti. Thank you, my good brother. Ja Rashid says, brother, you really went deep. I had to put on my diving suit. And there's a Scary. There he is. High levels wisdom from the best. Supports. Thank you, my brother. Ben Frank said, yes, indeed. Misha says, yes, start. Yes, Saba, start from the beginning. Okay, good. Okay, good. There it is, everybody. There is an answer. Mishak, if you missed anything, go back, but it's all there. Broke it all down. That is the answer. Glad you all enjoyed it. Ava said, heck of a class. You guys using words I haven't heard of since the Brit. Stupendous and heck. I haven't heard those words in a long time. Shout out to all of you. Now I'm going to bring the brothers on, and they're going to do what they came to do. Again, everybody who appreciate what it is that I do, that is my PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App, TT Amoon. Support what you see that you think is important to you. I hope my answers are important. I hope my existence is important. You can also pick up books, Melanin and Dark Consciousness, and Stepping Out of the Matrix. You can pick them up on the website, which your brothers are going to talk about. Or you can pick them up directly from me by emailing me. Remember, my email is mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. 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 Remember, everybody, the reason why these answers are so unique, there is a particular reason. There's a few reasons, but one of the reasons is because of my motto, which is ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. I'm going to put the link in the room for the brothers to come back in here and do their dedication, whatever it is they have planned. Let me get this off the screen. And let's do this, everybody. Everybody get this information. Come to the class. We have to do this. Why? Because time is running out. Time is running out. All right. Boom. There we go. All right. We got Magul in here. One. We got him popping in here. Who else popped in? Anybody else? Popped in. Pop in, brother, so I can pop out and take my break. The next questions are crazy. Magul, how'd you like that question and answer right there? 2 questions.
Woo, man. Saba, it's just your brain grows by the day.
It's like each podcast is getting deeper or something.
Yeah, you're getting younger, you're getting stronger, you're getting smarter. It's the best. It's the greatest.
Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. Cecil says, it was once said, it is better to go deep than wide. LMAO joke. Very intriguing build. Thank you, my good brother. Danny Divine, shout out to you. And there is Scribe. Are we missing anybody? Where's a hottie? You got to get a hottie in here. And then I can step away, move around. You all can do what you do. Where is a hottie? Is he in here? Oh, there he is. He was at the bottom. They put him in the bottom of the screen where I couldn't see him. There's a hottie. All right, everybody. Arcat, I hope you enjoyed that breakdown. You know you got 2 brains now, two snakes, huh?
Yes.
You got
I love it.
Snakes in the brain, snakes in the gut. I love that. I love it. That was a great Commit 101. I hope he comes in here and sees that answer. Matt Dada Ross says, big
Been this way since 92. Thank you, man. Been this way since 92. Shannon says Tehuti with the medicine.
Facts.
Are you saying, Ma'at, that I've been this way since 92? Been this way since 92. Nice. Okay. All right, everybody. Yes. I've been rolling since 92. Let's get into it, everybody. I'm going to step away. You guys take it over. Use both your brains and get it on. I'll be back.
Hotep. Peace and love to the chat. Peace and love, everybody. Two of the Saba. Peace and love, Scribe. Peace and love, Ahati. Peace and love, AJ. AJ, I'm gonna let you go ahead and do your thing, brother. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. This is a wonderful 1 year anniversary of the greatest teacher on the planet, on the internet right now. Y'all know the love is real. The love is actually real. And we appreciate our Saba. And y'all know y'all ain't messing with him. Y'all know y'all ain't got nothing for our Saba. Peace and love. Go ahead, AJ, brother.
Hotep Ma'at, Ankh Uja Saneb. Welcome, everybody. Tonight is a special night for us, for you, for Saba Tehuti. He's had an amazing year. He's been doing this most of his life. And so it's great to be here to celebrate his accomplishments. I'm so proud of him. I admire him. He is he's one of one. He's one of a kind. He never disappoints. We are very lucky to have him as a teacher, as I don't want to say role model, because he's much more than a role model. Just a living testament of our ancestors. And so myself and the brothers here on the panel, we're gonna celebrate Saba Tehuti, and we ask you to join us in this celebration. Over this last year, Saba built his own Podclass. He's undefeated in debates. He's doing one-on-one teachings. He's teaching the Metal Netter class. He's holding down the Podclass. He's been on Killer Priest. He's been on Sod Netter, and he never disappoints. He's always consistent, always on point, and is a huge inspiration. So we want to celebrate him tonight. We ask for your reciprocity. We ask you that you send in your donations tonight so we can keep this going, so we can take care of him the way that he is taking care of us. So that is my intro. I have a hymn to Tehuti that I would like to read. If the brothers, I shared it with the brothers. There's 4 sections of it. I could read the whole thing, or we can all take a section of it and read it. The hymn is basically a prayer to Tehuti. What do you brothers think? Would y'all like me to just read it, or would y'all like?
Yeah, just read it.
Okay, cool. 1 second.
Are you going to share it on the screen, or are you just going to read it?
Can I share my screen?
Yeah, you should be. If Saba's listening, you should be able to allow you.
Okay.
Yes, I am listening, and I'm also going over the thing you sent me, Scribe, to see if I can put you in that position. I'm listening, and I can share screen.
Can y'all see my screen?
Not yet, brother. There you go.
Okay. This is the hymn to Tehuti that I will read. Adoration of Tehuti, son of Ra, moon of beautiful rising, lord of appearings, light of the netters, by the prince count, fan bearer of the king's right, great troop commander, royal scribe, Harinhab, justified, he says, Hail to you, Moon Tehuti, bull of Kuman, dweller in Hesret, who makes way for the netters, who knows the secrets, who records their expression, who distinguishes one speech from another, who is judge of everyone, keen face in the ship of millions, courier of mankind, who knows a man by his utterance, who maketh the deeds rise against the doer, who contents Ra, advises the sole Lord, lets him know whatever happens. At dawn he summons in heaven, and forget not yesterday's report, who makes safe the night bark, makes tranquil the dark the day bark, with arms outstretched in the bow of the ship, the bow of the ship, pure face when he takes the stern rope, as the day bark rejoices in the night bark's joy at the feast of crossing the sky, who fails the fiend, sunders western lightland, the Inyad and the night bark worships Tehuti. They say to him, Hail, son of Ra, praise of Ra, whom the gods applaud. They repeat what your Ka wishes, as you make way for the place of the bark. As you act against the fiend, you cut off his head, you break his ba, you cast his corpse into the fire. You are the netter who slaughters him. Nothing is done without your knowing. Great one, son of a great one, who came from her limbs, champion of Harakati, wise fiend and on, who makes the place of the netter, who knows the secret, expound their words. Let us give praise to Tehuti, straight plummet in the scales, who repulses evil, who accepts him, who leans not on crime, the vizier who settles cases, who charges turmoil to peace, the scribe of the mat who keeps the book, who punishes crime. And I will stop there. Scribe, do you want to take the next portion?
Sure. Hotep, my brother. Hotep, my aunt. Peace and love. Saba Tehuti. I'm going to go ahead and share a video. It's up there, Saba.
You see that artwork there? This is what the negative European and
Saba, before I continue with the music in the background, is there a way that you can stop that music? Because there is.
Yes.
Okay. All right, hold on. Let me share it again. All right, there we go.
You see that artwork there? This is what the negative European and those who want to steal history, want to get you away from the value and respect and the artwork skill that it takes to make something like this while people on the earth were doing things like stick figures. To actually be able to carve precision drawings like this of your history with words inside of the stone. And this is Sinu Seret. Now, Sinu Seret, it's Sinu Seret running towards the god Min. This is 1961 BC. And this relief was originally a part of the left side.
Peace to my teacher, my guide, my leader, and my friend. Saba Tehuti, I thank you for not only teaching myself, but for teaching everyone within your Podclass and giving us the opportunity to take your teachings and put it into action by creating the teachings of Ma'at movement. For that, I will not only be forever grateful, but I know those that come to listen to you in the future will be grateful as well. May you live long, stay healthy, and well forever.
Otep Ma'at, peace and love, Saba. Can't believe it's been 1 year already. My favorite thing to do is learn from you and listen to your wisdom and the wisdom of our ancestors. My least favorite thing to do is be on camera. I don't even remember the first time I went live in the class. It don't even matter at this point, but it was the truth that motivated me to show my face in the first place. And it's the truth that continues to motivate me week after week. And Mondays are my favorite too now. I remember going to Juma prayer on Fridays and listening to their mom with the cookball and leave feeling a little inspired, but deep down inside, knowing something was missing. Even if it was a black imam speaking, I still felt a little disconnected from the culture. But not disconnected from the truth though, because I've always been one to eat the fish and spit out the bone, so to speak. This last year has been magical for me, and I'm still processing my journey up to this point. Tua to your family for sharing you with us, and Tua to you for everything that you teach us week after week, month after month. Your example of Ma'at and Tehuti are exemplary. Anyone really searching for the truth will clearly be able to see that. Let the haters hate. Everybody got a job to do. Thank you and Tua for showing up for your people. Otep Ma'at to the material. Your gift is priceless. And me and my family love and appreciate you, and we will continue to support where, when, and however we can. We've had an incredible 1 year worth of knowledge up to this point, and we are looking forward to another another year of great, great knowledge. To our Otep, got the best teacher on the planet. Y'all know that.
So I tune into the Killer Priest podcast, right? And I see a guy with a top hat on, Abe Lincoln, slightly cocked, bent, with what looks to be a tarantula on it. And I'm like, is that a brooch? And then lo and behold, she moves. Charlotte was getting her groove on. And this is what introduced me to the great Tehuti, Amun-Hetep Ra. With the performance on Killer Priest, even though the panel, some of those on the panel may have opposed his presence at first due to their own issues, Saba proved to be just that, the definition of that. And I consider him as a Jegna, one who walks the walk, not just talks the talk, with well thought out research. One may have qualms with the knowledge that he presents, but you can't dispute the primary resource info presented. He embodies qualities which I'd like to possess, and his willingness and capacity for teaching is admirable. So, folks who can inspire should be cherished. So, definitely seems like someone I'd be honored to call a friend. And with that, I just want to not take up a lot of time, but I want to read from one of the maxims of Ptah-hotep, something that I've seen Saba embody, and which helps me personally. If you meet a disputer in action who is a poor man and who is not your equal, do not attack him because he is weak. Leave him alone. He will confound himself. Do not answer him just so that you can relieve your own heart. Do not vent yourself against your opponent. Wretched is he who ignores a poor man. Injures a poor man. If you ignore him, listeners will wish to do what you want. You will beat him through their reproof. I've seen Saba practice that. Another one from Saba's debates. This is definitely a principle I've seen him exercise. If you meet a disputer who is your equal, one who is on your level, you will overcome him by being silent while he is speaking evilly. There will be much talk among those who hear, and your name will be held in high regard among the great. So, with that being said, I just want to say I consider Saba a modern day mage. All hail. Big up the one Saba ranks. Bo.
Tehuti, I'd like to say peace. Thank you. I found you on the Killer Priest podcast by accident. I thought you was irregular. When you left, I left. Also, joined the Podclass. It's a long story, which I can get it all in 2 minutes, but I'm here. I am a Comedic Yoga teacher, certified Comedic Yoga teacher. I've been a practitioner of this thing they call yoga and Tai Chi for about 25 years or so now. I went off into my own accord, secluded, and just started practicing after I left almost every Black Power organization that we have today. 5% Moors, Hebrew Israelites. I tried them all. Egypt was always close to me, but it left. I don't know what happened to it. But then I met Dr. Delbert Blair, and he really brought Egypt back into his forefront, or Kemet. I chose you over the Shrine of Mayat, which is over with Jabari and them, for various reasons. Me being a Comedic Yoga teacher, my teacher, Yasir Rawatep, talks about the Shrine of Mayat, but I just didn't ever gel or vibe with it for whatever reason. And then the debate happened, and my mind got made up. I'm here to learn the Middle Netter. I got my books. Boom. The Egyptian Dictionary. I got Boom. Legend of the Gods. And that's all since I've been with you, listening. Next books I will order. Of course, I already got Stepping Out of the Matrix and your other book. And I will be interested, so I will be able to learn what these are behind me. These was gifts that was given to me by a friend a long time ago. And I would like to be able to explain to someone that comes into my room exactly what it is, what's going on, instead of just being like, this is Egypt and ancient Kemet, and this is a god, and this is a god. Peace and love. Right on. Much appreciated. One.
Greetings, Hotep Ma'at. This is Heka Kepara. This is my son, Sana Kepara. And we'd like to first congratulate Tehuti Amun-Ra on the successful first year of the Tehuti Podclass. It's been an extraordinary, incredible eye-opening, matrix-breaking journey. We are so grateful that we have been introduced to Tehuti by way of the universe and Ma'at, and thanking him for all the things that he's done in our lives. It's very important for me to have my son at his age, and hopefully when he has kids, his kids and my grandkids, that they'll be introduced to the truth as it has been written down by our ancestors. And I don't think we would be afforded that opportunity unless we were introduced to this man, Tehuti Amen Ra. Thanks, Saba, for all that you have done. You have really changed my life for the better. I see drastic changes every day as I draw closer to my aunt and living within her. Thanks so much. Tua, you want to say something?
What's going on, sir? Tua. I definitely want to say for myself, thank you. I would just say thank you. What you have done with these Podclasses, first of all, you said was a sense of pride and where we come from, and establishing that connection. I think, and that's the very first step for any culture to reclaim, is that pride and who they are. And there's a lot of work to be done here individually on this part, but I can definitely say this is a great step, and severely thankful that you laid the groundwork. So thanks, Saba.
Peace. And congratulations again.
Just want to say some words to the great Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, my Saba. I just want to say thank you for starting this podcast. I can't believe that it's been a year already. I feel like we needed you at this time. The Melanated Conscious Collective needed somebody to step out and come forth, somebody with so much range and just breaking down facts back to back with a flawless execution. I just really want to say thank you for showing up. I know it's not easy to show up every week with the consistency that you do, but you do it anyway, and I believe you do it for us. And I've personally been affected, and I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, from the depths of my soul. You really have set something in motion, something that I was searching for, and I was able to find here in the home and in the Podclass. Thank you. I would also like to encourage the brothers and sisters out there to actually step out of the matrix. You know, it's called step out of the matrix, like Tehuti said, not lie down out of the matrix, not sit down out of the matrix. It's called step out of the matrix. It's a conscious action that you have to take. And I believe in that. You'll be freeing yourself, and you'll be freeing generations from you. You take the conscious effort to actually step out of the matrix, and that, you know, our master Saba is just an example of how to do that. You know, it's very rare that you can interact with one of your guides real time, face to face, but he's here for it. And I just want to say thank you to Master Saba, Tehuti Amenhotep Ra.
What up? It's Big Vape, FKA Righteous, aka Bata Boldamo. Tehuti helped me in general to continue to seek the truth. I support his show, regularly, and he definitely breaks things down, shows his sources, and gives a lot of truth to the deception that I'm surrounded by, you know what I mean? So appreciate that. He's inspired me a lot of ways, not only academically, but also musically. He's a very dope lyricist. So that kind of inspires me to, like, I freestyle every day just, you know, just for fun, but to keep my sword sharpened, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, he's helped me show gratitude towards the ancestors, I'll say that. So he shares a lot of jewels and wisdom on ancient Kemet, on the Netters, you know, and I've gotten really great appreciation and gratitude for Ptah Hotep. So I want to thank Saba Tehuti, you know, for all he does, and you know, hope he continues doing what he does and continues getting supporters and support and continues to spread the truth.
Hi Tehuti. Wow, can you believe a year has already gone by? I am so unbelievably thankful to have the opportunity to be in your class. Hence why I have never even missed one class. You know, even through homelessness and a daughter with cancer, I still make time because things that are important to you, you make time for. So I just want to say thank you for accepting me and everyone else where they're at and being so kind and willing to take us into your lifestyle and share your life, as well as so many wonderful teachings with us. So happy 1 year anniversary. You are amazing and keep doing what you do.
Hotep Saba Tehuti. Big up, big respect to all the brothers and sisters involved in the teachings of my heart. Big up, big respect to her for all the hard work you're putting in and awakening us from this matrix to her. Yeah, I owe reciprocity to Saba Tehuti, and I intend to support in my way. And yeah, so I'll keep you posted. I've had a little chat with Scribe, and yeah, we've got something going. So that's just to let you know that I'm not going to give too much away. I'm just, yeah, I will be eternally grateful for your appearance on this, you know, these platforms, because I know it must be so difficult to do that show every week, but you've maintained, you know, I have to say, big up to the brother that got you on and got you doing, got you onto the Killer Preach podcast initially anyway, you know, that's just amazing. Yeah, a little bit about how I got to where I'm at with the seeking of truth. I was, like a lot of us, you know, brought into this with religion, Christianity. My grandma was a big Christian, you know, bless her. She, you know, instilled a lot of the Christian teaching in us while we was growing up. So it was quite difficult to try and break out of that, you know, referring to and going back to, and, you know, the Bible is not a historical book, so where are you after that? You know, you go into another one, you go into Islam, and you go into or another book, and these are not historical books. So this is where I started to break away from that with you know, we're looking at history and we're looking at things that are tangible to prove and to you know, discredit certain things. So it's amazing. It's a really, I'm privileged to be watching this show, I feel like, you know. So yes, Saba for the Podclass, and yeah, I hope to speak or connect with all of us very soon. Yeah, all right, yeah. Peace and love. Peace and love.
Peace to the community, and peace to Master Teacher Saba. I am in my jurisdiction and within the liberty of presenting a short video in appreciation and thank cordially to Master Teacher and what it is he has brought to the community and within the last 2 years, and how advanced me personally, my research, study, and information has been progressed, and how much of that is due to Master Saba Tehuti. I have been a humble student over the past 2 years since I've known Master Teacher, and I've had the great opportunity of speaking with Master Teacher on a personal basis numerous times. And Master Teacher, I am forever in debt to you for allowing me to have your platform to present my research and my ability to allowing me the ability to present who I am and a little bit of background about my education and my degrees in scholarship, as well as what I have to present to the community as a competitive researcher / student. So this short video is just a reminder of how well Master Teacher has progressed since I've known him, and I have been under his teachings. And again, y'all, Kinetic Energy signing off. I come to you in the same way I leave it. Peace.
Hotep, Ankh Uja Saneb, peace and love, Saba Tehuti. Congrats on the 1 year anniversary of the Tehuti Podclass. I admire your master teaching. I appreciate all that you have done for so many people in the chat. It's just gonna grow and grow and grow over the years. I appreciate the one-on-ones that you're doing with people. I appreciate the books that you have written. I appreciate the Meta Netter class. I appreciate all the people that you have taught that teach or share information about Ma'at and Kemet. It's been an amazing year. You've had battles. You've been on the Killer Priest show. You've been on Side Netter. And I'm sure you have done other things that we have not realized what you're doing. So thank you for your expansion and how much you have touched my life. I have grown. I've learned so much for you, and I'm happy to be celebrating this 1 year anniversary with you. Peace and respect.
Peace, Saba. I'm on Hotep. I dedicate this to you and to thank you, Saba, for all the things that I personally have experienced, and you have wholeheartedly, and not only to me but to the world, have answered these mysterious detective questions, going into about the synthetic things in the air that I spat up before I met you, and didn't know what was going on, and also about the Shabbat. It's amazing that I thought that all this information was new, and to find out that this is all from our ancestors, the Netas, that are working through you to encourage not only Kemet but the world, because you have a platform that you're teaching. And the day before my mother passed, we were sitting there watching you, and she was encouraging you, and she was like my number one best friend. For all the things, mysterious things, and strange answers that I wanted, she also told me a lot of stuff about our ancestors, her experiences with her ancestors. So thank you, Tehuti. And we're in a time now that we're running to our enemies, and our enemies are friends, and our friends are really our enemies. And the enemies that most of the world now is banking on and making a profit on is the Nita, the Neteru. So thank you, Saba, and I hope you continue blessing. I hope you continue to and giving us these great information and insights about our ancestors that mastered the style of the Nita.
Right, short and sweet. I'm going to talk really fast because unless I make this video under a minute and a half, it won't send. My name's Bev. I'm from London, UK, better known as Cannabis Spa, which is my business name. I want to say that Tehuti has inspired me to the point that he has changed my life. Intellectually, he's fed me, nourished me with feast of knowledge. His evidence is indisputable. He always brings receipts. Emotionally, he's loved me unconditionally and held me. He's got me to re-examine some painful issues in my personal life and come to terms with things that I found unacceptable, which now I know are completely natural and in the right order. He's also helped me on my spiritual quest. He showed me that it's an inside job, it's down to me, which I always knew, but I didn't know that I had the gods on my side as well, and my ancestors, and that's made a huge difference. The podcast, he's inspired to be an integral, respectful space for people to come together and break out of this matrix mind programming and excel and become their true potential. And I can never repay Tehuti financially or in any other way for what he gives freely. And for that, I want to say a big, massive thank you, and I love you. Peace and love to all.
Hotep Ma'at, peace, love, and light. Sebra says dua. Dua Saba, I am eternally grateful for your presence and for your existence upon this planet at this time. You have given me so many gifts, too many to acknowledge in this short video, but one that I will acknowledge is you have taught me how to get to the root. You have taught me how to fully remove veils and how to better complete my job and my journey in removing the negative hypnosis that has been placed upon our people. You teach us the Medu Nature in ways that only Tehuti can. You bring the voice of the ancestors back. And for that, I am eternally grateful for you. Dua. May you and your family live well, live healthy, and live wealthy. You deserve it and so much more. So thank you. Sebra says thank you. And Saba, I'm with you and I support you in every way that I can. And I love you. We love you. And may you continue to teach us on the Podclass for all of eternity. Aki en ma'at, un MS, ninte aset en ma'at, men hepapet en ma'at, her in hu kiwi per ikut.
Peace.
Are you thirsty?
That was awesome. That was awesome. That was awesome. That was good. That was unexpected. That was beautiful. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Appreciate that, everybody. That is beautiful. Thank you, everybody, for participating in that.
Saba, you sound a little muffled.
Okay, hold on. Let me fix this up. Hold on, 1 second. How do I sound now?
Sound better.
Thank you, everybody, for that. That was amazing. That was beautiful.
No, you're still a little muffled. You're still muffled.
Muffled. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, how about?
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for that. That was powerful, unexpected. I didn't expect all those faces that I saw. I thought it was just going to be you four doing a presentation. I didn't know I was going to see you guys from London and different accents, and that was amazing. That was really beautiful. Thank you, everybody, for that, and thank you for letting me know how I've affected people's life and in personal ways that I did indirectly. That is beautiful. Thank you, everybody who's a part of that. That was a surprise. I was really surprised. Nino Arts. I didn't expect to see Nino Arts, Bev, E Manifesto, and Daryl. That was all a surprise. That was really, really good. Thank you all. And then of course the team. I'm so happy that I was able to affect everybody's lives in this way. It's been a year, and a lot of people that I've known, people that I have known of, and are not that were here when I started the podcast, are not on the earth anymore. They're no longer breathing. So I am so pleased that we can have this experience and that we're breathing and we're alive. A few days ago, I'm going to tell them about the weights. Yeah, a few days ago, twice I almost got taken out from some accidents that happened. But I have a certain protection over me, but just working out and exercising, setting up weights. One of them popped. One of the cables popped, and the weight, instead of coming down and coming down on my head, the gravity pushed me I went the other way, and the thing fell. It was like a cartoon, and I survived that. And the next day, I went to grab something from a tower of dumbbells that I have, and something happened where I slipped, and the 25-pound dumbbell smashed my foot, and the whole tower of 55, 60 pounds started coming down towards me, and I said that, well, I'm dead already. I just accepted that I was dead, because I said they have to, when they come down, they're gonna crush my head. I can't do anything. And then I said, you know what, I can't die, because my goddess was in the kitchen cooking, and I don't want her to discover me, so I can't die right now. And all the weights, when I pull them this way towards me, and instead of falling on top of me, they went sideways. I don't know what the way the weights came down. I was pulling them down, so I was falling, and then they went the other way. They went to the right instead of coming down. Something made them go to the right. So instead of falling on me, they started falling away from me, and so I'm still here. But all those situations that happen always make me feel, I always know, I think like an animal, that at any day something can happen, and at any day we don't have to be here. So I appreciate that we've been here for 1 year, and all the students that I've taught are still alive, and others have passed, gotten into car accidents. Several people have passed since I started this podcast, but my students and I are still here, and each day that we have is another opportunity to get closer to everlasting life, to get closer to higher realms of knowledge and consciousness, and to have another chance to do better for other people. So thank you all for that, and it makes me appreciate life itself. If you live life and you don't really affect anybody, you don't really put a dent in history. So this is history creating, and I'm glad that I'm still here doing it. I told one of my goddesses that honestly, I already feel that I've done everything, and I feel that the level that I've taught on is, according to what you all say, is really equivalent to going back in Shakespeare's time and giving people cell phones, and it's that advanced to where the people are, and they don't really need it. They could survive another 400 years until cell phones get invented. But I feel that I've taught people on a level where I always feel that I can leave at any time, because I've done since 1993 or two. I feel I've done everything, or I've done everything and beyond compared to the other teachers. So this motivates me to keep going, because when people say that I changed their life, then I have to stay around. So this is a beautiful thing. Thank you, everybody, for this beautiful day, and I'm glad you all appreciate me. Thank you very, very much. Shout out to T-Dog, who says, congratulations, Saba. And L.A., there's a new name. I haven't seen this name before. L.A. says, congratulations, Tehuti. You're absolutely amazing. Shout out to L.A. I haven't seen that name. And Ma'at, daughter of Ra, your ancestors, and your ancestral protection. Thank you very much. I feel I'm definitely protected by my ancestors. I've been bitten by rabied rats, bats. A lot of things have happened to me, and I'm still here. So thank you all for keeping me here, because I believe I'm only here because I'm here to teach. I'm here to for you all. So I have no other fear. I told my goddesses I have no other fear in life than for something to happen to me and the people close to me to not have this. Other than that, I have no fear of anything. But thank you all for keeping this going, appreciating me, giving your testimonials. You all are awesome. I'm going to let you all talk a little bit longer. Oh, there's brother Chris. Shout out to Chris Harris. I don't know if you've been here, Chris, throughout the it's anniversary today. I don't know if you saw that great, beautiful dedication that people just gave of life-changing experiences. Because it's one experience, but it's an anniversary. So it's a little different class today. I'm still going to be breaking down knowledge, but if you just came here, shout out to you. But if you saw what was happening, then shout out to you as well. Appreciate that, Chris Harris. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So shout out to everybody, really. And I'm going to let you all, oh, Chris said, peace, bro. Salute to the snake style. I didn't even read it. Peace, bro. And salute to the snake style. I didn't read that. Thank you. I'm going to let you brothers talk for a moment. I'm going to go put Bastet away, fix something for a minute or so. And then when I come back, I'm going to come back to the next question. Actually, next question is from this brother right here, actually. I'm going to answer that one quick. That one's going to be a little quick. And then the next one that I see here is going to be, whoa. I want to, so I'm going to let you brothers talk for a moment. I'm going to come back. I'm going to give a couple shout outs to, oh, LA said he's been watching me since Kill the Priest. Okay, wonderful. Shout out to LA. I've been watching you since Kill the Priest. Peace and blessings. Shout out to you, LA. Appreciate that. I want to give before I go though, before I step off, I have to give a shout out to some of the donators, supporters that have sent support. I appreciate you all. Okay, Bastet, segment. I gotta put you over here. I need my hands to do this computer work. So you go over here. You want to come back to me, but you just go over here for a minute. Oh my gosh, she's so strong. She's so strong. Okay, you get in there and go. Hmm?
She looks good.
She's very strong. It's like a robot strong. It's like being held by like a R2D2 or something. Okay. All right. Shout out to everybody who support. I'm going to give a couple shout outs. Let the brothers speak. Come back. I'm going to get back into the questions. But this was beautiful, you all. Thank you all. And Ahati, let me get to Ahati. Ahati, can you hear me clear? Ahati stepped off. Ahati stepped off. Okay. I was going to say thank you, Ahati, for being a motivational organizer of this, because without Ahati, there actually wouldn't be a team of brothers. It would just be a bunch of people that appreciate me and come and give donations. But as far as this whole team concept and structure and organizing and all that, that is strictly has been Ahati's dream actually from before I met him. I'll give him another thanks when he comes back. So I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out to some of the donators, some of the supporters. Starting off with Raw Minerals. Raw Minerals, thank you, brother. Raw Minerals says for appreciation. This was actually for, this is actually after I did a one-on-one with Raw Minerals. He was supposed to get a one-on-one from way back. And there was some confusion on the one-on-one. We ended up finally having it. And then he sent this. I'm seeing this now in my email. Shout out to Raw Minerals. Appreciate that, my good brother. Thank you for the support from Raw Minerals. Thank you so much. Appreciate brother Raw Minerals. Thank you. Wonderful, awesome. Thank you, Raw Minerals. Okay. Next up on the support. I'm going to do a couple more and then give it to the brothers, but it's piling up. Raw Minerals again. Raw Minerals with a question. Raw Minerals sends a question. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the file because I thought we were going to get to that tonight. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the file, label it. Label it, and let me go ahead and put Raw Minerals on the screen. Shout out to the brother Raw Minerals who sent a question saying, and it says, and put this up on the screen. Oh, he sent a nice amount. Thank you, Raw Minerals. Where is it? Okay, here we go. Shout out to Raw Minerals who sends a question, and that question is, he sends $36.06. He inversed it. He sent $36.63 for please explain the book Please expose the book Law of One and its creators. Thank you, my good brother. I will definitely do that probably next week because I run out of time and I have a lot of questions, a few more questions to answer. For the end shot to Raw Minerals. Raw Minerals again with please expose the book, quote unquote, Law of One and its creators. Thank you, my brother. I will definitely expose them. I'll expose them next week or as soon as I can. Shout out to Raw Minerals and Scribe. Oh, from E-Manifesto. Oh, this is a shirt purchase. Shout out to E-Manifesto for purchasing a shirt. This is not the price of the shirt, ladies and gentlemen, but this is just a section that comes off and is sent to me. So shout out to, I want to give him definitely respect for supporting the business, supporting the mission, supporting the shirts. E-Manifesto custom T-shirt. And shout out to you. This was sent to me from the scribe. Shout out to you, E-Manifesto. Thank you for the support. And I'll do this one, then I'm going to take a break. The monsters are here. Netter Ankotep L must have got the memo. I don't know if he was in class last week, but he must have gotten the memo of the situation that I need major assistance with. Shout out to the brother. Shout out to the brother. Let me put him on the screen for the big support. Netter Ankotep L, the biggest support of the night so far. And he sends in $100. I know he got the memo. This is more likely for the support. He probably put it. Let me read it. It says, situation support. Thank you. All those who are giving big support for the situation, please type in their situation support so I can make a note of that. I'm making a note of all those who definitely stepped in to help out large with the situation at hand. I'm keeping note of everybody because I appreciate everybody. And thank you, my good brother, Mr. Uncle Tep L, for sending in this large support to help the situation that they're trying to get me in and keep me in. And I'm definitely going to get out of it. So thank you, my good brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Uncle Tep L with the awesome, huge support. Appreciate that, my brother. You keep on doing what you do. Thank you so much. All right, on that note, I'm going to step away for a moment. The brother's going to talk for a bit, and then we're going to get into these next two questions, which are awesome questions. And I look forward to breaking this down. The last one's going to give you or maybe this one. Oh, no, there's the Blackamoors question too. I see here. Is a Scary here? I see a Blackamoor. What is the origin of Blackamoors in here? Oh my goodness. I see John D and Shakespeare. John D and the Hermeticists are in here. Okay, wow. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to step away on that note. I will be back. Brothers, take over for a minute. I'm listening in the background.
Oh, tap my peace and love. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Peace and love. Saba, if you can hear me when you go out, your mic sounds a little distorted at times when you do the hand claps. But I'm not gonna hog the mic, good brothers. I'm just gonna say a couple words. I just want to say, to our to Saba for consistently teaching us, and Scribe, that's a beautiful background, and that was a beautiful video that he put all of that together. He put everybody's testimony together. So I want to give a shout out to the architect, to our good brother, part of the team, the good brother, the Scribe, the young brother. Shout out to you, brother. And I love that background. As always, I'm always complimenting you on your creativity. I love it, brother. Shout out to a hot tea. Shout out to a hot tea for motivating our master teacher to come to the forefront. And I just want to say, I just want to acknowledge something, man. And I don't know if y'all can relate to this, but on my journey, how Saba don't speak no slang, so I speak it. Real recognize real, and if that's true, which it is true, I thought all them other brothers was real, man. I really thought I was seeing the real when I was watching them other channels. I was really bamboozled, and I was really, I'm not gonna say taken advantage of, but I really thought them brothers was dropping the real until I met Saba. So real recognize real. So I appreciate you for introducing us to the real, for real. Like, I appreciate you so much, Saba. You have no idea. And all you brothers on this panel, man, this all you brothers motivate me and keep me moving forward. And I'm gonna share a quick little story. just a personal experience about what Saba spoke on today. So I've experienced a lot of loss in my life, and at a young age too. And I used to have bad stomach issues, man. And I used to smoke a lot of weed. And my homeboy used to tell me, my best friend, I used to say, man, this weed is messing my stomach up. And maybe it was. But over the years, he was like, man, we both was smoking weed and cigars and all of that. And my stomach was always messed up. And come to find out, it was major depression that I was suffering from. I was super, super depressed. And I was so depressed, I can't even explain to you guys how low I was. So I was self-medicating, of course, if y'all know what that is, by consuming all of those cannabis and alcohol and all of those things. I was self-medicating, but I was so depressed that even when I wasn't on those substances, I was still, my stomach was, I would like throw up all the time. Like I just would be so down that it would make my stomach hurt, and then it would cause me to throw up. And it wasn't until maybe in my 30s that I realized that I was suffering from major depression, and that was what was making my gut. That's what was messing me up, man. And but that's from personal experience. So that's what Saba taught on. So I already knew that what he was teaching was the truth. The real recognizes the real. But one of the things that depression causes is stomach issues. And I'm so grateful, man, for Saba and the wisdom that he drops on us week after week. And I'm glad to say I don't suffer from stomach issues, no more. It's been quite some time. And this wisdom that you drop and this knowledge, man, it is, man, I'm still digesting and processing. And yes, you have dropped enough knowledge for us. This is a cell phone in Shakespearean times. Yes, Saba, that is correct. That is also the truth. So I'm not going to hold you, brothers. I'm not going to hog the mic. I'm going to let you brothers speak. But two out to you, Saba. And Hotep Ma'at, peace and love to the chat.
You can go ahead, great brother AJ.
Peace to y'all, brothers. Hotep. I just want to echo what Arcad said. Scribe, your talent is limitless. So I wanted to show my appreciation and thank you for the video montage. That was fire. It was amazing to see everybody have an opportunity to share their thoughts, feelings, emotions for Saba. So thank you for putting that together. So with everything that's said, there's 75 people in the chat. If everybody did $10, you know what I mean, that would probably be really appreciated by Saba. He deserves your respect. He deserves your reciprocity. He is dedicated to his teaching. It looks easy, right? You see in the music video, you see in the movie, but behind the scenes, he is doing a lot of work that you guys don't realize that he's doing. So we would appreciate your reciprocity for what he's going through. Even if he wasn't going through what he's going through, he deserves to be taken care of. So we would appreciate your reciprocity, your donations for tonight. When you were in church, you were giving money. You've been spending money on Christmas gifts. You're basically buying a lie, buying stuff that don't mean nothing. What he does means everything. So you should be giving your reciprocity times 10 with interest. So we would appreciate your reciprocity. So the next item on the agenda, do we want to take care of the T-shirt giveaway? Are we ready for that?
Yeah, let's do that. Y'all ready? Shout out to everybody in the chat. So we're gonna do a T-shirt giveaway. So want to get everybody motivated. So everybody in the chat, I want everybody to hit that like and subscribe in the chat. I want y'all to check us out at teachingsofmaat.org. I want y'all to go to the website and subscribe. I want y'all to support Saba and his book, Stepping Out of the Matrix and Melanin and Dark Consciousness. I want you to continue to support us on Fridays at the Tehuti Podclass. I want you to support us on Mondays for the Monday Metal Netta class. And with that, what we're going to do is we're going to have Saba. He's on his break. But what we're going to do is we're going to have Saba decide who's going to get the shirt. We're doing the shirt, right, AJ? One of the T-shirts?
Yeah.
One of the Teachings of Ma'at T-shirts. So if everybody in the chat, before we get started, if everybody could hit them likes, how many people we got in the chat? Y'all know I don't read the chats. Hold on, let me pull up my phone.
75 the last time
75.
I checked.
How many likes we got in the chat? My thing say 9. Let's get them likes up, everybody. Let's get them likes up, and we're gonna do something fun here. We're gonna give away one of those beautiful shirts that the scribe has on, a Teachings of Ma'at T-shirt. Brother Hati, you want to say something before we get started? Hey,
No,
hey,
good.
Saba.
It's good.
Okay, Saba. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna give away a Teachings of Ma'at T-shirt to some lucky person in the chat. And how we're gonna do that is, first, everybody, we need to get them likes up. Everybody hit them likes. Everybody hit them likes. And what we're gonna do, Saba, is we're gonna let you decide, since this is your class and this is your celebration, we're gonna let you decide how and who gets to win a beautiful T-shirt designed by our great brother, the scribe. So it's your podcast, it's your celebration, it's your anniversary. So we're gonna let you pick the winner and you decide how they're gonna get it. So everybody, let's get them chats up. Let's get them likes up in the chat. Everybody in the chat, let's get them likes up. Hit them likes. And we're gonna let. Go ahead, Saba.
You want me to pick how they're going to do it, or just grab a winner? You want me to pick a winner right now, or pick
whoever you decide is gonna get a shirt for whatever reason you decide. AJ is going to live send the chat, send the support to Scribe live, so that everyone can see that this is real, that you answer questions in real time, and that we're going to give a shirt away in real time. AJ is gonna buy a shirt for a lucky person, whoever you pick. That's
okay,
how
so
we're gonna do this.
I can just pick somebody. They don't have to
Yes. They don't have to do whatever you decide.
Oh, okay. Pick somebody in the room that gets a free shirt. Let me look in. So there's 72 people watching, but there's about 20 in the room. So let me scroll through and look and look and see. I hope I don't pick somebody who already has a shirt. Let's see. Beautiful. So let me look and see who's in this room. I want to give you know who the winner of the shirt is? The winner of the shirt is Rigo. Rigo's the winner. Rigo's the winner of the shirt for having the craziest donation, part 1 and part 2, for providing the Matrix class. The Matrix class, giving $111. I answer it. I say I'm going to do a part 2. Before I do a part 2, he sends another $111 to do a part 2, and then sends 30 saying I've broken out of the Matrix. Rigo, that's the latest thing I remember that somebody did in the class that really stood out. And that Matrix class, about 15, maybe 12 other people donated for that class, for that question alone. I never seen anything like that. People were sending donations in the week for that answer. So shout out to Rigo. Rigo wins the shirt.
Shout out to Rigo. Rigo, if you're in the room. So AJ, you gonna send that? AJ is gonna cash out Scribe right now. We're gonna put that on the screen and show. And Rigo, if you can contact the Scribe, you can contact the Scribe on the website. Everybody go to the website, teachingsofmaat.org, and contact the Scribe to get your beautiful Teachings of Ma'at Tehuti's Podclass shirt, brother. Congratulations to you, brother. Peace and love.
Shout out to Rigo. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out for opening up that portal so Saba could come through. The portal opened up the portal. So that definitely, those Matrix teachings were, I don't even have a word for that. So shout out to you, Rigo.
Peace and love.
Shout out to Rigo. He's probably, he don't even know what's going on right now. He's not even, is he here? Rigo's in bed somewhere winning a shirt. He doesn't know what's going on. Okay,
shout out
beautiful.
to
Rigo, shout out to Rigo. Thank you. Netzer, you're buying the shirt and you're physically sending it to Rigo. Is that what's happening?
I'm buying the shirt, and Scribe is going to send the shirt. The shipping, all of that is taken care of. Scribe is going to send it to Rigo. Rigo just has to send his information to Scribe.
So Rigo, when you watch this back, oh sorry, Saba, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So Scribe is holding up. Can you put Scribe on the big screen?
Scribe on a big screen, okay. So
everybody, that is for Rigo's shirt. We just want to show y'all how real this is. Shout out to you, Netta, formerly known as, and congratulations to Rigo. Contact Scribe at teachingsofmaat.org to receive your shirt, brother. Peace and love to you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Rigo, Rigo's somewhere sleeping right now. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That was awesome. Anybody who knows Rigo, reach out to him, let him know. And it was it was a toss-up. Only because Kamit's not in the room, but it was a juggle toss-up. I was either gonna give it to Rigo or Hika Kepara. I don't know if Hika Kepara has a shirt already though, but it was gonna be between those two. Shout out to Rigo though. Thank you, my good brother Rigo. For he did more than that too. He did more than that, but that's just the last thing that he did. Okay, everybody, it is 9:46. I gotta answer these questions. Let's go ahead. Let's get into it. Thank you, brothers. You all can step on after I answer the next two questions. Thank you, brothers. You all are awesome, fabulous, and I see some monster support. I see some big support sent in. I gotta read off next time, but shout out to all of you. I think I saw you, Magul. You said happy anniversary. I'm gonna read it all. Okay, everybody, let me get to the next questions.
Saba, can I do one thing? 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Okay.
Okay. We would like this to be an annual celebration, and we would like this to be an in-person celebration on this day next year if Saba is open to it. So we would like to have an in-person celebration of the Podclass. If you think that's a great idea, can you put in the chat that you want to have a one-year celebration in person every year in LA, so you can meet Saba in person, you can meet Ahati, Scribe, everybody in the chat. We could come together. Saba could teach. We could have food, and we can have some music and just celebrate each other and have some Cometian and Ma'at rituals and ceremonies in this date and time. I would love for that to happen. Ahati had been visioning this. So this is just the beginning of what Ahati has been dreaming of before all of this came to fruition. So that's all I want to say. Peace and love to everybody to this special occasion. Saba, you deserve it.
Thank you. That's a great. Did you just come up with that now?
Ahati. That's all Ahati's idea.
Oh, you're okay. Thank you, Ahati. Thank you all. Thank you guys. You guys are a great team. I can't even tell who's doing what. You guys are like One's thinking it, one's voicing it. This is, you guys are like Voltron. one has the idea, one talks it. You guys are awesome. You guys, it's like ants. It's awesome, man. Wonderful. Thank you all. Okay, we're gonna get into it. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. We're all gonna do. There he is, Comedic Mentor G. I have an. Oh, let me put up something, everybody. Oh, it's on my hard drive again. Comedic Mentor G. I wanted to make an announcement and put up something that he threw in a Sonetter chat, and I screenshotted it. He was like, "You all are doing a great job. Not speaking about Tehuti," something like that. But I screenshotted it, but it's in my hard drive. I plugged it back in. It's always plugged out. I need this new computer. This is crazy. This Apple it's a rotten apple. Okay, here we go. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna put that on the screen. Shout out to everybody. Okay, good. I'll fly to Cali. Yes. Okay, everybody, let's get into it. Everybody, welcome to the Tutti Podclass. We are getting into the next question. We're going to go another 2 hours. Let's break it down. Let me pull this back up. My hard drive rebooted, so I got to pull this up on backup. And here we are. Actually, you know what? Here it is. Here it is right here. Shout out to brother Comedic Mentor G, who actually, I think, gave a donation. His donation is on queue also. It's ready for me to show. But shout out to Comedic Mentor G, because I wanted to show everybody this right here. This was this tickled me, and I liked it. It was a surprise. I just happened to be watching the show, and I saw Comedic Mentor G say, "And I'm gonna be real, I'm no Jabariite. He's just okay to me. As far as top-notch heavy hitters, I am a student of the master teacher Tehuti, who y'all do great work avoiding and staying away from him." That tickled me, because I thought he was about to compliment them. I thought he was about to say, "Y'all do great work," and then he said avoiding and staying away from him. Shout out to Comedic Energy right there. That was hilarious. That tickled me. I had to show that. Okay, everybody. Rigo has stepped in. Rigo, what did you miss? You missed a free giveaway T-shirt. I chose you as the one and only to get a free Tehuti Podclass.
What did I miss?
Yeah, no, it's on the screen. Tehuti Podclass T-shirt. They asked me to pick somebody. I chose you because of that Matrix question that shut the week down. And it was part 1 and 2, and you sent me another double for part 2, then sent me another donation saying I broke another Matrix. And then other people started sending donations for your question. They said, "This is for the Matrix breakdown." They weren't even sending it for the whole podcast. "This is for the Matrix breakdown. This is for the Matrix breakdown." This one, the Matrix breakdown, was great. So that question that you asked, Rigo, had a big effect on me. Thank you for that. And it affected a whole bunch of people. So you get a free T-shirt. Scribe will contact you, or you'll contact him, however it goes. Okay, here we go, everybody. Next question in the Tehuti Podclass. We are here. Here it is. This is from brother King. Are you in the room? I believe this is King. He sent a small donation. I'm still gonna break it down, but he sent a donation. And King, are you here? King Lamua, if that's you, sent a question in, and it was about Saba, could you break down about time, like A.M. starts at midnight and 12 p.m. starts midday? That always puzzled me, Saba. Help me understand. So you want to know the origin of that's a good question too. Where does that even come from? What is A.M. P.M.? Why is it starting at noon? What does it even mean? Let's break it down, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. We're about to break this down real quick. There he is. King Lamua Productions. Let's break this one down real quick. 90, 90. Pass me my phone right there. I thank y'all. Y'all had a big impact on me as well. Everybody can hear me? Press a 1. We're going to get into this. Okay, I see Hikakepara. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tutti Podclass. I'm going to break down, give it another 2.5 hours of class. Break it down. Newcomers, watch this. Here's a little breakdown. Question asked about A.M. P.M. Has anybody ever thought about that? Where does that come from, originate? What does it even mean? What is it about? Why is it universal amongst America? Whether you notice America has different time zones, but everybody has an A.M. P.M. But let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tutti Podclass. Let's break it down. It was King Lamua asking about A.M. P.M. He always wondered about that. He always it always puzzled him as to why it starts at midnight and noon. A.M. starts at midnight, noon, midday. It always puzzles him. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Let's break it down. Here we go. Break this one down. This one will be probably about 5 minutes. Let's go. Let's break it down, everybody. Oh, here we go. Maybe about 7 minutes. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Can everybody see the screen? Screen sharing. 1, 2, 3. Now. There we go. Boom. Should be on the screen. Here we go. Welcome to Tutti Podclass. Here it is. Okay, let's break it down. What are we looking at right here? This is the earliest surviving sundial. Dates back to the reign of Tehuti III, 1479 to 1425 BC, and is in the Egyptian Museum of Berlin. Let's shrink this down a little bit. So what you're looking at here, if you can see a circle in the middle with lines going through. It's damaged, so you can't see there's actually a full circle. This is actually the symbol of Ra and Kemet with a dot in the middle and a full circle around it. It actually came from the sundial. So this is limestone. This limestone is marked with a black symmetrical divided into semicircle. The limestone is marked with a black semicircle divided into 12 segments, marking what we call hours. Each section is approximately 15 degrees wide. There's a hole where the lines meet in the middle of the baseline, which is where a tool, a wooden or metal rod, would be inserted to cast the time, keeping the shadow over the limestone. Small dots have been added to the top middle of each segment to mark the half an hour. So there's 12 sections divide the daylight between sunrise and sunset. So how did this turn into today's AM and PM? And why at 12? Well, when the sun is highest overhead and the shadow goes straight up to the top of the sundial, that is actually begins noon. And as the sun goes overhead, the shadow moves until the sunset. When the shadow, since the shadow is at the highest point of the day, that was noon. The opposite has to be midnight, and that was when the 12 started over again. So that's why the day starts at midnight and divided by what's called a meridian point. A meridian point, so we'll look at meridian, and meridian is 14th century noon, midday, from Old French meridian, and it is midday. Midday to the south, meridies, noon, south, meridies at noon, and it is from middle, so it is a middle point. And actually, at the peak of noon, or when noon hits, you actually become a sundial, and you will actually look and you'll notice that there's no shadow. It's coming directly down at you, and that is the direct middle of the day, or the midhio, which created the word middle, and meridian and dios from the word tua, a Kemetic word. It means to shine. So that is the meridian, the middle point, and that is where the noon or 12 actually originates. Okay, so that's the meridian. Okay, so this now is what we use to divide the day by the meridian, and by ante and post. So we have meridian, and then we have ante and post. What is ante and post? So we have ante meridian, right? Morning before midday, Latin before noon, from ante, before, and ant, forehead. Remember that, everybody? So they're taking Kemetic concepts. Remember anit, and the word for skull in my last breakdown, front forehead and brain. They're taking anit, front forehead, with derivatives meaning front, before. Meridies, mid-noon, meridian. So that's anti-meridian. And then there's what's called post-meridian, and that's after it crosses, after the line creates the shadow. That's directly after the middle of the day, occurring after the sun has passed the meridian, applied to the time between noon and midnight. Okay, so that is post-meridian. Okay, so there's anti-meridian and post-meridian. The meridian, of course, the direct center and the original sundial. And what else further verifies that they took this concept from the followers of Ma'at, who built Kemet? What do they call morning to sunset? Or what do they call 60 seconds in a day? Let me get to the room and interact with everybody. What's 60 seconds of the day called? Or morning to sunset? What is that actually called? You guys go ahead and type it in the room. What is morning to sunset called? Or simply what is 60 seconds called? 60 seconds is called what? 60 seconds. 60 minutes. I'm sorry. 60 minutes. What is 60 minutes called? Not 60 seconds. 60 minutes. What's 60 minutes? There it is. Okay, good. 60 minutes is an hour. Okay. So 60 minutes. My bad. 60 seconds to create a minute comes from the word minier, which is actually supposed to be the first time, which is the erection. That is the god Min. Minier, min, or creating light, minaret. The actual minaret. This is just added in extra info just coming to me now. So the minaret, from where they get the word minute from, minute is minor, which is Min, the god Osiris's obelisk, which the obelisk is actually what they use for the sundials, the penis of Osiris, and the sun would hit it, creating the time, and that was the Min, the erection. That was the first time in the or, min or, but that created the word minaret, which they have in the mosques standing up, and that is the minaret, which is actually the first time. That's actually supposed to be the first time. But in the European, because Europeans are controlled by Freemasons, they always go by the B principle, the AB principle, or the duality principle. So they made your first time. What is the very first time called on your clock? Type it in. What's the very first time called on your clock or your watch? The very first time. You have an hour, a minute, and then what's the first time called? The very first time that you can mark. An hour, a minute, and what's smaller than a minute is what? An hour, a minute, and then a ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-ba-bum. What is it? My thing is lagging, so I can't see if you're all typing, but it's all going to pop up in a second. So an hour, a minute, and then smaller than that is called a second. See? And that is Freemasonic. Actually, the minute is first. That is the minor, the first erection of the time of the sun hitting the sundial. That's the min. And then the second is actually next. So, but they put the second as first because they worship the number 2. The number 2, second principle. I've broken that down many times. So now they have you calling your first time period a second, which makes absolutely no sense. Second can't be first. Second means 2. But anyways, off of that, let's get back into the so they call it an hour. So they call it an hour, and there's your hour right there. We go to the etymological dictionary for the hour, and look what it means, everybody. Divine office. Did anybody know that? Hour means divine office prescribed for each of the 7 conical hours, daily service at the conical hours, day of time appointed for prayer, one of the 7 conical hours, from the word hori, conical, 1/12. See that? There's the 12 notches. 1/12 of the day, sunrise to sunset. Do you see that, everybody? Sunrise to sunset. So an hour in the dictionary deals with divinity. It deals with a divine office. It deals with prayer, and it deals with sunrise to sunset. Has anybody ever used the word hour in that context before? Hey, let me meet you from sunrise to sunset. I'll be there in an hour. And you get there, you talk to them at 9 in the morning, you get there at like 5:30. I told you I was going to be here in an hour. An hour is any time from sunrise to sunset. All right, so it's sun. Nobody knew this, right? Because these are Freemasonic terms. What was that? Yeah, these are Freemasonic terms where they actually took the concept from. So an hour, now you know for the first time in your entire life that an hour deals with divinity. It deals with prayer. It deals with sunrise to sunset. It's from the word hora. Hora. It's season hora, Greek hora. Now you know what an hour is. And I'll tell you why that even means that. So you see here in the definition of an hour, do you see anything about 60 seconds, 60 minutes? We're 60 minutes. Everybody's hour in the pod class is 60 minutes. But the etymological dictionary doesn't say that. The etymological dictionary says hour deals with divinity, a prescribed time. It deals with a divine office. It deals with daily service. It deals with prayer. And it's from sunrise to sunset. There's your hour. Boom. It goes back to religious spirituality. Interesting, isn't it? Also note, you say hour, but there's actually an H in it. Why? So hour, hour means possession. Give me our car back. This is our house, right? That's what hour means. It means a possession of something, right? But this hour has an H in it. And it says it comes from Greek words. Let's get back to it. Oh, it says it comes from Greek words which have H's in them. See that? Hori, hora, hora. But when you say it, you say hour. You say hour. This language and everything in it and everything you're taught is designed to drive you psychotic because you cannot explain why. If you're in English class and you say, the English teacher says, write the word hour, and you say, hour would be O-U-R. You'd fail. You say, no, it's H-O-U-R. And you say, teacher, what's the H for? I want to take the H out. Is it still hour? Yes, it is. So why do we need the H? I don't know, but you fail. Psycho, 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 and you go crazy. That's why so many people are crazy in this society, because you're taught in school things that make no sense whatsoever. So we know that hour is supposed to have an H in it, but you say hour as in possession, but it comes from divine office. It comes from prayer. All these terms that you had no idea. So it comes from forms of divinity and spirituality. And why is that? Because, note, it says Greek hora. Well, what divine spirituality did the Greeks take? Yes, they took from the followers of Ma'at and Kemet. And guess how you say day and Meduneter? Because remember, in their definition, hour is the whole day. Do you see it? Let's go back to it. Hour, in the definition, 1/12 of an hour of a day, sunrise to sunset. That's the whole day. After sunset, it's nighttime. So hour, wherever they took it from hora, means the day. It doesn't mean 60 seconds. And you see here nothing about 60 seconds. So where did they get that concept from? An hour, after they took the post-meridium, ante-meridium, where did they get it from? Right? They say it means, guess how you say day in Meduneter? You know how you say day in Meduneter? Here it is right here. In the beginning of the chapters of coming forth by day, look at the word for day, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. It is Heru. It is Heru. And look closer at Heru for day. And there's your sundial. There's your circle with a dot in the center of it. That is the sundial. And that's what marks the Herus, are the hours in the day, because the word Heru is the whole day. It's not 60 seconds. And that's where they originally took it from. They took it from Heru, day, and praising. They took it from spiritual documents. So now when you look up hour in the etymological dictionary, it deals with prayer, divine office. And here we are, the beginning of chapters of coming forth by day and praising, and Heru and praising from spiritual literature. And that's why your word hour goes back to spirituality and not 60 seconds in a day. And it goes back to the sundial, which was made from the obelisk or the tekken or the min, the minute, the min, which is the penis of Heru's father, who is Asar. And there's your word day again right here. Beautiful said the day. Burial, going after, coming from. It's all spiritual. You see? Boom. So boom, Heru equals day. Heru, the son of God, as the Prem Heru goes through 12 hours. 12 hours. Guess how many judge netters are in the divine office seated above Ma'at as you go through the hours. Here we are right here. Boom. Let's blow it up. We're in the Purim Haru, the judgment scene. And we look closely. We blow these up. And what do we see? We see 2 by 2 right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 judges. There's your 12 judges as you go through your coming forth by day, which is your hours. You go through 12 judges and you go through 12 hours of the day in the Amdua. So hour is Heru, who they stole Jesus from. How many disciples did it say Jesus have? 12. At any rate, there is your A.M. P.M. hours of the day origin. Boom. That is your answer. It is from ante-meridian, post-meridian, from the sundial, from 12 noon when the sun is directly up, hitting with no shadow. And then after that, it goes ante-meridian, post-meridian, which is the middle mark. And thus you get your A.M. P.M. stolen from Kemet, taking the word Heru from hour, which originally meant something to deal with divinity and prayer, and the whole day, which was Heru. And it just turned into hour, which is 60 seconds. Boom. There's your answer, my brother. Hope you appreciated it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. That is how I answer questions. I hope you got that. I'm going to check the room to see if anybody heard it, if anybody liked it, and if the person who actually asked me the question liked it himself. And boom. There it is. Let's check it up. Love up Tehuti. Tehuti Mo says, or Tut Mo says, love up Tehuti. Love up Tehuti. Jody says, wow. Wow. Okay, there it is. And that is my answer, my good people. Woo. All right. Cash Peden says, great presentation. Hika Kepara is clapping. King Lemua says, I have appreciation this summer, but I'm more than I have appreciate this summer, but I'm more confused than ever. Appreciation this summer. And there it is. And Aerial Production says they got the Meridian sundial in London with the east-west hemisphere marking. Exactly. It's from the sundial. Anti-meridian, anti-middle point, after the middle point. A.M. P.M. Boom. There it is. Rebel Minded says, on point as usual, supreme knowledge. There we go. Boom. Welcome, everybody. Let's get into the next question of the Tehuti Pod class. Another breakdown. This was a big one here. This one is, the Blackamoors. Is Kamit 101 in the room? Kamit 101, are you in the room? Magoo puts bombs. Bomb. Lemua says, but I kind of understand it's all about praising. Yeah, the praising Heru part was just an extra added bonus I just gave out. The praising Heru is not even a part of the A.M. P.M. The A.M. P.M. is basically you have a line in the middle with a circle around it. When the shadow is in the middle point, that is called middle is meridian. Once that's 12 o'clock, there'll be 12 o'clock because there's 12 etches, 15 degrees, and anytime it passes that is after the 12, the middle, and then it goes into post meridian, which is after that. So basically, it's anti meridian, post meridian, A.M. P.M. Boom. All right. Nice again. Kemet speaks. All right, everybody. Is Kamit 101 in the room? Is Kamit 101 in the room? Kamit 101, where are you, my brother? Are you over on the other channels watching arguments? Where are you, my good brother? Kamit 101, where are you? Here's the next question. Kamit 1001. All right, here we go, everybody. We're going to get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into the next question. The Blackamoors. Here it is, everybody. Blackamoors. This is from Kamit 101, who sent a question about the Blackamoors. Let me go ahead and put that in the room. Oh, no, that's Owen. Oh, that's Owen Hythe. Sorry. I'm sorry. Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe. No, Kamit sent the Mansa Musa question. Owen Hythe, are you in the room? Owen Hythe. Ascari 121. Are you in the room, Ascari? Is Ascari in the room? Kamit had the question about the second brain. Ascari, are you in the room, my brother? Blackamoor time. Blackamoor. Anybody know what a Blackamoor is? A Blackamoor? What's a Blackamoor? Oh man, I have people proud to be Blackamoors. Is Askari in the room? Askari, are you in the room? We're about to get into your question. Shout out to the brother Askari. Let me get into his question. Shout out to you. And Askari asked the question. I have no idea. A Blackamoor. It's a fish. It is a fish. It is a fish. The only living one is a fish. You are right. Okay, boom. Here we go. Shout out to Askari. Askari has in the room right here. Hail Tehuti and Nahati, origin of the Blackamoors. Shout out to you, my good brother, origin of the Blackamoors. Let's get into it. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. We're going to break this down. I'm going to get the brothers in. Listen, I'm going to ask you the last question. Thank you, my brother, who sends 2772. Origin of the Blackamoors. All right. Let's get into it, everybody. Origin of the Blackamoors. Are you all ready? Here we go. Oh, Scary is right there. Let's ask him more. I have so many people telling me they're Blackamoors. The Blackamoors conquered the Blackamoors. It's interesting because Scary asked me this question right as I'm in the class. If you remember, I think it was 2 weeks ago. Or last week. I was breaking down the Moors. And then when I checked, this question came in. And Askari asked when I was going to get to it. Here it is. I'm to it. Here we go. Oh, and Scribe. Scribe, I want to tell you something, Scribe, if you're listening. That question about the Ankh, I think I'm going to have a private class on that. I don't think I want everybody to know that answer. I don't think people truly deserve or care about that answer. What actually is the Ankh? Nobody's really. That's something. I'm going to have a one-on-one with you on that. Okay, here we go. All right, so Skari asks, Hail Tehuti and Ahati, origin of the Blackamoors. Anybody know what a Blackamoor is? What is a Blackamoor? A Blackamoor. Blackamoor. Here we go. Welcome to the podcast. We're about to answer the question for all those who are seeing this. This is how I answer questions on the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. We're going to break down Blackamoor. Here we go. Let me go ahead and do the screen share to break down the blackity black Blackamoor. Give them the straightening. Give them the straightening, Saba. Thank you, thank you very much. I will give them the straightening. Here we go. Not the hair straightening, but I'll give them the real straightening. Let's go. Here we go. All right, everybody. Here we go. 10:16 my time. I'm going to do this. Take a break. Eat. Let the brothers come back. Answer the very last question, which is, woo, 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 woo. Next one is crazy. Crazy question. Okay, here we go, everybody. Can everybody hear me clearly on the mic? And can everybody see me before I begin? Can you hear me clear? Press a 1. See me, press a 1. We're about to get into it. Let's go. Blackamoor. Blackamoor time. What is a Blackamoor? What is a Blackamoor? Okay, here we go. All right, boom. Blackamoor. Here we go, everybody. What is a Blackamoor? And what are its origins? Does anyone know what a Blackamoor is? Anybody have any idea? Anybody ever heard the term Blackamoor? Anybody know what it is? I asked everybody. Somebody said a fish. Okay, here we go. When people think of this word, they hypnotically think of a group of powerful rulers that call themselves Moors or Blackamoors. This could not be further from the truth. Okay, so we think of the Blackamoors coming from Morocco. In actuality, this all stems from what's called the Muslim conquest of Maghreb, which is actually the Arabic word for Morocco before it was Morocco. Let's get into it, everybody. The Muslim conquest of Maghreb continued the century of rapid Muslim conquest following the death of Muhammad in 632 and into the Benzanites controlled territories of North Africa in a series of 3 stages. The conquest of Maghreb commenced in 647 and concluded in 709, with the Benzanite Empire losing its last remaining strongholds to the then Umayyad Caliphate under Caliph al-Walid ibn Abdul Malik. Invasion of Maghreb ordered by Abdullah ibn Sa'd commenced in 647. 20,000 soldiers marched from Medina and the Arabian Peninsula, with another joining them in Memphis, Egypt, where Abdullah ibn Sa'd then led them into the Benzanite Africa. Okay, so you have to understand this, that there was Muslim conquests. There was areas that did not know anything about Islam. Then they were conquered. They were forced into Islam. And then there was another conquering. And then you had people of North Africa becoming Arabic-speaking Muslims. Here we go. So this was a mixed group of people due to the invasion and the fact that no one race of people claimed that area, which became known as Mori, which goes back to Strabo and Latin and Greek. Thus, there was no black African people that ever called themselves Moors or Blackamoor. Let me show you the source from the Latin Dictionary, Oxford Press. Here we go. So right now we're in the Latin Dictionary, Oxford Press. And when you look up the original Moor, because people always say Moor means Moor are black, Moor is the black kings and queens. But when you look it up in Latin, what it originally was, it was from Mori, belonging to the Moors, Moorish, Mori for African, Mari, African, Moorish, Morica, Planta, and it dealt with Mori and Mauritanius, here, Mauritanicus, and it keeps going on, Moorish, Citrus, and this is your Mori. This is where it actually comes from. So there's no set of people that were proudly running around calling themselves Moors in the motherland. These were foreign Latin terms given to people, and even the term Mauritania. Here it is right here, Mauritania. This is Latin, Hispania. These are Latin terms. Some people say we come from the ancient Moors, from Morocco, Mauritania. Those are Latin terms. There's no ancient writings that has the word Mauritania on it before Latin influence. So here is Mauritania and Hispania after Latin influence. Here it is right here. So it became a mixed group of people that were mainly all Muslims, because you had Arabs coming in from one side, you had native Africans there that were conquered. Of course, their women were raped. And then you had people there that didn't look anything like African, like black people, which I'm going to show you soon. And it was a whole mixed group of people in an area called Mauritania due to invasions. By the time the Moors come in, the Moors that people talk about. So when black people today yell out, "We are the Moors, see, Mauritania, look, Morocco." No, Moor is Latin, Roman. As I've shown, there is no ancient Morocco. Morocco is a mutated way of saying Marrakesh, which can be found to this day in the Encyclopedia of Islam, International Union of Academies. This can actually be found on page 593. We're not going to read it all, but as your Saba, it is my job to open your mind, open the door to where you can source it. So here it is. I'll give you the source, and then you can go and look it up. Encyclopedia of Islam, Bosworth, Donzel. This is volume 6, Encyclopedia of Islam, and you can see right here on the top is Marrakesh. So this is what it was, Marrakesh. It was not Morocco. It was Marrakesh, and this talks about the Marrakesh invasions and the dates, and we're not going to read it all, but this is what it was originally, Marrakesh. And it was talking about them taking the spoils and who was victorious in the Islamic wars going on in an area called Marrakesh or Marrakesh, not Morocco. It is a modern day pronunciation and mutation. Morocco is not Marrakesh. Different words. One is mutated, one is original. Has any of these quote unquote Moors ever shown you Morocco, quote unquote? So have any of these quote unquote Moors ever shown you quote unquote Morocco in the original script of its original inhabitants and shown you the meaning? Or did they just keep calling the place Morocco using the Latin word Moor, none of which can be found in ancient indigenous writings? Well, of course, you know, Tehuti will always show you the root and what people themselves wrote and said. This is where I'm going to plug in this because this is the foundation of what I'm based on. I'm based on defending the original indigenous people who cannot speak for themselves other than what they left. That's all we have is what the indigenous people left. So therefore, this breeds my motto, which is ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. So we want to see the ancestral artifacts, not the religious opinion of Muslims that today call themselves Moors. So did anybody ever show you any ancient writing of any place called Morocco or Mauritania? No. So here it is. Here it is, everybody. Boom. Look at that. Did the Moors ever show you this? This is the word right here. This is the word in the script that they would have been writing. This is not Arabic. This has nothing to do with Islam. This is the original script that they would have wrote the name. And it was not Morocco. It was Marrakesh. Marrakesh or Meri Kush. And it would be written like this. Does any more you know today write in this language? Have you ever seen this language before? This is the language of the area. This is it. It wasn't Arabic. Arabs were the invaders. Arabs were the invaders. Arabs were the invaders. Okay, so here we go. So, Amor in a Kush, land of God. As we can see, this original word has nothing to do with black. And if these were the Moors, quote unquote, why does no Moor today call their God a Kush? What will they say? Their God is Allah of Islam, further proving that they are a product of Islamic invasion and not the original people. So walk up to a Moor, everybody. Any Moor you know, whether the Moorish Science Temple or any Moor, just ask them what's the name of their God. I bet they're going to say Allah. They're not going to say a Kush. But a Kush is this right here, which is the language that was there before the invasion, when the place was called Amor and a Kush. Nothing to do with the word black, nothing to do with Mauritania, nothing to do with Maghreb, nothing to do with Morocco. No, Amor and a Kush, the land of God. How come the Moors don't call their God a Kush? If that's the original, if they're the original people of that area, that's what they said before Islamic invasion. But after Islamic invasion, then of course you're going to call your God Allah. Allahu Akbar. Okay, so here we go. So before we continue, I want everyone to identify what race and culture does this image match. Everybody has seen images like this before in history class. Somebody tell me, what race and culture does this look like right here? I'm going to keep that in the room for you to look at, and I want everybody right now to type, who looks like this? When you see this image right here, what race is this? Who does this look like? Look at the hair, look at the nose, look at everything, and tell me, where have you seen this type of cultural image before? What race matches this? Does this look like a West African? Does this look like somebody from the Zulu tribe? What race does this look like? Let me go into the room and see what you all are going to type. What race does that look like right there? What group of people? Go ahead and type it in the room. Somebody put Roman. Somebody put Greek. White Europeans. Greek. Okay. Greek. There we go. Greek. My daughter Ray put Greek, Roman, Roman, Greek, Greek, Roman, Roman, Greek, Greek, Roman, Roman, Greek. He doesn't look like somebody from the Zulu tribe. He doesn't look like somebody from Ghana. That's not somebody from Ghana. Okay, everybody. So all of you have typed in and committed to, and I agree. I totally agree. I totally agree. Greek. What answers we got? Greek, white Europeans, Greek, Roman, Greek, Roman. Some even put albino. T-Dog is just laughing. Matt Ray put Caucasian, Greek. Man, nobody's putting Mandingo. Nobody's putting the Khoisan people. Nobody's putting South African. Oh, interesting. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. I like interacting with you so you can see how I break the matrix from you live. Here we go. I break the matrix out of you live. Okay, back to what I was teaching. Before we continue, I want everybody to identify what race and culture does this match. Everybody put Greek, Roman, Caucasian. Okay, back to what I was teaching. Speaking of the original people of that area, let me take you back to the BCs. You see, because when Moors talk, anytime the Moors talk about being I'm a Moor, I'm a proud Moor, they never take you to BC, do they? Has any Moor you ever met took you back to Moorish history in the BCs? Did we exist in the BC? Or we just popped about in the ADs? Did black people exist in BC? Or we came after Christ? So Moors came after Christ. Okay, so what were we calling ourselves before Christ? Because every time I hear a Moor talk, it's always 1400, 1200 AD. In the 1400s, we did this. And this time, we all in the ADs didn't. So we're not even as old as Pythagoras? Moorish culture is not even as old as the Greeks. The Greeks are 900 to 1000 BC. The Moors are the ADs. So white culture is older than the Moors? Very interesting. So let me take you back to the BCs, a place where the Moors are afraid of taking you back to, because once they take you back to the BCs in that same area called Mauritania, here's what you'll find. So let me take you back to the BCs. Since people want to persist with this word Moor, I will play along. Who was the king of the Moors in that area in 238 BC? Who was the king of the Moors, everybody? Are you ready? Since that area was the area and land of the Moors, we're going to go back to the BCs. Let's go back to the indigenous people then, the BCs, not the 80s. Who was the king of that area? It was Massinissa, the Numidian. That's another new European term from the word nomad, originally from Namos in Kemet, which meant to wander. But Massinissa, Libya, 238 BC to 148 BC, also spelled Massinissa, Messina, and Massan, was the ancient Numidian king, best known for leading federal Massili Berber tribes during the Second Punic Wars, 218 to 201. So we're in the BCs. That's Massinissa. You all ready to see Massinissa? You want to see what Massinissa looks like? Let me show you Massinissa. We're going back to the Moors. We're going back to that area in the BCs. Would you like to see him? Boom, there he is. There he is, everybody. This is from the BC. This is a coin. This is from the BCs. Coin from the BCs. Coin of King Massinissa. Isn't this the same guy over here? Isn't this? Is this a different person? Or is this the same guy who nobody said looked like a Blackamoor? Nobody said looked like an indigenous African. Nobody said looked like a Mandingo, Zulu. Nobody said looked like a Khoisan, South America. Nobody said this guy looks like he does voodoo. Nobody says look like this guy eats fufu. Who is this guy? This is your BC king and ruler of the area of Mauritania and Tunisia. There he is, everybody. Where's his fez? Who's this? What happened? Where's the Moorish culture? Who is this guy? Okay, so there he is, Massinissa. That's from the BCs. Show me a black Moorish ruler in that area in the BCs. This is who you get. So there he is. Remember him? So as you can see, going all the way back from the Islamic invasion, because those were Arab, or as we know now, Iranian people. The Iranian people and the Scythian people, the Arab invasion in 647 AD to 238 BC, that's 885 years of a mixed racial ethnicity in that area. So let's take this slowly and understand. From the Islamic invasion, we know that those Muslims were Arab-looking people. We know those were the Iranian-looking mixed type people. They didn't look like Khoisan. They didn't look like Mandingo. They didn't look like Shaka Zulu. Those are people from the Arabian, Iranian area that started coming in and raping Africa. That's from 647 AD. Black people to them were called raisin-headed slaves. Okay? So, and that's in their writing, their Islamic writing at the same time, 647, the same time as right after Muhammad or during the time of Muhammad, black people were called raisin-headed. Okay, so 647 AD to this man right here, Masinisa, that is 238 BC. These are mixed looking people. This looks like the Persians and the Greeks. The raped Persians, not even the original Persians, but the raped Persians and the Greeks. And then you have Arabs coming in, Iranians, for 885 years in the area of Tunisia, Mauritania, of racial mixing, racial ethnicity mixing of the area in Morocco, Maghreb, Tunisia, and Mauritania. So no, there were no set race of black rulers in that area that called themselves Moors or Moorish kings, but an amalgamation of many ethnic groups which were dark, black people amongst them, yes. But they all went out together and conquered under Islam, not a black nation. That means that they were fighting under Islam, similar to America, similar to the Tuskegee experiment, similar to the Tuskegee aircraft men. Those were blacks. So if they sent those Tuskegee aircraft men in to invade an area, that area would see them come in and say, the black men are coming in. Black men are coming in from America. And they're invading us because the Tuskegee aerial men that they did those experiments with were black. And there were certain black Air Force groups that were sent out, separated and segregated from the whites. So if they invaded an area in the name of America, the people that saw them would say, look at the black warriors. Look at the black invaders. They came from America. And then after about 400 years, the meaning of America gets distorted and people say, America, Moor, Amorica. See, those were the Tuskegee Moor, the Moorish men came in, you see, when actually American, what do you say? Yeah, Tamarita, America. And when actuality, American soldiers consist of Chinese people, white people, black people, Arabian people, and anybody in America that lives in America can be drafted or volunteer to become an American air fighter man or an American. But during the time of segregation, when they were segregating the soldiers, if they send the black group out, people would say, look at the black, the American blacks, and they would associate America with black warriors. No, it was an amalgamation of people coming in the name of Islam, not in the name of I'm a black Moorish black man. No, they were raped too and attacked too, and they were subdued and miseducated under the foolish religion of Islam. And they went out after their Arab invasion, started fighting in the name of Islam. And you can see this in Sudan today. You have Sudanese warriors, Sudanese killers that are out fighting in the name of Islam, and they're black as tar, but they're not fighting for black nation. They're fighting for Islam. And that's what happened in that area, all the way from this Greek-looking man from 238 BC, mixing in for 885 years to the Arabs, mixing right in and creating this amalgamation of people, of many ethnic groups, of which were there dark-skinned people amongst them? Absolutely. Are there dark-skinned people in the Navy? Absolutely, yes. But they all went out together and conquered under Islam, not a black nation. That means they were side by side. That means the ones that look like me, that were being called Morenos or Mori, they look like me and Wesley Snipes. And right beside them was an Arabian guy, and he was called Mori, and they were fighting side by side, not black, again, not black nation. All right. Let me take you to keywords of identity, race, and mobility in early modern England on page 358. Let's go right to that book on page 358, and we will see what's going on here. So there were two types of Moors. Moors, which were anyone in Mauritania, which included now Arab Muslim invaders, and African converts who the Spanish associated with the Latin word Moor, which became known as black or swarthy. Okay? And I want you to understand this too, that swarthy is another way of saying a milder dark. Okay? Wesley Snipes is not swarthy. Swarthy is any dark-skinned person. To a European man who looks like Shakespeare can look at Zahi Hawass, an Arab man, and see that he's darker than him, and he would call him Shorts. He would call him Shorts because he's darker than him. He doesn't look like Wesley Snipes or Eddie Murphy, but to Brad Pitt, he looks like he's Shorts. So they were calling everybody this term. There was dark ones, light ones, and we're going to go right into it and explain it. Here we go. So keywords of identity, race, human mobility in early modern England on page 358. You can go ahead and get this book and check it out for resources and go directly to that page. And when you go to that page, you will see this: Blackamoor, Moor, and Blackamoor are two English words that were highly influenced by Iberian and Italian designations of North African people. Moro, Portuguese, and Moro, Castilian Italian, derived from the Latin Morus, an inhabitant of Mauritania. So the Latins were calling the area Mauritania, and anybody that came from that area was called Moros. The Roman designation for the region of Maghreb, the lengthy duration of the Iberian Reconquista, the reconquest of Muslim territories by local Christian kingdoms, and increasing commercial exchanges between Christian Iberia and Northern Europe contributed to the dissemination of the word in the Middle Ages, where Moor remained a popular description for the medieval Berber and Arab Muslim conquerors of the Iberian Peninsula and Sicily. The accounts of late medieval Portuguese travelers, explorers, and merchants often use Moor for Muslim, although distinctions remain despite such terms as Arabian Moor or Turkish Moors. Both were usually described as Moros Blancos, white Moors, while Berber and Sub-Saharan Muslims were frequently distinguished between Moros da Terra, Portuguese Moros from the land, or Moros Negros, black Moors. You see right there? So the Portuguese and the Iberian people were calling both people Moors, Moros Blancos and Moros Negra. And Moros became associated with specific physical features, as Portuguese and Spanish term moreno literally meant brunette, or swarthy suggests Morisca, an Iberian category to identify Christian converts from Islam. See that? Was another derivative of Moro, which sought to stigmatize and racialize the Arab and Berber descendants from the Muslim community. So they started calling Christian converts dark Moors. Thus, a complex relation between ethnicity, geography, and religion informed the evolution of Blackamoor, often used alongside region inflection words like Niger or Ethiops. English grammars and dictionaries of the time made similar association: a black Moor, or a man of Ethiops, the Negroes, which were called black Moors. Iberian categories such as Morisca contributed to the English idea about Moors or Blackamoors. So see, Moros Negra created the term, and the Moros Negra and Moros Blanca, and then you had, which created the term Blackamoors. You see, if they say Moor means black, then you wouldn't have the term Blackamoor. What's the black in it for? Why is if Moor means black, why is the black even there? Because it comes from the distinction of the Portuguese and the Iberian people who saw Moors from anywhere from Mauritania that were Muslims that they despised and hated so bad that if a Christian was converted over to Islam, they'd even call them a Moor, meaning that you turned dark, you went to the dark side. So they had white Moors, Moros Blancos, which is white, and you had Sub-Saharan Moors, which are called Moros Negra. Understand? Two different kind of Moors of the time. Okay, so as we can clearly see, originally, quote unquote, Moor was not used to describe all Muslims at the time by Spanish Moros Negros, Black Moors, and Moros Blancos, white Moors. If quote unquote Moor just meant black people, then why is there a distinction both with the word Moor in it? Obviously, Moor by itself is not distinctive of any one race. Case closed. But the Spanish kings were particularly interested in the darker ones and did make an interesting distinction due to their fetish. But first, let me show you a Spanish king's account. We will get into the distinction in a moment. So the Spanish king's fetish for the darker ones is the reason why today we have a focus on Moors being black. It was because of a Spanish people's fetish for darkness. We're going to get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We will get into the distinction in a moment. You know I like suspense. So here we go, everybody. Let's break it down. How about this guy right here? Here we go. What's up, my brother? Look at this man right here. Alfonso X or 10, also known as the Wise, Spanish El Sabio, 23rd November 1221, April 1284, was the king of Castile. Leon Galicia from 30 May 1252 until his death 1284. Let's get a good look because this is the man that was looking at both Moors. Okay, who was Christian, who hated them, but let's look at his first-hand account. Let's look at his description. What does he say about these invaders that had come in? Because this was going on for a long period of time. And let's look at what he says about them. Let's look. So you can go to the book called Return of the Moor, Spanish Responses to Contemporary Moorian Immigration by Daniel Felicia. Return of the Moor. You guys can go pick that up if you want to see some more history. So here he says, Toda la teoría. I'm not going to read the Spanish. Los enemigos, las casas. Okay, I'm going to get what's her name in the room? She can help out. I'll go from the English. Carolina. Okay, I'll go for the English. Let me just go for the English. Here we go. So he says, our enemies wasted the whole land, razed dwellings, killed people, burned cities, cut down trees and vineyards, and everything else they found. So widely did this pestilence and destruction spread that there did not remain in all Spain a single episcopal city that was not burned or razed or occupied by the Moors. That's what this man says. That the Moors came in, burning, destroying, and taking over Spain. Burning down trees, vineyards. That's what the good old Alfonso, that's his first-hand account of what he saw the Moors do. Now it's going to start to get interesting, everybody. It's going to start to get really, really interesting. Here we go. So, I have a Tehuti question. You know I have my Tehuti questions. I always do for the class to get you all sparked to think, to break you out of the matrix. So here we go. Tehuti question. Everybody ready? Because I'm going to come in the class and see how you answer. So a Tehuti question for the crowd. Where did the concept of quote-unquote tall, dark, and handsome come from? What gender is describing what other gender? So everybody in the room, I'm sure, have heard of the term tall, dark, and handsome. What gender, where did the term come from? Who's describing who? What gender is describing what other gender? Let me go in the room. I want you all to participate. Where did the term tall, dark, and handsome come from? And what gender was describing what gender? Everybody, go ahead and type in the room. Tall, dark, and handsome. Where does it come from, everybody? Tall, dark, and handsome. Tall, dark, and handsome. Where does it come from? Tall, dark, and handsome. Peace. We got some new people stepping in the room. Oh, look at this name here. It looks like it's Hebrew. It's Hebrew, Arabic, Islamic, and Kemetic. Look at this name right here. Shout out to Yashai Ya Salam Unk Allah. Man, that's an awesome. Is that Gregor? Is that my brother? I think I know that brother. Shout out to you. Shout out to Tehuti, Heka Kepara, who stepped in the room. Hotep, Hotep, Hotep. I don't know when he came in the room, if he came in late for this lesson, but shout out to you. You can always rewind it. Glad that you're here. Better late than never. Okay, so here we go. Tamahu, female to male. So tall, dark, and handsome is from Tamahu's female to male. Caucasian woman describing African men. Tall, dark, and handsome. Okay, here we go. I want some participation. All right, so it's women describing Caucasian women describing African men. We have Tamahu women describing men. We have Darius McNear saying a female describing a male. Jody says no idea. Okay. The Caucasian men describing African. Okay. Tall, dark, and handsome. Dirty Caucasian sugar males. What's going on? Dirty Caucasian sugar males that saw our strong black gods. Tall, dark, and handsome. So tall, dark, and no matter what, it seems like tall, dark, and handsome. The tall, dark, and handsome one is a male. That's a male. It's either a Caucasian male who's kind of dark or an African male. The person who is actually tall, dark, and handsome. Okay. They wanted the smoke. Somebody put Othello. Tall, dark, and handsome. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Thank you for participating. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I am now, for the first time that you're going to hear, I'm going to give the origin of tall, dark, and handsome, and who actually was the one to describe this, and what gender was describing what other gender, and how this is going to tie in to Alfonso. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Welcome to the podcast. Let's break it down. You know I love to do this. Here we go. So tall, dark, and handsome, when you actually look it up, tall, dark, and handsome goes back to Rodolfo Pietro Filberto. Here he is right here, ladies and gentlemen. Tall, dark, and handsome, known professionally as Rudolph Valentino, nicknamed the Latin Lover, was an Italian actor based in the United States who starred in several well-known silent films. And there he is, everybody. There's your man. There's your tall, dark, and handsome. There he is. Tall, dark, and handsome. So there he is. Tall, dark, and handsome. So if there he is. According to what they want you to think, the term came to prominent use in early 1900s, was commonly used in Hollywood during the Rudolph Valentino as an idiom, both lexically and sequentially fixed. It was also used in Bollywood too. Bollywood. So here we go. So tall, dark, and handsome. All right, ready? Nope. European women, although they agree, did not create the concept tall, dark, and handsome. Are you ready for the Tehuti matrix shifter? Here we go. Here's where it comes from, everybody. When the fish eaters arrived from Elephantine, Cambyses summoned, he sent out them to Ethiopia with orders what to say, and bearing gifts, a red cloak and a twisted gold necklace and bracelets, and an alabaster box of incense and an earthware of jar palm. These Ethiopians, to whom Cambyses sent them, are said to be the tallest and most handsome of all men. Their way of choosing kings was different from all others, from that of others, as it said, are all their laws. And it goes on. All right, so they chose them by the proportional stature. So somebody's saying these are the tallest and the most handsome of all men, the Ethiopian. So they're dark because the word Ethiopian is Ethiops, which means dark face. So they're the tallest and darkest and handsomest men. This is where the concept originated from. Who do you think is talking right here? Let me go into the podcast. Who's talking? Who is this talking right here? Who is talking? Talking about word is spreading about the Ethiopians, the tallest, darkest, handsome. Who's talking right here? Anybody know? Anybody know who is talking? Who could be talking right here about the tallest, handsomest men? Who do y'all think is talking? Anybody know? Let me get some water and see. Is it white women in Spain? Maybe describing the Moors? Who is this? The Blackamoors? Who's talking? Who is talking? A Greek philosopher. Okay, male or female. Here we go. You want to know who's talking, everybody? Here we go. Wow, someone is saying, word is getting around that the handsomest of all men, not the handsomest in Greece, not the handsomest in Spain, not the handsomest in China, of all men, including themselves, are Ethiopian, meaning dark, and are the tallest. Those are the handsomest of all men. Who's spreading the word on this? Who's talking right here? You know who's talking? Uh-oh. Herodotus. Herodotus, everybody. Herodotus is spreading the word that the tallest and handsomest men are said to be from Ethiopia. Herodotus, everybody. Not this, not from the 1900s, not this, not from Hollywood. Herodotus is the first to quote and use the term. This can be found in the histories. Herodotus, right there, there's the actual quote. And it can be found in the histories, Herodotus. And you can get this Harvard Press 1920. It is quoting from Herodotus. And what time period is this? Herodotus 484 BC. So this European man, Herodotus, is talking about the tallest, most handsomest men coming out of Ethiopia in 484 BC. There is your first mention of tall, dark, and handsomest men coming from Herodotus, 484 BC. Boom. The European man has for generations always seen the dominant attraction of the black man. Remember, homosexuality and pederasty was of the highest esteem of Greek and Roman culture. So it was nothing for them to say that. It was nothing. That's nothing. Okay, so here we go. So if European men saw this as attractive, here we go. Hyacinth and Apollo, here we go. So they saw this as attractive. This was attractive to them. The story of Hyacinth and Apollo. So if they saw this as attractive, what do you think they thought when they saw this? So if they saw this as attractive, and Herodotus is talking about the tallest, darkest, the handsomest men of all the world are said to be the tallest men from Ethiopia. What do you think when they saw this? What do you think they saw? What do you think they thought when they saw this? Do you think it was just the women lusting them? Or when they saw this? When they saw this. This right here is selling for $88,000. So when they saw this is in London right now. When they saw this physique man and this tall chocolate man, what do you think they thought? Okay? There you go. All right? And you can find this, and this is coming from this museum right here, dead in the center, right here. Okay? So, well, let's check with Alfonso. Remember Alfonso? We didn't forget about Alfonso. Let's check what do they think of these men. Let's check with Alfonso himself, the Spanish ruler who stated his account of the Moor invasion and the enemies that he's despised. Remember this guy right here? Alfonso? He saw both Moors. He's about to separate them, though. Here he is. Remember this guy right here? What do you say, Alfonso? What do you say about the Moorish invaders? Okay? Let's see what he says. So here's the Spanish up here. I'm not going to read the Spanish, but he said, the Moors were of the hosts, wore silks and colorful clothes, which they had taken as booty. Their horses' reins were like fire. Their faces were black as pitch, and the handsomest, what? Among them was black as a cooking pot, and their eyes blazed like fire. Their horses swift as leopards. Their horsemen were more cruel and hurtful than the wolf that comes at night. What did he say? What did he say? The handsomest amongst them, so amongst the Moors that he saw, the handsomest amongst them were the ones who were as black as a cooking pot. That's who he thought was the handsomest, everybody. That's what your boy, this is your boy. That's what he thought right there. The handsomest amongst the Moors were the blackest. Boom. Let it all out, Alfonso. Let it all out. Let it all out. Herodotus, the tallest and handsomest men of all are those from Ethiopia. The black ones, Alfonso. The Moors invaded us. We hate them. They're pestilence. But you know what? He had time to talk about who's handsome? What? You're in the middle of you're dictating, you're quoting a war of your people getting killed, slaughtered, they're burning down everything, destroying everything, killing your Christian people. You're talking about how evil and how cruel they are. And in the middle of that, you have time to talk about and amongst all this that's happening, you know what? The handsomest of you guys killing us? Oh, you black ones. You're all the handsomest ones. You have time to talk about that? You have time to notice which one of the handsome men? So they were highly impressed at how attractive the Blackamoors invaders, because remember, there was two kinds that the Spanish and Portuguese dictated, spoke on. The Moros Blancos, that was the Arab and the Turkish ones, and the Moros Negros, or the Blackamoors. Those were the black ones. And amongst all these people that were attacking them, the Spanish focused on how handsome, of all you guys killing us, the most nice looking of you guys are the blackest ones. So how attractive the black Moorish invaders looked compared to the other Arabs. And when I say they, I don't mean the Spanish women. The men said this. I just showed you that even with all the Christian hatred Alfonso had for the Moors, it did not override his inner attraction of the African men. And this is how the African Moors became popular. The Blackamoors as opposed to the Turkish ones, because the Spanish did something very interesting that they did not do with the Arab ones. Here we go. And here's what they did. Because remember, the question is, what's the origin of the Blackamoor? So here we go. Which leads us to what exactly is a Blackamoor and what is its origin? You may ask Tehuti, why do you keep calling the Blackamoor an it? What if I were to tell you that a Blackamoor today is no man or woman on earth, and as a matter of fact, is not even any living creature? Okay, let me walk you through. Well, you know, to break the matrix, I always take what you think you know and turn it upside down, which in actuality is right side up. Okay, let's break the matrix. Remember this, everybody? Remember this image that I showed you? You know what this is? These are what people call the ancient depiction of the Moors or the Blackamoors. Let's look into it, everybody. This is a Blackamoor. This is actually what this is called, a Blackamoor. You may say, yes, I know. Those were the Moors that ruled Spain. Nope. Look closely. What do you notice? Open your eyes, everybody. Look closely. These are the images that people show you and the Moors show you when they talk about they say the ancient Spanish people, they even made carvings of the Moors, and they show you these images. And they call them Blackamoor, which is true. And they say, see, these are the Black Moors. Look closely, everybody. I want you to look closely. Open your eyes. What do you see? This is true. This is the Blackamoor. That is what this is called. Look closely, though. Let me go in the room. Look close at that image. I know it's hard to see, but I'm going to open your eyes. Look closely. Yes, he is wearing a toga there. Okay. He's wearing a toga. Okay. Yeah, it was a guy that said that. Yep. Look closely, everybody. This is the Blackamoors. If you ask anybody to show you what did the Spanish draw to show the Moorish presence in the area and in Sicily and in Spain and all these areas, what did they carve? They'll say they carved these. These are the Blackamoors. And I'll say you're exactly right. Let me break the spell. Let's go. Look again. Does this look like a ruler or a servant? This is the Moors? Does this look like a ruler, everybody, or does this look like a servant? Let's break the matrix. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here are the images of the Blackamoor. Does this look like a ruler or does this look like a servant? Because every other image you see is some modern day drawing. Do not believe those drawings that you see on Facebook. They're going to have little yellow square box writings at the bottom. I hate those. They take a picture from something and then they put a little yellow square box at the bottom that says 1704. Moorish ruler conquers Spain. They take another picture and they put a little yellow box at the bottom. Moorish. I hate those. There's no source. There's no museum. Nothing. But these are actually in museums. These are actually for sale. These are actually throughout Spain. These you can actually find. But this looks like a servant. This looks like a servant, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it. Here we go. Boom. A servant, people. A Blackamoor today is not a person, but an effigy. Remember my last class, I broke down effigies, making images of people to reverse our caste energy. A Blackamoor is an effigy. Let me show you the definition of Blackamoor that they are not showing you or ever have looked up. So whenever people say Blackamoor, they never look up the definition. Here are the actual definitions. Look at the definition of Blackamoor. What is it? Blackamoor, noun. Blackamoors, an offensive. A person with dark skin, especially from North Africa. Blackamoor. Slave. Blackamoor, servant. And hence any slave, servant, inferior, or child. Blackamoor. Negro. Okay, let's go down to the next definition, Blackamoor. Here we are. Less commonly, Blackamoor, a European style of decorative art in which dark skin, usually male, usually male figures are depicted in a stylized and ornate form, object of decorative art, statue. Notice something about the Blackamoor images, though. They're usually male and they're muscular. Strong, muscular males, servants. See what it says? Slave, Negro slave, Blackamoor, servant, slave, inferior, dark skin from North Africa. That is a Blackamoor today. That is the literal Blackamoor. Let's look at it. Here's some more. 18th century Italian Blackamoor's wood from polychrome decoration and gilding, a Honolulu Academy of Arts. Here's some more Blackamoors. Here they are. These don't look like conquerors. These are the conquerors that Alfonso was talking about that burnt down cities and conquered lands. This is who he's talking about? No, these are effigies, everybody. Magical effigies. Here we go. Boom. So what is happening here? The Spanish Tamahu is so disgusted at the fact that amongst the boom, the Spanish, boom. So what is happening here? The Spanish Tamahu is so disgusted at the fact that amongst the invaders that beat them, taught them, and took their women, their only revenge years later was to make images of the black ones in reversal, i.e., to make effigies of them as servants instead of conquerors. Look, all the Blackamoors have the same theme. None of them look like warriors. Look at this guy over here. He has his fishing net out. He's working on the field. He's working. These are the Blackamoors. Strong, muscular. They got six packs on. They got calves, quads, shoulders, biceps, and look at them working. This is bronze sculpture of a man holding fishnet, Maureen-born Blackamoor Bridge in Stockholm, Sweden. These are the Blackamoors. The motif emerges as artistic response to the European encounter with the Moors, dark-skinned Muslims from North Africa and the Middle East who came to occupy various parts of Europe during the Middle Ages, commonly fixed in positions of servitudes as footmen or waiters. For example, figures personify fantasies of racial conquest. Do you see what's going on here? Do you see them? Look at this guy. So, what's happening here? I will show you what is happening. Look at this guy. Look at him. So, boom. Yeah, in the middle, yeah. So, boom, a servant people. A Blackamoor today is not a person, but an effigy. An image of diametrically opposite inversion, magic combined with passive-aggressive fetish magic. Notice they are all still muscular, attractive, because remember, as Alfonso said, even though all of the Moors, white or black, were vile enemies, the handsomest amongst them were the ones as black as a cooking pot. So even though the Tamahu makes the effigy image with reverse hate, he still has to make them black and sexy. The fetish continues. I said, wow, I'm blown away. I hope you enjoyed yet another Matrix revealed Ma'at Hotep. So there it is, everybody. That is the Blackamoor. It is based on the Tamahu fetish. They are statues that are made because the Tamahu, the Spanish Christians, were so racist at the time that when they saw people attacking them, they despised the fact that there was dark black ones in there. So when every time they draw the Moorish invasion ones, the Blackamoor, you don't have any Arabs drawn as servants. Where are the Arabs? Where is there anybody else? They only draw the black ones because they hated it. They found the black man sexy. There were what's called cuckolds today. I don't know if anybody heard of a cuckold, but a cuckold racist man still wants to see his woman sleep with a black man. It's a fantasy fetish that they have, even though they're racist. Even though they don't like blacks, but they get off on watching black men have sex, and they're attracted to black men, even the most racist of them. It's an inner diametric racism that they have, and they hated the fact that amongst them were black ones that were amongst the soldiers. So therefore, I'll put it in modern day times. If today, if Idaho or anywhere where there's, let's say, redneck Ku Klux Klan racist people are attacked by soldiers, by other American soldiers, they will respect the fact that they're American soldiers, but they will hate the fact if there's black soldiers in there telling them what to do. And they will focus on the black ones, and they will make the black ones popular because of this self-hatred for the black ones, while simultaneously being sexually attracted to them. And that's why every time you see the Blackamoor images, they're servants, yes, but they're also always have pecs, abs, six packs, because I want you to know that amongst the rape that took place with slavery, men were being raped as well. So were male boys and male girls were being raped as well. It wasn't just black women being raped, it was men being raped as well. This is the part of their fetish. So boom, that is a Blackamoor. There was never any group of people on the planet with flags and armies yelling out, "We are the Moors, we are the Blackamoors." There is no such thing. Those were Latin, Spanish people talking about a place that they named called Mauritania, and the Arab invasion. Oh, I got kicked off. Something happened. I'm locked up. I don't know why it does that. I'm locked up. Can I be seen? Press 1 if you can see and hear me. Press a uno. Number 1, numero uno, the highest idol. I'm the highest idol, numero uno. Okay, good. Am I back on the screen? Good, good, good. So that is the Blackamoors. That is literally what it is. There are statues. They're selling for $88,000. And the reverse effigies, a white fantasy that he hated the fact that he saw dark-skinned people amongst the invaders. So he turned them into slaves because that's his fantasy. But he also rapes and has sex with the slaves. So even the most racist slave master, we think that racism has something to do with not being sexually attracted. It's actually the other way around, people. You think a racist, you think the slave masters weren't having sex with black women each night? These black niggers, we hate them. You black low life, black hatred of black, the black scum of the earth, and they're ejaculating with them every night. So your sexual desire is never canceled out by your racism. The most racist slave master had up to 20 to 30 black children because he loved the black woman while saying that he's racist, while saying he hates blacks, saying that they're not human. Think about this. They're not humans. They're lesser than us. They're 1/3 of a man, 1/5 of a man. They're lesser than us, right? But he's having sex with them, and the other slave masters knows that. But if it happens in reverse, the black man's balls cut off. But the slave master could have black women, saying they're less than a man. But you don't have people today, or any racists today, raping dogs. You do have bestiality, but you don't find on any like the amount of black women that were raped. Find the slave masters that were raping German shepherds, because they're not human. They're not human. But why wasn't there a massive amount of slaves in Spanish running around raping squirrels and chipmunks and dogs? Nope, because they raped black women because they were attracted to them and attracted to men, just like Herodotus and Alfonso said, the most handsomest of them are the darkest ones. While we hate you, but you're still handsome. Boom, that is my answer. I hope you appreciated it, everybody. To the person who asked it, which is Ascari, that is the Blackamoor. That is its origin. Not a set of people, never any race of people. No such thing as that. They're statues. Boom, that is my answer. My aunt, daughter of Ross, says that breakdown was too powerful for YouTube. Wonderful. Okay, and on that note, plays right in time who's self-hatred. Absolutely. Absolutely. Just like Alfonso. Just like Alfonso. So their racism wants you to be a servant, but they're still sexually attracted to you. So you notice you don't really have any focus on the Arab Moorish invaders. We focus today on what Europeans direct. It's called misdirection. What they want you to focus on, that's where you go. So every single thing that people call themselves today is spiritually is always something that a European or another race named you. I'm a Moor. Show me the word Moor in papyrus. Show me any group of people call themselves Moor. I can't, but I'm a Moor. It's a Spanish word. It's Latin. It's Roman. But I'm a Moor. Anything but what's written on the papyrus in the Nile Valley. I'm a Christian. Show me anybody in ancient times calling themselves, talking about Christ, while Christ was alive. No such thing. It's always wherever they direct you, that's where you focus on, and then you run with that as your identity. Never what the ancestors actually wrote themselves. Show me any Moorish king. Remember this. Every king was proud of his nation. Is that correct? Every king, whether it's Chinese kings, whether it's Persian kings, whether it's Kemetic kings, whether it's American presidents, Every king is proud of his nation. Can we find, please, one Moorish king saying that he's a Moor? If that's his nation, if that's what he thought he was, is there any Moorish king that looked like me that has written down? Remember, they taught reading and writing, they taught arithmetic, they taught all these things to the Spanish. Could they themselves write for themselves and say, "I'm a Moorish king, I'm over the Moors"? Or no, they just can't do that. Thank you, everybody, for that question. I'm going to take a break, let the brothers step in, and continue with what is going on. And after this, I'm actually I'm going to read let me read some donations, everybody, because the donations are building up, and I want everybody to know what they are. Shout out to Leslie, who I think I see in the Podclass, who bought one of the books. I believe this should be Stepping Out the Matrix. Shout out to Leslie. I'm going to shout you out, and I'm going to put this in the room. This is Leslie. I'm going to leave your email out of it, but shout out to Leslie for purchasing a Stepping Out of the Matrix book. Shout out to you, Chrome tab. Shout out to you. There's Leslie for purchasing Stepping Out of the Matrix book from the Tehuti Podclass website. Shout out to you, Leslie. Let's get into the next donator and supporter. Shout out to Trenton. Trenton is the one that asked about John D. I don't know if I want to get to it, but woo-wee. I don't know. Shout out to Trenton, who sends a donation for support. Let me put a note here. I'm going to call this support for the situation. Thank you. Trenton, by the way, is at T.O.M, who asks all the awesome questions. These questions are awesome. I'm going to put support to. Shout out to you, my good brother. Then I'm going to put this in the screen. There we go. Shout out to Trenton with the big donation. Support $72. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you. You are awesome, fabulous, always supporting, always sending in questions. Shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you. $72 for the support for the situation that I am in, and I will get out of. Shout out to you, my good brother. That is Atum. Appreciate you, Atum. Appreciate you. I'm going to do a couple more donations, and I'm going to put the link in the room for the brothers to step in one final time. I'm going to take one final break, and I'm going to do a couple more donations. Okay. TTG. Oh, here's a new person. Never heard of this person before, but shout out to TTG Troth. I was going to donate, but my bank app is undergoing maintenance. I'll get to it tomorrow. Thank you, my good brother TT Troth. And the support is Cash App TT Amoon and PayPal Rocky SV. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate that. All right, next on the list for the supporters. Support was big tonight. Anthony Drain, who usually just sends 1072. He usually sends 1072. He definitely sent the 72 part. Shout out to my good brother Anthony Drain. People are really taking the situation seriously, and I appreciate you all. Shout out to Anthony Drain. I'm going to go ahead and put him in the room. Shout out to Anthony Drain, who you sends $10.72 before each class. But today, he sent the 72 part. Shout out to you, Anthony Drain, for the support, for the situation. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. Thank you, my good brother. By the way, that's Zep Tepi Slim in the room. Zep Tepi Slim in the room. That is Anthony Drain, for all those who don't know. Yeah. Thank you, my good brother, supporting the situation. I'm so happy that all of you have my back, and all I have to do is give the word, and you all jump on it. You guys are awesome and amazing. I'll do one more. Who's in here? Scribe. I'll do one more, and then let the brothers. Oh, Nito Campbell pops up. There he is. Nito Campbell for emergency fund. Thank you, my good brother Nito Campbell. Let me go ahead and put him. Oh, where'd he go? There he is. Nito Campbell. I'm going to put you, Nito, support. Oh, support Nito. Support. There we go. Shout out to the good brother Nito Campbell. And let's see what he gave for the support, for the situation. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. Nito Campbell with the monstrous. There's a big one in here. Oh, there's another big one here. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Oh, wow. You guys are really coming through. Hold on. AJ McGould is still awake. I remember the days at this time there was no AJ McGould anywhere to be seen. At this time of night, he has reshifted his DNA. He has recalibrated himself, and he now can stay up for the pod class. Shout out to AJ McGould. He's in here with big support too. Shout out to Nito Campbell with the monster $72. Thank you, my good brother. You are awesome. Thank you, my good brother Nito Campbell. You are fabulous. Always coming through. Last week I didn't see him, and I gave word out to get the word out to let him know the situation. And I'm glad he's okay. I'm glad he's okay because I see him every week. So shout out to Nito Campbell. Shout out to you for the big monster support. Oh, I see Heka Kepraz in here just smashing it. I'm going to take a break right now and do the rest of the donations when I return. Did somebody get kicked out of the room? Okay, let me go ahead and take this off. Okay, brothers, I'm going to let you go ahead and continue. I'm going to step away for a moment. You all take it over from here. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Hotep. Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Hotep, brother.
Hey, can y'all imagine if Saba wasn't around to break this information down? We're coming up on the 1 year anniversary, and I can't even imagine like Saba not breaking us out of this matrix. Like I can't even imagine. It's hard for me to process what it was like before. You know what I mean? Like it is just that breakdown was amazing, Saba. To you for continuing to break us out of the matrix, and thank you for coming back for your people, man. Thank you for coming back for us. Thank you for motivating that brother Ahati, because man, it's just it's just so beautiful. It's man, it's like it's invaluable, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like looking at it now, it's like I can't even imagine. Like, can you imagine how much Saba love us to come back for his people? to come back for us. Can you imagine if he wasn't teaching us? He loved us that much. He loved his people that he came back to give his people the truth. Ain't nobody else out there doing that. Come on, y'all. Let's keep it real. Nobody out there is giving the unequivocal truth, Ma'at, the way Saba breaks it down for us. Just keep it real, man. It's like it's not even a contest. It's not even a debate. It's not even funny no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to celebrate our leaders, man, and we need to start, appreciating what's real and stop valuing the fake, because that's what it is, man. I really thought I was getting real once upon a time. I really did. I thought I was getting real listening to them brothers out there talk about Kemet and talk about these different religions and all of this stuff, man. But it ain't no comparison, man. It's real. Like Ma'at is real. There's a truth, and it is clear. It is clear for anybody that is paying attention. If you're paying attention and your eyes are open, it's not even up for debate. And what that brother put in that comment, what he showed, they do a good job of avoiding Saba. Man, that's the truth. That's a fact. But it's a shame, though. It's a shame because they're avoiding the truth. It's a shame, man. It is a shame that it's only us. Like, it's only us. It's only us that recognize the truth. Man, our Saba need to be celebrated. Our real leaders and people speaking the truth, we need to celebrate the truth, man, and stop valuing the lie. We really do, man. I'm so appreciative to my Saba. Listen, thank you for coming back and getting us for real. Man, listen. Hey, man, teachingsofma'at.org. Go to the website, continue to support. We're going to come up on a beautiful 2 years. It is 3 o'clock in the morning where I'm at, and I'm 2:30 a.m. Just worked a 12-hour shift, but I'm motivated by the truth. And that's why I stay up. And that's why I force myself to stay up and listen to the truth. Because it was many nights that I stayed up participating in the ISFET and listening to the ISFET. And the truth is important to me, and I value the truth. So that is why I support my Saba any way that I can, and I support the truth, and I support you brothers speaking the truth. I support my brother Scribe, my brother Ahati. Infinite to our blessings and adoration to you, brother, because, man, I can't imagine not having Saba right now present, and me knowing, like, when I first got on the Podclass, it's like I can't, like, it's 1 year, and I'm like, what am I doing up here? I never would imagine I would have been the one up here. Like, I just want to learn, and Saba just want to teach, and I'm just grateful for that truth, man. And it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm not gonna be long-winded. I always say that, Auntie. Peace and love to you, my brother. But, man, we got to celebrate our leaders, man. So support our Saba. Continue to support. We're going to celebrate another beautiful year. And peace and love to everybody. Peace and love.
Peace and love, Ahati. Let's hear some great words from you. We haven't heard much from you tonight. Let's hear from you, my brother.
Hey, peace and love, Arcad.
Peace, my brother. Peace, man. I'm man. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm really grateful to you on the panel. I don't have to sit up here alone for the for the first year.
Never again, brother. Never again.
But I never doubted that eventually you brothers would come on the panel, and once you really started resonating and digesting what Saba teaches, like I did when I first met him. And real quick, I'm just noticing this tonight, but this is what happens when you learn under the great Saba Tehuti is synchronicity. It starts happening all the time in your life now. So tonight, I designed my virtual background. I had no idea that AJ, the netter formerly known as AJ, was going to read the great hymn from A.M P.M, who is the actual ancestor that I strive to emulate since I first started learning with Tehuti 8 years ago. Tehuti puts a little magical charm in my moderator name that blinks, and it's the waist with a dagger in A.M.P's waistline. So there's a lot of syncing going on, and that's one of my favorite hymns because it shows the dedication and loyalty of the scribe when A.M.P was a scribe before he became the great leader that he was. It shows his dedication to Tehuti, and I'm not anywhere near him, but it parallels my dedication to Saba too. I don't look at Saba like I don't look at him even being what people call human, and that's a whole nother breakdown that Saba can do for you because we don't call ourselves human for negative reasons. But I don't look at him when I look at Saba. I'm not even seeing him in his physical body. That's how deep I go. That's how deep the relationship is. I don't look at him like that. I look at him as my creator. I'll just keep it real. I look at him as my creator because like you are, Cad, for most of my life, I was lost, brother. I had no identity. Even worse, I'm using these negative connotations such as biracial, mixed, and mulatto. And there's billions of me out there that are lost right now. And it's a very confusing and negative and hard life because you don't know which group you fit in. You don't fit in with the Tomahawks entirely. You don't fit in with what's being called so-called blacks entirely. So it's a very hard life. And then I met Saba, and I never felt he judged me once. He just kept with the knowledge. He kept bringing the knowledge, kept bringing the knowledge, kept bringing the knowledge, kept bringing the knowledge, kept bringing the knowledge. And watching to see how consistent I was, keep coming back to him, keep coming back to him, keep coming back to him. And the relationship was never based on any type of physical ordeal. It was always based on the spiritual aspect, which I was severely lacking. And he literally created me. And I will be, like the comedian said, because there's no such thing as time and space, a million times, a million in appreciation and gratitude towards him. Because, as a brother said tonight, his information is priceless. I don't know how many times I got to keep saying this, but Saba, I could literally see Saba sitting in Kemet tens of thousands of years ago, ruling over the whole civilization. And ever since I was a little boy, I wanted us so-called blacks to have our own civilization. We are living still in a time where people look at us, especially us men, as we cannot lead and guide our women and our children. And in a certain degree, they're right. I'm not gonna keep this real. And at a certain degree, when you turn on the news, when you look at the majority of us, they're right. But there's a few of us here tonight that I know deep within me that can rule ourselves once again. And this is what scares the Tomahawk. As long as we keep talking and talking and talking and talking and talking for decades and decades and decades, they're not fearful. But the minute we start meeting up for these annual tribulations or tributes to Saba, the minute we start building, little businesses together, the minute we start building up defenses to protect our businesses and our women, our children, our communities again, then you see the face of the Tamu coming back. And I get invigorated, I get full of energy, I get very motivated when Saba speaks. Week in, week out, or even in our telephone conversations, even in our texting, when I don't even hear his voice. I get invigorated, I get full of energy. And it keeps me motivated to see brothers like Arcad up here go from somebody that was fearful and scared, because we're all fearful and scared. Even though I meet brothers all the time say, "Oh, I'm not scared." I'm not. Yes, you are, because it's a defense mechanism to keep us alive. So all of us have fear. But to see somebody say, "I can't do it. I can't do it. I've never done this before. I can't do it," and the guy is up here, man. The guy is up here. He's interesting. He gets animated. He speaks from his heart. It's like a metamorphosis taking place in real time, and it's beautiful, and I love it because I understand the power that's been given to our great teacher and that he's bestowed upon us. The only reason why the popularity hasn't come, Arcad, and the membership hasn't grown as it is because this is something brand new. People don't trust it. Like the one brother said in the video, he's been to many different Black Power movements and they've all failed. Why? Well, we know the answer why. Because there's no Ma'at. I know from my own experience. Saba watched me. I built up an organization like this before, and it failed. And I look back now because, number one, Ma'at wasn't involved. It was just built on nationalism. And two, Saba wasn't involved. So now that those key aspects are now implemented back into our movement, we will not fail. I can adamantly say that. I don't care if it's just me and the scribe. I'm not saying it's going to be just me and scribe, Arcad. I don't care if it's just me and scribe doing this for years and years and years and years. We will not fail. Because every movement, every great movement that have built families, communities, nations, states, always starts with the spiritual education first. That is the energy. That is the energy. That's what everybody else that I see out here doesn't have. They take you to a certain point with the yoga, nothing wrong with yoga. Take you to a certain point with the chakras, nothing wrong with chakras. But they never go back to the origins. So when you're alone at night, when you click off this podcast, you're ready to go to sleep and you're talking to yourself before you go to bed into the dream realm, that's where the real action takes place. When your landlord comes and he wants to kick you out and you remain calm and you're able to talk your way out of a situation, that's when Ma'at's taking place. When you're going to work and you really don't want to go to work and then you find out you're being promoted and that's a surprise to you, that's when Ma'at's taking place. Because it's our vibration, our frequencies that's bringing us all together here today. I didn't know Jody, I didn't know Shannon, I didn't know any of these people in the chat room, but they're here today. They're here because of the frequency that Saba puts out. And with that frequency, we all multiplied and replicated. There's a saying, there's an utterance I do daily, and I love it, but there's a saying that the scribe said that whether speaking or silent, I maintain exact balance. Whether speaking or silent, I maintain exact balance. That means I could sit here the entire time, not say a word, and be okay. And that's what you brothers, even AJ, are exemplifying over this past year, that there's no competition here between us. That's another thing that separates us from everyone else. There's no competition among us. We all chose our roles. AJ built this. This is what AJ's good at. AJ build it. Arcad, you're good at speaking. Arcad, speak. Scribe, you're good at the technical stuff and creativity. Do it. Saba's great at teaching. I'm great at organizing and motivating people. Do it. It's very simple. Nobody has to play team leader, or it's very simple. We're just falling into our roles, and I love it. So I see the people out in the chat. I see people that are on the fence. But I'm telling you, like Saba says, time is ticking, time is running out. The Tamahu, once he gets a sniff of this, and he will, and he says, oh man, these people we watch over the past year, these people aren't arguing, ad hominem, calling each other out. They're not doing any of that. We better take notice of this. Yes, let's take notice. I guarantee it. So they own the technology, so we may not have this for years and years to come. So if you are on the fence about joining or giving back or really taking action and showing Saba how much you love him, you'll join us. It's that simple. And I know those of you that donate, you do your thing, and Saba and all of us here are very grateful for that too. We're not telling you not to do that. We're saying that to be of service is to be a follower of Ma'at. The literal followers of Ma'at were the scribes. And the scribe was a servant to not only Ma'at, but to his people or her people. And that's really what Saba was looking for when he met me. I know it. I know it now. I didn't know it when I first met him, but I know it now. He was looking for that one person that was going to be loyal to him through thick and thin. And here I am. And I told Saba from day one, man, man, I am here for you, brother. I am here for you. Because not even my biological father could teach me what you have. And for that, I owe you my life. All right. There you go,
That's
Scribe.
beautiful, brother. Scribe, that's beautiful, brother. I love your wisdom too, brother.
Yeah, Tua for that, my brother. It's always great to hear you speak and drop your wisdom, on the people. Your frequency is very much needed at this time. So, I know we up here wholeheartedly appreciate you and all the work that you have done behind the scenes when nobody was around or nobody was paying attention. And you were the catalyst and the bridge to bring Saba Tehuti to us. And, for that, you will always get praise and adoration from me and those who appreciate Saba, because without you, my brother, none of us would be here. So peace and love, dua to you, hotep ma'at to you, my brother. I love you. And I'll just echo, what you said. I posted the website in the chat. I'll post it again. Make sure to, if you all just take the time out to join, just go to the YouTube and watch what we've been doing. You'll see, there's not too much that needs to be said about the brotherhood that we're building. You see it, and we're open books here. So it takes a lot to put yourself in the forefront for people to watch and critique you, because everybody has an opinion, so it takes a lot to do that. But none of that matters whenever you place your foundation on the truth, when you place your foundation on facts, because you can get rid of all that other stuff that isn't real and it doesn't matter. So we always love to show our appreciation for each and every one of you who show up and who support. This is something that what tonight has shown for me. It gives me motivation as a whole of the people, because Saba Tehuti can put out a call and we see people show up, and that shows a lot. That shows a whole lot, that isn't very much seen out there. We see a lot of times where people are left behind, and if we don't support our leaders, who are we? We can't support ourselves, so it's just such a beautiful thing to see those of you who are stepping up, and doing more than usual when that siren is set off. That's super important for us to continue to grow and build as brothers and sisters, because it shows trust. When you put so much trust into a thing or into someone, and it doesn't work out the way that you imagine it to be, which a lot of us have gone through that, it takes an extra sense of cognitive motivation to continue to keep doing that, because you're searching for the truth, and that right there is a foundation that every single person can stand on and not have to worry about the repercussions of something not happening the way that you think it's supposed to happen. So I always love to show my gratitude to those who do the work outside of the class, outside of when we're all together as one, because it takes that one that isn't in that group, so that's being seen, to do that work, to bring it forth for others to echo and follow. So that's one thing that we all can do as individuals, is take this information and utilize it in our own personal lives to elevate our consciousness, to bring it back to the group so we can continue to expand. Because there are forces out there that do not want to see us get to a place of success. And we know that. We have to know that. You cannot win a war if you don't realize that you're in one. And that's what a lot of this matrix is built upon, is to keep us hypnotized and running in loops and under spells that makes it invisible to see what you're up against. We all each have skills and talents and things that we are great at. And when we understand that and we embody that, and then we master that, and then we bring that to the group, we form like Voltron. And there's when one falls or when one has to take a step back for a second, another one can replace it. And a profound statement that Saba said in one of the Meta classes is, the greats are falling off and there's not people being replaced. We have to do what we can to fill in the shoes of our teachers and our leaders. We cannot let it just fall to the wayside once their time is there, for them to move on and continue their elevation as boss. Because this isn't the beginning and this isn't the end of the journey. This is a journey, and we're here to elevate and teach others how to do it as well. So there has to be those of us who are willing to step up and do what we can to echo their sentiments and take the place of the great ones for the generations coming up under, as they did for us. Because if they didn't do that, we wouldn't be here. And if there were ones before them, they wouldn't be here. And we all have a part to play. We all have a part to play. And you're not alone. We are here to support each other. Not everyone is out to get you. Not everyone is out to manipulate you. That's not the case. It is that way in a lot of situations, but it's not that way always. And once we come across those who are genuine and those that lead with their ebe, as the ancients did, as they stood in their stance and they showed you in physical presence what we lead with, once we find those beings who are resonating on that frequency, we have to be able to discern the difference between those who are genuine in their walk and those who have an ulterior motive. We have to have discernment. And by applying these teachings that the ancient Cometians left behind for us, the teachings of Ma'at, it allows us the highest percentage rate to be able to acknowledge what's real and what's not. We have these skills and we have the knowledge necessary to be able to gain that discernment at an extremely high level to make wise decisions. So with that being said, the great Saba is back and his time is valuable. So Tuwa to everyone, peace and love, Hotel Ma'at.
All right. Let me fix something.
Saba, when you do your applause, it's low. I don't know if it's only on my end. Can you guys hear when he does the applause? The hand claps? Is it low?
Yes, I do notice that, Saba. Whenever you push a sound, we don't hear the sound and your voice becomes muffled.
Okay. Thanks for telling me. Hopefully I'll get rid of this computer one day.
Someone's on the screen too. Someone's on the screen with a black screen.
Oh, that was Bijan Farrow wanted to come back and give a testimony, but the screen is all black. Yeah. Okay, we're about to do okay, Bijan, okay. We're gonna do the last of the donations and close this out. I do have one more question from Atum. I'm gonna answer that next week. It's too late. I need to go to bed at a decent time, and that question is completely I think it's maybe more elaborate than anything else I've done tonight. So shout out to Atum. I'm sure he understands. I'll get to him next week. I'll probably open it up with him and Black Sun. That question of Atum, it's about John D and the Hermeticists and the effect of the King James Bible. I'm actually I'm gonna erase somebody out of history next week, an actual physical person, not a biblical character, but I'm going to take a physical person, and you are not going to you're a person that everybody mentions and history, and I'm going to remove him from history. So that's going to be a deep class. I don't have time for it now though, but I'm going to remove somebody from history that we all learned about, and everybody has said his name. I'm going to show you the psyops. So that's next week though. Next week's going to blow everybody. Next week's gonna be crazy. But anyways, I'm gonna do. You guys stay on. I need to get to bed at a decent time, and I have a lot of donations to go over. So let's go ahead and go over them. Shout out to you all, and I heard again, Arcad, your dedication and loyalty, and is beautiful. And Ahati, I heard this section where you said when you interact with me, it's not even a physical interaction. That is, you don't see me as a physical entity that you're interacting with. That was beautiful. Shout out to everybody here. I like that. I like the focus that there's no competition. Usually in every single YouTube channel, if you have a screen like this with brothers on the screen, there's always a battle. There's always fuss. There's always hecticness. And there's literally no competition. I really enjoy that. Even if you all have any form of discrepancy or anything that needs to be solved or an issue or anything, nobody would ever know it. It's a beautiful thing. I really greatly appreciate it. I don't think there's any other chat room with boxes of men like this, and there's no problems, fussing, and discrepancy. And I want to tell everybody too in the Podclass, as I was listening to Ahati give his testimony about Haremheb, and that being his, I guess, one of his favorite entities to inspire him. And he knew about the prayer to Tehuti. It sounds like when you're listening to the Podclass that a lot of people in the Podclass are taking a lot of time to give me praise and respect, and you don't really hear that. You don't hear this at all. I want everybody to know that if you listen to each and every one of us, that's literally all we're doing to each other. So I actually never tell anybody. I just ask for respect. I never tell anybody to everything the brothers are saying about me and everybody's saying about me. I never tell anybody that I require that. I never tell anybody praise me, any of that. I don't say any of that. I just answer questions. I just break things down, and then when we all get together, it's everybody praising each other. But I'm getting praised more because I've done more for everybody. So it must be a very interesting experience for strangers or people to see in the Podclass, to see this type of interaction, because it's me giving all of you respect and praise, and then all of you giving it back to me, and then Ahati praising Arcad, and then Arcad praising Scribe, and then Ahati giving respect to AJ, Magul. And it's just a big circle of everybody giving respect to everybody. And it just appears that I'm getting the most because everybody is more appreciative of me. But if everybody in the Podclass actually listens closely, it's literally a circle of men praising each other. That's what's actually happening. And that's how it was in Kemet. I don't ask for any of it. And the people and the pharaohs never ask for it. It just happens naturally. So I really appreciate that energy that's naturally being created I don't have to tell brothers, get on your knees and praise me, worship me now, or any of this weird this thing. I just teach and it comes. A hati does what he does, and the brothers say that they need a hati, and a hati says he needs scribe, and A.J. Magul has the respect for everybody is just amazing, and nobody's ever seen. This is a phenomenon. Go to all the other YouTube channels and please record it for half an hour and show me brothers like this for half an hour on the other channels. It's not happening. So this is a beautiful thing. Thank you all. Yes, ego-free zone. I know everybody knows their worth. That's the beautiful thing about this. Everybody knows their worth. I know exactly my worth. I don't speak on it because I surround myself by a circle where I don't have to speak on it. My circle does it for me. But believe me, when Arcad says there's nobody out here doing this, everything that he says a lot, I know this. I know this very, very much. And you all say it. So it's so beautiful. It's really, really good. I'm happy that for all these years, finally this has happened. I've been really trying to create something like this since '93. But because I was under another teacher, I was creating it for him. I was very successful creating it for him. But since about 2000 and on, I wanted to see if I could create a group of brothers that are not going to rob me, are not going to steal from me, torch my belongings, So this is very good. So thank you all, brothers. I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and do the final donations, and then we're going to go ahead and close out. We can end at a decent time before 7 hours. Let's see if we can end at 6 hours and 15 minutes. Let's see. So shout out to everybody. And shout out to the brother Bijan. He's having some technical difficulties. Okay, here we go. Hey, good Daryl. Is Daryl... Is that the Daryl that was in the... I don't know if you all would even know this, but is the Daryl that was in your video... Is his name Daryl, the one that was in your video who said he's been through every religion? Is his name Daryl? Said he does yoga.
I think it was Daryl McDonaldson or something like that.
Daryl or Darren? Anybody know?
No,
Daryl. It was Daryl.
Okay, then it's okay. Shout out to Daryl. Then I believe this is him. He actually gave 2. Each week he gives $5.08. He's kind of like the new what's Nathaniel? Nathaniel used to always give something like this each week, but then he gave a little bit more. So shout out to Daryl. Appreciate you, my good brother. And shout out to you also if you're the one in the video. Thank you for your support and your dedication. He also did back-to-back with another. He sent. Oh, this one has a question. Okay, they put this as a question. Shout out to Daryl again, who sends. It was $5.08, and now it is $10.08. Interesting with the 8 cents. This one has a question to it. I'm gonna go ahead and put a note beside it. I'm gonna go ahead and read the question for everyone. Okay, shout out to Daryl, $10.08. Shout out to you, my good brother. He says, "Who was Cleopatra? Comment on recent finds in Kemet." Who was Cleopatra? Comment. Okay, there's been some recent finds, and maybe he wants me to deal with the recent finds. And there was actually many Cleopatras. I'm going to assume the one he's asking about, but there was a few Cleopatras. But that's a good question. We're going to break it down, I'll get into that next week. Let me get some energy in here. I need my okay, here we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, so shout out to Daryl for that question there. We're going to get into that. Some recent findings. Okay, next donator. There's some big ones coming up. Jonathan Hacker. Shout out to Jonathan Hacker, who I believe that's Starfeather. Shout out to Starfeather. Thank you very much. Starfeather sends a nice donation of boom. There's gotta be a faster way. Okay, here we go. $33. It says, for tonight's class, I appreciate you, Saba. Justice. Thank you, my good brother. Hey, I'm gonna put on the hand claps. Some of you can hear the hand claps. Could you all hear that?
Nah, sound like the music got louder.
Yeah. Let me see something here, man.
You need a hand.
What's up? Who's that?
That's me. You need a hand, Saba. I got your back.
Okay, that'd be great. Yeah, you play.
Shout out to Jonathan Hacker. Peace and love. I got your back, Saba.
Okay.
Hi to you ain't alone, brother. Never again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I was wondering where that came from. Thank you. Shout out to
Scribe, how was it? Scribe told me it was too loud at first. Gotta get the architect to hook me up.
Yeah, that was better.
Okay. Peace and love. Thank you.
Okay. Shout out to Jonathan Hacker. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you. Let's get on to the next one. And the next one is Hika Kepara. Hika Kepara. Wow, hold on. Do you have horns there, Arcad?
Let's see.
Horn effect.
Got horns. Nah, no horns.
It's on YouTube.
Can you hear?
I can hear that, yeah.
Nah, no horns. Wait, hold on. I could get some horns for you though.
Shout out to Hika Kepara. Let me go ahead and put that in the room here. Hika Kepara with the monster supports. He needs some horns for this. Hika Kepara with the $100 for fund. That is the emergency fund. Shout out to the brother Hika Kepara. Go ahead and put something from Arcad.
Let me see if I can hold. I'm gonna do the hand claps. I'm trying. Oh, trying to find some horns.
Yeah. Nice. Shout out to the Kepara. Yeah, nice. Thank you, my good brother. That is awesome. I'm gonna get through all these here tonight. Next one is Kamit. Woo! Oh man. Oh wow. Hold on a second. Support Kamit. Shout out to Kamit, who sends emergency money donation. Appreciate that, my brother. Let me go and put that up in the room. You ready, Arcad? Here we go. Shout out to Kamit, my good brother, with the massive $101.01 for situation. More to come. I know a Lord. I know a lawyer. I know a lawyer in LA. Nice. Thank you, my brother. I know a lawyer in here is Owen Hythe. Supports of the high priest fight the dark side. Shout out to Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe always donates the $27. Appreciate you, my good brother. 27 in verse 72. Is that up on the screen there? $27 in verse 72. Boom. Guys, I'm sorry. All here to man. Yeah, there is. It's probably that Cleopatra. We're gonna see. He mentioned some new finds. Let's see which one he's talking about. Okay. Shout out to Owen Hythe. Always supporting. Oh my goodness, the monsters are out. The monsters are out. We gotta. I gotta put the horn sound on. I don't know. This is the monsters are coming out at night. Oh my goodness. Just go to YouTube and put horn effects. Horn sound effects. The monsters are out. Oh my. Let me close this down. Here we go. Did this go in the files? Let me put this in the zipper. Amun Mat Ra. Amun Mat Ra. And I think he already he gave a big one last week too, I believe. Shout out to Amun Mat Ra. And I think he gave one today outside of this. Wow, support Amun Mat Ra. Here we go. Let me put this on the screen. The monsters are out with the big support. Here we go. Share screen. Give this man some bombs or something. Give him some. Go to YouTube. Horn sound.
I need some help, Scribe. I need some help with the effects. I hit him with the Auntie Lion and the Kopesh.
Can you hear this?
I hit him with the Kopesh and the hand claps. There you go. We hit a bomb.
You hear that?
Yeah. We can hear it. There you go, Saba.
That was me.
Good.
Oh,
I can't hear yours, Saba.
Oh, they got an architect. There you go.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay, good. All right, good. I'm gonna need you guys on every time I do the donation. That is a big $200. $200 monster dollars from Amun Mat Ra. Shout out to you, my good brother. Thank you for supporting the situation. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And I believe he already did. I don't know if it was today or early in the week, but he already gave a donation other than this. Shout out to you, my good brother. You are a loyal one. You are dependable. And you're definitely there to help the cause, and you appreciate me. Hey, is it Jamario Walker? Is that Jamario X? Yes, it is. Jamio X. Jamio X with the big 45 and a question. Okay. I'll put you down here. Next. Okay, Jamio X puts. I'm going to put this in the room. Oh no, it's the wrong thing. Okay, you guys get ready with the horns and bombs and all that good stuff. Jamio X is shutting it down. Who's this? Amun Mat Ra. Shout out to you, my brother. And now, Jamie X with a question. With some nice support behind the question. And he puts $45. Jamario Walker, Jamie X, who's been down. Jamie X, he's been down with studying. He's down learning under me since it got to be going on 2 years. I don't know. It's the Podclass a year.
Disconnected.
What? Oh, the Podclass was a year, and he was there from the beginning of Kill the Priest. That's about a year and a half. Shout out to Jamie X. He says, "Can you speak on the history of Shabaka Stone?" Okay. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me go and see who's next. Who's next on the Teachings of Ma'at anniversary video? Oh, this is something the scribe sent me. Okay. Next one is Stranger. Oh my goodness. Stranger's blowing the place up. Stranger is blowing it up. Let me close this down. Support. Stranger's one of the original monster donators. Shout out to you, my good brother. What an interesting amount, too. What an interesting amount. Shout out, my brother. Get ready with the horns, everybody. Let me close all these other ones down. Boom. Close. 45. Boom. Boom. On hyphy. Boom. Close. 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 Where are all these tabs coming from? Okay, good. We have Stranger's tab. Shout out to Stranger who gave boom, look at this, everybody. 142 to support the program. Thank you, man. Thank you, my good brother, for there we go. For the program. Shout out to you, my good brother. Stranger danger. That's right, Meshach. Some people are accustomed to this system of Isfel. Most people. Shannon says, what a great community. That's right, Shannon. And you are a part of it. You are a part of it. Shout out to Stranger. Appreciate that, my good brother. Let's move on to the next donations. Hey, Lamonte. Support for my brother. Shout out, Lamonte. Oh, these things are going wild. Okay. Shout out to Lamonte. Support for my brother. Appreciate it. I'm going to put this down as, I think it's, I'll put this as support. Lamonte. Okay, and let me put this on the screen. Shout out Lamonte. Support. From Lamonte. He sent in I gotta rest up there. He sends in $15. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. RCAT throwing the claps for the good brother for support. Anybody who's sending in support for the situation, thank you. Appreciate that, Lamonte. We got Sullen Rock. Hey, Sullen Rock. Sullen Rock sends in Sacred 7. Shout out to Sullen Rock. who sends in $7. Peace and love to Solon Rock. Appreciate you, my brother. Good looking. Okay, let's move on to the next. Hey, Vinny Black Lodge. Highest spirits and blessing. Thank you, brother. There's some very positive, heartfelt messages in a lot of these donations. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. This one is a nice little message from Vinny Black Lodge. What does he say? He says, highest spirits and blessings to you and yours. Thank you, Vinny Black Lodge. Highest spirits and blessings to you and yours as well. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate the support. You're awesome. All right, next up. Robert Williams. Oh, Robert Williams. Is this the Robert Williams in the room for Ethereum? Subscribe. Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Scribe. I got it. Okay. Shout out to Robert Williams. Appreciate you, my good brother. You stay strong in all of your situations and endeavors. Stay very strong. Follow the laws of Ma'at. Keep a level head and understand that you are surrounded in darkness and you will come forth as conscious light. My good brother. There we go. My good brother. Oh, yeah, there it is. We paid with Ethereum. Robert Williams with $13. Thank you, Robert Williams. Appreciate that, my good brother. He's actually going to get himself a Kopesh sometime soon. That's the same brother. I think it is. Yeah, what is that?
Kopesh.
The Kopesh. Oh, my goodness. Somebody's getting killed. Or is it sharpening itself? Is it two Kopeshes sharpening each other? Or coming out the sheath? Okay. Who's next? Precious. Hey, Rebel Minded. Precious Wharton B. Oh, Rebel Minded. Shout out to Rebel Minded. Appreciate you, Rebel Minded. I appreciate that. And he says, he or she says, I'm going to put in the room. Rebel Minded. I love that name. And Rebel Minded says, Tehuti for being that beacon of light that shines on many. Rebel Minded 85, thank you. Rebel Minded, you are awesome. Appreciate you. Thank you. That hand clap is funny. Rebel Minded, let me see if it got into the room. I'm going to cut this off. And where did Rebel Minded go? Rebel Minded. Oh, there you are. I see you. Okay, next up, for the support, Ajax. Again, I think I kept raw, man. I think this is 2 monster donations tonight. I believe. Take a kept raw is, I think this is 2 tonight. It is 2 tonight. Shout out to Take a Cup of Raw with the monster donation. Let me go ahead and put this in the room. Take a Cup of Raw with what I believe is the second donation of the night. $40. Give him some horns. Give him some support and appreciation. Thank you. Thank you. The Kopesh is hilarious. I don't know. That sounds so funny to me. Thank you. It sounds like some type of cartoon. But shout out. Is that you doing that, Scribe? That.
Nah.
No, that's Arcade.
Oh, Arcade.
I got the Kopesh and the hand clap. Scribe got the bombs.
Okay, nice. Shout out to you all for that. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and get this off the room. I'm gonna put this one as support as well. Yeah, put this on support. Oh no. Support Ega Kepara. Support Ega. Thank you, Kepara. You are wonderful, my good brother. Appreciate that. Let's go through the rest of these. There's quite a bit. You all came through. Ooh, not Arcad. Formerly known as, has come to shut it down. Thank you, my good brother, formerly known as. Give this man bombs, car crashes, every noise ever. This man here. Quick on the draw from last week. I mentioned I needed support, and literally within 3 minutes, this man had already sent something. Shout out to throw this man $100. Shout out to you. Hold on, let me take this thing off. I think covering a host's face. Let's take it off. There we go. Shout out to you. Are you still in the room? Or are you frozen?
I'm here.
Okay, shout out to you, my good brother. What do you say?
Arcad, did you say something?
Nah, go ahead.
I didn't say anything, Saba.
Okay, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you very, very much, man. Thank you. Thank you. You're awesome. Appreciate the support. Galactic Salinas. Galactic Salinas. Shout out to Galactic Salinas. Galactic Salinas. I believe that's Danny Salinas. Gotta be Danny Salinas. Shout out to Danny Salinas. He sent in an Arcade Infinite donation. And boom, boom, boom. $7.77. This just for support, Lord Tehuti. Peace to the gods. Oh, yeah, that's definitely Salinas. He always says peace to the gods. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. And who else? Hey, Carlos. Is this up? Yep. Comedic Matter G. My good brother who always comes through with a monster. Here we go. Here we go with the big monster donations. Thank you, my good brother. We're going to put this up in the room. We're ready to throw this man all kind of sounds. Comedic Matter G is always coming through. Put this in the room. I remember this brother sent me $50. Asked me a question about tree roots. I answered it, and this man sent me $50. Shout out to Dude Dilly, otherwise happy 1 year anniversary. Where the horns? Okay. Shout out to the Kopesh. Okay, who's next? Who's next? Who is next? A lot of donations tonight. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Hey, Tamir Amallah. Amallah, I haven't seen him in a while, or her. But I always mention him or her in my intro. Shout out to Tamir Amallah. I'm going to put support. Okay. Support. Tamir. Yeah. Support Tamir. Shout out to you. Let me go ahead and put this up in the room. A lot of support tonight. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you for all those who believe that what I do is worth something. And you all appreciate it. I really appreciate it. There's literally no other teacher that gets this kind of support on the like this. So shout out to Tamir. Hey, Arcade Infinite. Arcade Infinite with the glyphs. This is probably the first time in history. You see something here? Shout out to Arcade Infinite. One of the awesome team members. For the first time in history, Pal Talk has ever seen MetaNetter on their screen, in their system. MetaNetter has made the MetaNetter has made it into Pal Talk.
Saba, did you get the one from last Saturday? I sent the crypto last Saturday. That I sent the scribe. I resent it. I had to PayPal it.
I think I announced that last week. Was it like $63 or something?
68, yeah.
I did get it, yes.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Just making sure you got it.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. I did definitely get it. Yeah, I remember the $60-something.
Do those glyphs actually say support, Arcade?
Yeah.
Yeah. I see the T.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. Okay.
We got Angela Gates. That's a new person. Angela Gates with the $2 who says, "More will come." Okay. More will come. Let's do it. Okay, shout out to the $2 from Miss Angela Gates, a new person in the room. That's definitely a new person in the room. I think I've seen her twice. Shout out to you, Angela Gates. Feed upon the knowledge, learn and grow. Thank you, sister. Okay, next one. Oh, there's so many. You got really. Oh my God, I knew it. Once I saw Rigo in the room say "wow," or as soon as I saw Rigo, as soon as Rigo makes any kind of sound effect, I know there's a big donation coming from Rigo. Every time it works, every time it happens, if I see him in the room say "wow" or anything, I know that I want to see a monster donation, some kind of donation. And here we go. Oh my goodness, Rigo has done it, y'all. Rigo has done it. I gotta put this in a special. I gotta make a special note for this. Oh my goodness, Rigo has done what you have asked him to do. Oh my goodness, Rigo, is he in the room still? Oh my gosh. Oh, Rigo has done it. They put this in the room. He did it, everybody. Just when you thought it was over, Just when you thought it was over, Rigo has done it again. He's about to reopen the box. Rigo, throw this man grenades, throw him bazookas. Oh. Listen, it was all over. Rigo said fantastic work, magnificent answers, and astonishing knowledge. Could you break down the Matrix Part 3? Here we go, everybody. Oh, no, that sounds like a cannon from 1600. What is that?
Yes.
Rigo. Oh, he said he had a gut feeling. I knew it. Oh, hey. Hold on one second. So first off, let me give full respect to Rigo before I do that. Rigo, thank you, my good brother. You had a gut feeling. That's hilarious. $111 again for the Matrix. Rigo is hooked. I did 2 parts. Here we go again. Number 3. Now I can break down nihilism, simulacra. It's gonna get silly now. It's gonna get that's gonna be a crazy one. Shout out to you, Rigo. I knew it. I knew it. Shout out to you, my good brother. I got you. You know what's coming up. Wow. Shout out to Hika Kepara, who says Angela Gates is my sister, Saba. That is awesome. That is awesome. I don't think I've seen. Wait, nope. I don't think I've seen this before. Shout out to everybody in the podcast who is bringing people in to the knowledge. And now we have brother and sister. There was a brother and sister, somebody named Africa, Pace Africa, and she had a brother. I forgot who that was. But shout out to you, my brother, bringing in your sister or having some type of influence because I know you've been here before her. So shout out to Hika Kepara, who's bringing his sister. That's what I love to hear. That is awesome. Thank you. Angela Gates is also very excited in the room. Shout out to you. Oh, whoa. What's this? Wait a minute. Oh, man, you guys. Oh, man, let me sit up. Oh, man, is this Arcade again? Let me clear my eyes. Hold on. What does this say? Oh, man, is this your Arcade?
Yeah, that's me, Saba.
About Christmas?
Yeah. It gave me a little extra at the work I got to share with my Saba. I know how the Matrix go. Feed off the negative energy, turn it positive.
Yeah. Thank you, my brother. I remember those days hearing people get bonuses around Christmas time and they go blow it on gifts. And shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you. Shuts it down. Get ready to go pet yourself and clap for yourself and bomb and everything. This is awesome. Thank you, my good brother. Put this in the room. Oh my goodness. What?
Can I read it and say something?
Yes, you can. Of course you can, man.
Tap my art. Infinite gratitude. This is for your current situation. Saba, you are way more valuable than any Christmas gift I ever received. I just want to make that public and stamp that on the internet that my teacher is more valuable than any Christmas gift I've ever received in my life, and I'm almost 50 years old.
Wow. Sharpen those professions. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you because even though I am, of course, completely against Christmas and all the nonsense, but yes, I've received some awesome Christmas gifts from a child until adulthood, and being 50 years old, saying that I'm more than all of that you've ever gotten. Thank you so much, because even though those Christmas gifts, Christmas is garbage, but a lot of those gifts sometimes are sentimental and from family. So I very much appreciate what you just said. Thank you so much for your appreciation, and thank you for thinking like that. Thank you for thinking like that. That's how a hottie thinks. Like you're at work, you're at the plantation or whatever you do, and then they give you a bonus. Nobody knows you got that. Nobody knows whatever you got, a raise, a bonus, whatever it was. Nobody knows that but you. And your conscience says, hey, if I get this, I'm gonna share some with my Saba, and I'm gonna say it. And you didn't have to do that. Nobody here knows you got any kind of raise or bonus or anything. But yes, if you are so-called blessed, as they say, with some type of bonus or something, and you feel that way, I greatly appreciate it, because nobody knew that but you. You already gave a donation, and you gave a big one already, so that is truly from the heart. I appreciate that, because nobody knew that. So that's awesome. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. That's how that reminds me of Hati. That reminds me of something that he would do. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, my good brother. Okay. Is this you again? Hold on. How come everyone I click on says Jermaine Hammond? Hold on. This is a long one. What is this? Let me go ahead and put this in the room. This is what's going on here? Crazy. Oh, this is thank you. Thank you. Let me put this on the screen. This is beautiful. There's been a lot of beautiful, sentimental donations tonight. A lot of almost like poetic poetry words. Is it on the screen? You want to read this one too?
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah. Say what?
Yes, it's coming. It's there. This is the Mesu, the 10. Congratulations for the 1 year anniversary. Peace and love. It's not a lot, but it's from my Ib, and I can never pay you enough for what you have given me and my family. To our hail Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Your wisdom and example will continue to manifest through me and the rest of the brothers. Looking forward to another beautiful year. Happy anniversary. Peace.
That is awesome. Wow, and see how he puts, that's another thing you didn't have to put either. I really look at little things like that. You didn't even have to put the rest of the brothers, but that's so awesome that you put that. You could have just said everything else, but you added on your own through me and the rest of the brothers. That's a beautiful thing to say. That means that even when Arcad is alone in his private time typing into Pal Talk, and he's not on the screen, he's not in a meeting with you all, he's donating and also thinking about you brothers and adding it into his donation. These are the little things that I look for. These are little priceless things that you can't tell somebody to do. It's invaluable. So thank you. I really notice things like this. These are significant pieces of proof of genuineness. So thank you so much, Arcad. Appreciate that, my good brother. Is that like 3 in a row?
Yes, and the sisters too. The sisters is manifest through the sisters too. I can't forget the sisters.
Okay.
Shannon and the rest of the sisters.
Yes, thank you. And hey, this is Big Vapes again. Oh, Big Vapes. Okay. I think this is the second one tonight. I think this is the second one tonight. Thank you, Big Vapes. We're going to put you on the screen. Wow, the donation count is longer than the answer to a question. I've been doing this donation for like 45 minutes, I think. More. Okay, wow, this is awesome, guys. Thank you. Let me go and put him on the screen. I definitely could not have answered another question tonight. Shout out to Big Vapes, Eduardo Latortru, otherwise known as Big Vapes. The 1 year anniversary Podclass from this is on his shirt, everybody. So he has a custom made shirt from inspired by a class that I gave on Ptah and Buddha, the Ptah origin of Buddha. And so he has a Podclass shirt scribe made for him, and it says Ptah Bul Damu on the shirt. Thank you, my good brother. That is appreciate that anniversary. Thank you so much. SJ111. That's an interesting name. I don't think I've seen this one before. And it's let me go ahead and put this on the screen. We had a quick question. I'll put this for next week. Ooh wee. Next week 8. Okay, here we go. And shout out to I don't even know how to say this name. I'm just gonna say the initials because I don't know how to say the name. Okay, shout out to SJ111. And SJ111 says, boom, 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 boom. He sends a Arcade Infinite donation, 777 for reciprocity. Quick question: is Nibiru here? Okay, I'll answer that. I'll answer that next week. I'll show something. I'll show something very interesting. But okay, thank you. SJ111, appreciate that, my good brother or sister. I don't know. Shout out to you. Who's Terry Patty? There's a lot of new people supporting. Thank you. These are the people coming from these are some of the 85 viewers that I guess they never come forward. Here they are. They're coming now. The 85 people that we say, hey, there's 40 likes and there's 85 people watching. Well, here they come. Here they come. Shout out to you. I've never heard of this name before. Terry Patty. Has anybody ever heard of Terry Patty before? What a good thing for this to be my first time hearing. What a good introduction, Terry Patty. This reminds me almost of Tehuti most. Shout out to Terry Patty out of nowhere. Never seen your name before, but I'm glad I affected you like this. Arcade, go ahead. Subscribe, go ahead. Thank you, Saba, for the Podclasses. Congrats on a 1 year anniversary. Hoping for more to come. So thank you, Saba, for the Podclasses. Congrats on the 1 year anniversary. Hoping for more to come. Did I hear guns? Guns from 1776? Shout out to the sound effect. You guys are the new AD. Hey, isn't that interesting, brothers? Did you ever think a year and a half ago, watching the Killer Priest, that you all would be guys doing sound effects on a podcast? You all were watching AD almost 2 years ago. And now you all are doing sound effects on a podcast you love. What an interesting turn of events. Awesome, awesome. This is beautiful. What a beautiful night this is. It's still more? Oh, gosh. You guys are just... Terry Patty again? Wait. Who's Terry Patty? Man, shout out to you, Terry Patty, whoever you may be. Wow, get ready for the sound effects, brothers. Let me go ahead and put him in the room again. Oh, where'd it go? Wait. Terry Patty? Terry Patty. Oh, twice. Wow. They put on. Terry Patty did back-to-back monster donations. Back-to-back monster donation with a back-to-back monster donation question. Terry Patty out of nowhere.
Bluetooth disconnected.
I would love to know who Terry Patty is in the chat. I'd love to give you your full props and respect, knowing who you are in the chat, because this is it's amazing. This is really good. Thank you, Terry Patty. I've never seen a donation from Terry Patty before. And here he is back to back. Peace, Saba. A breakdown. Oh, you're trying to get a crazy class next week. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh, I've never been asked this before. Oh boy. Oh my God. Thank you all. I've never been asked this before. I've been waiting for this question for like 24 years. I've been waiting for this question for 24 years. Shout out to you, Terry Patty, out of nowhere with that question. That's great, man. Okay, let's see. Kamusi with support to the movement. Kamusi for the movement. Oh boy. Okay, shout out to Kamusi. Uh-oh. Oh, by the way, Scribe, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
That directions you gave me about going on and seeing members, that must be before I even start this StreamYard or something, right? I don't see that as an option.
Yes, it's before you actually start a show.
Oh, I see. Okay. Is it even before I do a schedule?
It's in that same screen.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'll do it for next week. I've been looking for it on my breaks. I've never seen it.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Kamusi with the 777. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you, Kamusi. He says, support to the movement. Thanks, Saba. You know what? I didn't read this song. Didn't read this song. The brother asked a question, but he also he put a shout out to everybody on the team. Terry Patty says, "Peace, Saba, breakdown of Jehovah's Witness faith and its Masonic roots." Shout out to General Ahati, Scribe, Arcat, Infinite, and the Netter. Wonderful. Shout out to you. All right. General Ahati. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Scribe sent. Hey, Rigo. Rigo with the shirt. Rigo got a shirt. And this is my notification. Shout out to Rigo. My notification for the shirt. Appreciate Rigo. Thank you, my brother. Shout out to Rigo. Who got the shirt win. That's right. Rigo won a shirt. That's right. Rigo won a shirt. And I think Magoo paid for it and Scribe extending it. Shout out to yes, that's right. Rigo won a shirt. Shout out. So that's great win, my brother. Okay, Black Alucard jumping off the Empire States Building with more monster donations, man. Oh my. Black Alucard is always giving big donations, but they've gotten bigger. They've gotten definitely significantly bigger since I announced the situation. Black Alu. Oh wow, so many donations. Where'd it go? There it is. Shout out to Black Alucard. The supporters. This is definitely the longest support. Wow, 6 hours and 43 minutes. It was before 6 hours before I started the support. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Black Alucard who says, for the situation, thanks for the knowledge. $70. Give it to man. The gun sounds are hilarious. The gun sounds are hilarious. The gun sounds sound like musket, something from the original Independence Day. Oh, Scribe! Shout out to the Scribe, man. The Scribe comes through. Hey, Scribe, did you ever find the black snake?
No, I did not.
Oh, so strange. It'll pop up. I've had snakes missing for months and they will pop up. Support. Right. Boom, 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 boom. Shout out to Scribe. I'm going to put him in the room. Oh, man. Okay. Oof. Shout out to Scribe, who gave $33.72. Give that man bombs, hand claps, musket. The musket's hilarious. Thank you. Thank you, Scribe. What was that?
Shotgun cock.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, man. Whoever thought in history you would hear shotguns, muskets, and kopeshes in the same few seconds. Weapons from thousands of years apart. Oh man. Okay, everybody. Is that it? Okay, we got Bev. Hey Bev. Hey Bev. Bev looks like my mother. Shout out to Bev. One of my goddesses saw her and says, hey, does she remind you of your mother? I said, yeah. Okay, here we go. Bev. Support. I think this is it, everybody. We can close it out. Support Bev. Shout out to Bev. They're going to put this in the room. Bev is serious. In that video, she looked really, very serious. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Bev. What was that? A bottle?
My water
What?
fell.
What's that?
My water fell.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Bev. Is that on the screen? Shout out to Bev. Bev for support. Thank you, Bev. Golden pie. Golden pie. Thank you, Bev. What's Hotie's mouth? Shout out to Bev. Hotie's breaking down and breaking up. Laughing. Shout out to Bev. Thank you, good sister. Oh, Bev is still here. Wow, Bev. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's morning there, right? Greetings, Saba. I look like your mother. You look almost identical to my mother. Almost identical. Shout out to you, Bev. Yes, yes. I think that's it. Let me refresh the page. I believe that's it, man. That is it for tonight. Wow. Out of nowhere. Here we go. I can't close because the Vortex Ninja has to pop up. Just like a ninja. Pop up out of the darkness. With the last minute support. Just like a ninja. Here we go. Shout out to you, my good brother or sister. I'm not sure actually. But whoever you are, you popped up like a ninja. At the very end, give this man or woman a clap for celebration 1 year. Thank you. Thank you, Vortex Ninja. Appreciate it. Okay, that's it. That gotta be it. That gotta be it. I'm refreshing the page. Woo! The class still ended up going almost 7 hours. I'm breaking down. All right, my brothers, you guys do a quick little closing, and we're just gonna go ahead and close it out. Do a quick little something, and I'll be right back.
Otep Ma'at. Just want to say, we gotta celebrate our leaders, man. We have to celebrate our leaders. We have to celebrate the truth, and we have to celebrate Ma'at. And I'm gonna leave it at that. Peace and love. Peace and love.
Yeah, thank you for all the support. This was an excellent 1 year anniversary class. You know, we AJ actually set this in motion, and you know he did have he said he wanted a goal to be sent in for the Podclass, and you know we definitely reached that. You know, so and that's all because of you all. You know, so thank you to everyone who supports and recognizes the truth when you see it. You know, so just peace and love. Hotep Ma'at. You know, and have a great weekend. And make sure you join us Sunday for our Study Guide Sunday class. I'll be going into the teachings of A.M P.M. So make sure you join us there. You know, it'll be a great time. We'll have some fun. You know, so once again, this Tua, thank you, and Hotep Ma'at.
Peace and love. I just want to say thank you to everyone that made this possible. We're wrapping around Saba. We're building community, and that's what we're supposed to be doing. Like Saba said, the amount of money that our people have spent on Christmas, imagine if we spent that on something meaningful, where we would be as a people. So thank everybody in the chat for being here. Thank everybody for their contribution. Thanks to the brothers. I know Saba appreciates everything that we do. Thanks to the moderators. Thanks to Saba's goddesses and his whole support system that's holding him up so he can continue to lead us in the right direction. And I'll pass with that.
I just want to say thanks for your donations. Keep supporting. Keep coming out and watching us. Keep telling your family members and friends about us. Spread the word of the teachings of Ma'at from Saba. And everybody enjoy their weekend. And if we don't see you, your week. Peace.
Peace and love. Yes, like that good brother said, join us for the Sunday study guide. Come out and join us. It is 4 o'clock in the morning and I'm wide awake for this knowledge. I'm so excited. I get so crunk about this knowledge. Peace and love to Saba, man. Listen, I speak slang fluently, guys. The reason why I don't talk much on here is because listening to him speak has made me want to elevate the way I speak. So I'm slow to speak because I don't want to, I'm conscious of what I say. And when I say we have to celebrate our leaders, we are in a time like no other because we have a teacher like no other who has given us the truth. For the last year, he has never told us a lie. He has done 7-hour classes straight and has not told one lie, has not given his opinion about anything at all for a whole year, actually 2 years, if you count Killer Priest. He ain't told not one lie. He has done nothing but be an example of Ma'at and teach us and show us by example. So if you don't support the truth, then you support the lie. Because he is an example and he has shown us in this last year. He has taught us. So join us if you support the truth. Come out and stop hating on our teacher. Because y'all know we got the best teacher and I'm going to shout my teacher out because it's our 1-year anniversary and I'm crunk. And I love my Saba. Just like everyone on this panel. Yes. I love my Saba. It is 4 a.m. where I'm at. I've been up almost a ridiculous amount of time. I'm tired too. But man, listen, we have to celebrate our leaders, man. We have to. We do, man. And I appreciate Saba so much. Man, listen, I appreciate this truth. I appreciate this truth, man. Everything is a lie out there, man. Everything. And this brother, for the whole year, consistently has done nothing but tell us the truth and tell us the opposite of the lie and show us how we could get out the matrix. He didn't have to come back for us. He did not have to come back for us to teach us. He says it. He could have stayed teaching his family and his inner circle. But yet he is on this panel and he has shown us for a whole 2 years consistently. He has shown us what Ma'at looks like. He has given us the truth and he is pulling us out of this matrix. And we have to celebrate that. We have to. So I'm going to continue to celebrate the truth. And Ahati, you will never be up here alone supporting our Saba. You don't have to worry about that, brother. We got your back in any way we can. That is the truth, man. Listen. It's oh,
everybody
man.
Put some fire in the chat for Arcade
It's a
Infinite.
beautiful thing, man.
This brother done look at him. He look at his camera. I don't know if anybody noticed, but this brother coming in 4K crispy clear, looking amazing.
Listen, brother. When I heard him speak,
clear.
Listen. The truth does that to you, man. The truth make you want to do better. It make you want to speak better. It make you want to look better. It make you want to behave better. You get a different kind of energy. When he was talking about today, when he was teaching about the gut, I personally now have almost become allergic to Isfet. I have become allergic to it. I feel it in my body now when I'm in situations, and this has been in the last few years, when I'm in situations or I go to places and the energy don't feel right, I tap into the invisible. And it's like I become allergic to it. I can't be around it no more. And it's because of the truth, because there was a time when I I thrived in them environments, in the ISFAC. I did. I thrived in them. I'm here right now looking at you brothers on the screen. But to look back and see how far I've come, man, I was lost. And to look back and see the truth that Saba is showing us, man. He's showing us every week, consistently showing us, brother, how to be better, how to speak better, how to do better, how to search for the truth, like Scribe said. Yeah, when I said he is more valuable than any Christmas gift I ever got, because it was toys, bicycles, none of that stuff is around no more. What Saba is teaching us and giving us, this gift, is a gift that I'll be able to share with my family. My family don't even understand right now. They don't understand fully. I don't even understand fully.
Well, give us an example. What does your family say?
No, I'm saying they don't understand like the teachings. When I say they don't understand, I'm saying like they're not where I'm at with the knowledge. But you know, everybody's at a different place. But they're not supportive. They're supportive, but they're just not where I'm at. So what I'm gonna be able to do as far as help them get out of the matrix is invaluable. They just don't know it yet. It's a work in progress. But they just don't know it yet. I used to get asked questions. People used to be like, what you gonna do with the truth? You know, why you want to know the truth? It's like people love to lie, man. It's ridiculous. When you talk to people and how ignorant they sound, it's like people used to say, well, you'll show them the truth, and then they'll say, well, what you want me to do with it? I'm like, I can't tell you what to do with the truth. There it go. You tell me what you gonna do with it. I'm like, I can't answer that for you. I know what I'm gonna do with it though. Man, peace and love, Saba. We love you, brother. Thank you. Tua.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that very much.
Your music sounds choppy.
Yeah, this whole system is. Hold on.
It's going.
Oh no. Let me get that off.
Is that from StreamYard?
No. No, it won't go on StreamYard. Hold on a second.
It's like phone.
Okay.
Okay, it's an after party.
Yeah, I was playing one of my favorite instrumentals called crunk music. I play that as soon as Arcast said
What was that guy that used to go? Oh yeah, the guy from down south. He became
Lil
really
Jon.
famous.
Lil Jon.
Yeah. Oh my
Yeah.
God. He was always in the club and everything. They'd always play him.
Yes.
Horrible.
Yes.
But no, I was playing Dipset instrumental crunk music for Arcav, and he said he feels crunk.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, I get excited. I get excited for this knowledge, man. I'm excited for this truth, Saba. Thirsty. I can't get enough of it.
Next week it's gonna be crazy. Next week I'm gonna answer that question about John D and the Hermetic influence in the Bible, and then somebody sent me about the Jehovah's Witnesses. Oh my gosh, next week is gonna be crazy. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Okay, everybody. On that note, we are going to definitely close up. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate all the amazing, beautiful, beautiful support that I have received. Let me see. Can you, Ahati, can you hear this? I'm trying to see what's happening with the sound here. Can you hear this?
No. Mine does that too.
Yeah, I can hear music.
It plays, but it won't. Nobody can hear
music. I can hear the music.
You can hear?
I can hear music, yeah. Playing music. An instrumental.
I can't hear it.
I hear it
as well.
Me and Scribe got on headphones.
You guys writing lyrics right
Yeah, you seen it, didn't you? Yeah.
That's a scribe bee right there. Okay, good. I'm glad you can hear that. Okay, I'm just gonna instrumental the scribes and come up with the song. Okay. Yeah, you all are great, beautiful. Let me look in the chat. Hey, thank you, Shannon. So the smiles priceless. I appreciate it. Look at all the fire in the room. Was that for you, Arcad? A bunch of fires in the room. What is that?
Yeah, that's for Arcade's camera upgrade.
Oh, for real?
Nice.
Scribe. It's that. Hey, that's on Scribe. I'm trying to get them backgrounds and everything.
Oh my goodness.
I love it. I love it.
Shannon wants to dance. Okay. This is a great, like Magul said, which I don't know if it was a Hati's idea, but that next anniversary can be in person with everybody. I don't know whose idea that was, but whoever it was, I mean, that's a beautiful thought. And that could definitely happen. That could definitely take place. Everybody, thank you all for coming out to this podcast. Let me get on the screen a second, just real quick. Okay. Thank you all for coming to this wonderful podcast. Thank you, team, for the support. I greatly appreciate everything that you all do. Thank you for generating the momentum that keeps this thing flowing. That I can take breaks and step away. I remember I used to only be able to step away for a few minutes and play those Christian cartoons and have to run right back, especially if it was just a hottie. And if he was somewhere, I could just run away for 2 minutes and come right back. You all have created a nice system where you motivate the people while I am gone, which is wonderful and beautiful. I appreciate everything. This is going to be great. I have a lot of next week. I'm going to remove a person from history, from your minds, and I'm going to show you that person is a part of a psyops. It's going to be great. We're going to get into that. Jehovah's Witness thing is going to be, oh boy, it's going to be good. Everything's going to be good. I got a lot of questions in. The Jed Pillar from Black Sun. It's going to be beautiful, man. Then the Matrix 3. I don't know when I'm going to fit all this in. The Matrix 3. You all are beautiful, wonderful. Let me get you in the room. You all are beautiful, wonderful. Let me go ahead and fix my camera a minute. It always goes blurry when I put something close to the screen. Okay, there we go. Peace and shout out to everybody. You brothers are wonderful, awesome. I really appreciate all of you that have come and joined this movement. It wouldn't be a movement without all of you and the motivation of a hati. The motivation of a hati to want there to be a group of brothers like yourself. He's always wanted this. He tried this with some other kind of movement idea, but the brothers were, if there's no ma'ad involved, then it can't work. And so this is working because everybody's on the same frequency. Appreciate you all. I'll see you all next week. Scribe, contact me this weekend for a couple things. I think we got to go over your diet plan again. You said you got all your stuff in. Yeah, we're gonna go over your diet plan again. I think that was it. And then I'm gonna set up a time where I could talk to you about the Ankh. But everybody, peace and love. Rigo, thank you for staying to the very end. Thank you for the big donation. Appreciate it, Shannon. Appreciate it. Much love to you. Andromeda Miserabilis, thank you for all of your energy that you give. Thank you, Higa Kepara, for your multiple donations. Waking up your family, bringing your son, your sisters becoming involved. Shout out to Jody, who had that nice video, who was in the video there, and who said she's been with me since, she said she hasn't missed a class. She even mentioned something about going homeless. Even going homeless, she hasn't missed a class. Wow. Shout out to Jody with whatever she goes through and makes her stronger. Appreciate that. Shout out to this brother here. This is This is a special being right here. Shout out to Mishak. He is part on this earth and part not. Shout out to Mishak. He's not fully of this earth. Shout out to him. Shout out to Bijan Pharaoh for actually coming to the screen multiple times, trying to come in and giving that awesome smile, awesome good energy when he came in with his respect and small testimony. Shout out to Darius McNair, who's here all the time. Shout out to everybody. Rebel Minded, appreciate you. TTG Truth, who's gonna say he's gonna donate, I guess tomorrow or next time. I think tomorrow when he fixes his bank thing. Shout out to King, appreciate you, King. Daughter Ma'at Ra, who appreciate you. Been around me since '92, off and on. Shout out, of course, to Arcad Infinite of the team. Shout out to AJ Submagul. Shout out to Tehuti Kepara and Ankia Ma'at. And of course, one last shout out to those who keep everything smooth in the room. And those are none other than the brothers and sisters with the wrench, who is Nania Setmer, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the scribe. Again, the beautiful, supportive Nania Setmer, the awesome Ankia Ma'at, the warrior Ahati Ma'at, and the technician, the scribe. Shout out to all of you and all what you do in the podcast and the room. This has been a beautiful anniversary. I'm going to watch some of this over again. And this is wonderful. I look forward to this again. It's a great class, 7 hours and 8 minutes. A lot of information broken down. Let me remove this from the screen. Oh, wait, am I off the screen? Okay, there we go. Shout out to everybody. Peace and love. Please support everybody, those who are watching this podcast, who appreciates everything that I do. I appreciate you too. And please support through PayPal at Rocky SV and Cash App TTM Moon. You can send in questions or support, especially for the situation. I am definitely in a situation where I do need the support because of a government mistake who's trying to actually get me for thousands and thousands of dollars. So shout out to everybody who's helping out with that. I greatly appreciate it. And Andromeda Miserabilis says, Cole, Crunk, organized and loyal. That's hilarious. Have an extraordinary week's album rest of the gang. Wow, I don't even know what this is saying. Let me read this again. What is this? Have an extraordinary week's album rest of the gang. Peace and love. Okay. Shout out to you. Everybody's tired typing. I appreciate all of you. Please help and send your support if you believe that what I teach is worth anything. I'm going to go ahead and turn the music down. We're going to end off with the affirmation and close out. If I know that Arcad likes to say the affirmation, he can if he'd like. One moment, hold on. Turn this down. Okay. You know, there's no music out today that sounds anything like that. That's how music used to sound. That's awesome. All right, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and put the affirmation up. Oh, man. What they did to music is horrible. I may do a whole class on hip-hop. Somebody send me a question about hip-hop. I don't know. Okay, let me go ahead and do close out here. I'm going to remove this from the screen, remove from studio. And here we go, everybody. Arcad, do you want to say it or?
Yes. Yes. Okay. Peace and love, everybody. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki Ema'at un NS Nintet Aset Ema'at Min Hepapet Ema'at Her in Kui Per E Kut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Conscious light. Thank you, everybody, for coming, participating. Peace and love. And we are out of here. Ma'at Hotep. See you all next week, or see you all, next week, or see you all in the Metanetter class. Peace and love.